Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to round 2 of the MondoKart.com FIA Karting European Championships here live Saturday in Valencia. Myself, Anthony Jordan, Nicole Sutherland in the box today. We'll be going through a very unpredictable day of weather and qualifying heats.
Absolutely will then, Anthony. Of course, yesterday done and dusted for our qualifying and an early stage qualifying heats as well. Then today, unpredictable, like you said, with the weather conditions throwing some of these drivers off. Second event in the championship then, but first event for our OK Senior Academy drivers. Their first appearance here then in Valencia, and what a race we're going to have for them.
Yeah, certainly will be a very exciting day indeed for, like you were mentioning there, Nicole, first round for the Academy Trophy. But of course, round 2 for the OKs and OKJ certainly will be a very exciting day. We are going to take a short break. Do not go anywhere. Those qualifying heats coming up very, very soon.
It's the third time the FIA Karting Championship has made its appearance here in the majestic city of Valencia. But this weekend certainly is plagued with not just sunshine, but also unpredictable rain that has swooped over the circuit over the last few days, that has played havoc with the racing. But so far, we will wait to see what happens as we are just outside the majestic city of the coastal town, with, of course, the international circuit here, the Kartodromo Internacional Lucas Guerrero in Valencia, once more for the third time in its inception since 2014, plays host to the MondoKart.com FIA Karting European Championships. Year of opening 2014, event record set in time qualifying earlier on this weekend in TQ with Noah Baglan 53.107. No one's gone faster than that as of yet, and I suspect no one will today as the rain looms in. Total track length 1,428 metres, 210 metres down that start-finish straight, 135 down the back straight. It's around 9 metres wide. We're about 276 metres above sea level here, so not the highest circuit in the world, but certainly still one that's up there. Turns 19 in total, 11 to the right, 8 to the left, and 1 hairpin out there. Each and every one of those turns provides its own unique challenges, many of them though ample overtaking opportunities. We see them round turn 1, in towards turns 3, 6 and 7, 11, 12, 13, and of course that famous final chicane here, 17, 18 and 19. That certainly play havoc throughout the racing. Top speed, drivers will be reaching that down in towards turn 1, around 132 kilometres per hour. They'll average around 97 around the entirety of the lap. Very fast indeed. As they push to the limits here in the conditions. And speaking of those conditions, there you can see everyone ready to endure them. Umbrellas are up. It has only just started to rain. The morning warm-ups were dry. And now for the first racing, as predicted, the rain has come down. Academy Senior for the first time here in Valencia. Good to see them here. Record numbers this year from last year. As they now kickstart their Academy Trophy season. Myself, Anthony Jordan, Nicole Sutherland in the commentary box. Everyone ready to get going as the field heads out for the first race of the day. But like we say, weather will be on a knife edge. Here is your grid then for the first race of the day. Academy Senior for qualifying heat A versus B. This is going to be an interesting one after time qualifying. Switzerland would see Alexis Janelay on a pole position after an incredible charge through the field. Albi Lapper for the United Kingdom will join him on that front row of the grid. Oliver Kjörg and Leonier going from row 2 from Michael Jean and Marcelo Assunção of Brazil on row 3. Felipe Planeta and Tony Jürgen go from row number 4. They will see Ivan Simonova and Armin Hamilton on row 5. The first half of the field will see Sebastian Gründal-Eels and Vanessa Schilkneiter.
Row number 7 sees Lucas Knopka alongside Saab Kyle. And from row number 8, Jan Rodriguez will be the Ori Goldberg. Row number 9, we have Oliver Hjordrup with Rion Tutogio. Your top 20 is rounded out by Jesse Swartz and Tiziano Antola. 11th row, Leopold Chuch with Maximiliano Gobi. And from row number 12, all alone on P23, is Nicholas Malero. Drivers then, of course, first appearance this year with us in the FIA European Championship, of course. Second year of the Academy Senior concept. Last year we had Yuzuki Sato take on that win. And now this time these drivers will try and battle it out. This weekend then, our team in race control will be head of race control Chris Lambret, assisted by none other than David Manchester and Sam Fisher. Taking us into today's racing then, wet running for our drivers. But we've already raced this weekend. We had 12 qualifying heats yesterday that laid down plenty of Maxxis rubber onto the surface to make for some quite slippy and interesting conditions this weekend. These drivers then, all 23 within your first heat of the day, are being watched on by none other than Gonzalo Planta.
They will be indeed. And the rain that you see here now that's coming down quite a lot, unfortunately, is here to stay, and as the day goes on, the risk of it intensifying increases dramatically. First race of the day, first race of the weekend, first race of the season for the FIA Karting Academy Trophy Senior Group. As we get ready to go racing, it is lights out, fights on towards turn 1. Janelay on the inside line is clear and dry. Well, dry not so much. Oliver Kjörg following through as well in second place. The Estonian having a good start there and is able to utilise that inside line. Albi Lapper in the 407, just going backwards a little bit. Of course, all of these drivers, if you're wondering what you're watching right now, the Academy Trophy on the same equipment here. All of them on the Esprit chassis, all of them on the Vortex engines here. Provided by the OTK group as they go 3 wide here on the outside line. That's a risky line there for Felipe Planeta, but manages to just bring it back onto the circuit.
Good start by our Academy Seniors then to head into today. Of course, a lot of these drivers, it's their first taste of OKN racing. A lot of these drivers never used this machinery before, never used the tyre before. Many of them never actually raced on this circuit before this weekend, especially not in these wet conditions. Turn number 14 is being ticked off by these drivers now, as out in the front, Albi Lapper still trying to hustle in the track around him, as everybody looking to circulate quite comfortably now then. Anthony going into that final corner. Marcela Assunção being one of the drivers to try and push through the field, as well as Leonie Her, who's now jumped up into the sharp end of the order. Janelay, your driver that pulled it overall yesterday, leading from Kjörg, Lapper, Zion and Her as your top 5.
Saab Kyle there, just unfortunately missing that final chicane, running outwards and rejoining now as down the inside more overtakes happening. There's been quite a few over these last few laps, and already you're seeing the gesticulation coming in wildly there. That is Sebastian Gründal-Eels there, just trying to communicate with the drivers around. The entrant for Norway here, certainly pushing firm in this race. On the outside there, Armin Hamilton, he is already under investigation in this race, so we'll have to keep an eye on his progression. Janelay in the lead then, starting to break away and is going purple in sectors 1 and 2 on this lap. Is cleared by 1.4 seconds now from the rest of the field. This fight that you see here, this is 6th place all the way down to 13th place. Felipe Planeta now leading that train ahead of Tony Jürgen, Sebastian Gründal-Eels, as we were seeing there. Jan Rodriguez down a 6th place gain up to 9th place, and Armin Hamilton who, as we were mentioning, under investigation now. So is Ori Goldberg, who's sitting up in 15th place.
Well, as you said his name, he looks to hustle the drivers around him, round the outside. Hamilton's going to try and have a go. Just ticked off a position on the entrance towards the chicane, and now uses that wider line, uses his knowledge of wet racing that he would have gained when racing out in the UK over the past couple of years to really push his way through the field. Vanessa Schilkenator in this grid. Schilkenator, there she is on the screen, making a nice little move down the inside of Konopka there. She's a driver, knows this circuit really well and knows the machinery as well, Anthony. Typically, we would see Schilkenator in the FIA European grid, but this time she's been represented to... she's been chosen to represent Lithuania, now is pushing her way through the field. Another position attempted to be gained by Schilkenator, however, runs a little bit wide and allows Yvonne Simonova to weave her way through.
Indeed, of course, all these drivers, as you just said there for Vanessa, have been selected from participating FIA members from ASNs around the world, and fantastic entries into this year. Multiple new nations being represented this year as well, so great to see. At the front here, there is your current race leader of Switzerland, Alexis Ginolet, leading the way in the 411 machine. The gap only increasing even more, and you can see there now another fastest lap of the race, a 109.717. Very quick indeed. Oliver Kirk, though, looking very strong there in second place, but I'm keeping an eye on Albi Lapper, though. Purple sector 1 on this lap. Nicole has suddenly found some pace here, and you can still see here, very gesticulating there. Grindel Eels there in 9th place has got Jan Rodriguez and Leonie for company. It's that move up into 8th place now for the 427 machine.
Yeah, you just saw the send there from Grandal Eels on her, and then is making Leonie her now vulnerable to the drivers behind Jan Rodriguez. Attempts to send a move down the inside. Turn number 14 just uses the run to try and give it a good go, but Leonie Hare has that better, optimum, wider line to really try and maximise some grip around the outside. In towards the chicane, we have not seen the switch then for these drivers for the P8 spot, but now out of that final chicane, we've got the change, we've got the challenge. Rodriguez snatches it away. More drivers being put under investigation. Like I said, Anthony, it was Armin Hamilton that was your previous one. Now Ori Goldberg, who's just circulating in P15, is the newest driver to be watched by the likes of Sam Fisher, David Manchester and Chris Lambret. They can see Konopka being given that under investigation signal, causing a collision potentially out there, but easily done in track conditions like this. Anthony, big moves still going on. This is still in the background where it's getting quite busy. These are the drivers fighting out for those top 20 spots. And actually, if you cast your mind back to sort of this time last year where we were out for the first time with our Academy Trophy, really similar conditions out of Portimao where the rain just poured on these drivers.
You know, actually, I don't even think we got a dry round last year for the senior grid, because if you remember back when the final round of Viterbo, Viterbo was okay, wasn't it? But then when they went to Rugby, that was quite something, wasn't it? Of course, we crowned there Yuzuki Sato, who had a great weekend.
I think I'm still drying my shoes from that race.
I think it was quite a weekend, wasn't it? Still kicking off here, Leonie Hare fighting away now with Vanessa Schilkenator. She sends it down the inside there at turn 1, utilising the speed there and off the racing line. Of course, that rubber that's gone down will make the racing line extremely slippery, as now under pressure goes Luke Konopka there, and trying to get that nose down the inside, but could not quite do it. Now gets it down the inside of the later part of the lap, and Lucas Konopka gets that move done finally. Yeah,
a bit of aggression there from Konopka on Leonie Hare there. Hare tries to return the favour. Side by side they go momentarily, but Konopka's got to be careful here. Already under investigation for previous laps, so now maybe needs to rein in some of that aggression out there on the track. This has opened up the battle further behind. Oli Goldberg still trying to get into the mix, as is Kale there, the 449. Of course, all these drivers, a little bit difficult for you to maybe tell them apart at this stage of the weekend, but as we progress throughout the season, we'll get to know them incredibly well, get to tell some of their stories. Some drivers maybe looking to have been a bit aggressive in early laps with some nose cones, looking slightly wobbly. Won't potentially highlight too much on who that could be, but pretty obvious to see.
Yes, Armand Hamilton under investigation. It is coming up on my screen for potentially working on the grid. Now that is a no-no. You cannot do that. All that's got to be done in the pre-grid area before, or in the servicing park area before you get onto the pre-grid. And unfortunately, it may have been spotted there by some of the officials, and that is quite the shame. Still, quite the fight that we have seen there. Movers happening at other parts of the track as well. Maximilian Gabi has got himself up into 17th place. That's on a 5-place gain here. And the drivers have pushed around. But a tough race for the Brazilian. Marcelo Assunção there, tumbling down. Now circulating in 20th place. That is such a shame for her. Started on the 3rd row of the grid. Yeah,
is indeed. Just looking at the pace then of Alexis Genelay, your fastest driver and your race leader, of course. Overall, fastest lap goes to Genelay and is around about 3.5 tenths faster than anybody else out there. Quite an interesting setup for these drivers because, you know, half an hour, 45 minutes ago, completely bone dry track. We knew that the rain was on its way, but it wasn't, you know, in that spot where these drivers would have had a wet setup on. They would have been on the, you know, looking to join that pre-grid area on a dry setup. So maybe it's the case that, you know, with Armand Hamilton, those last-minute dry to wet changes is what's caused him to work on the pre-grid.
Yeah, indeed. So we'll keep a close eye on that one. This here is your battle for 2nd place. Albi Lapper, I was saying to keep an eye on him. He was looking very quick. He has closed that gap up to now 0.3 of a second. And if anything, this is attacking distance now. Oliver Kjörg just needs to be mindful of how he wants to position the kart now over these next few laps, because the race is nearing its conclusion here as we go on to lap number 9 of this 11-lap race. And again, all of these drivers here just trying to do their level best of keeping these karts not one just on the track itself, but trying to gain those positions as possible. You don't be hitting the curbs too much here. We saw a big hit at the curb there for Oliver Kjörg, that was just out of turn number 2. That curb you really don't generally tend to hit.
Well, the thing is these drivers are trying to get the karts rotated. So in wet conditions, when you see the drivers really using the curbs to hook the kart around to get that steering on, you know, you typically do actually see that quite a lot. They're trying to rotate the kart, get it turned into the corner and just allow the curb to really push the kart round the corner. That's why you see the drivers take more of it compared to in the dry. That they have got to be strong on the front end. They've got to be strong on the wheel to not allow the curb to throw them off and then push the car out wide and let them skate across the rubber. If you do it correct, it absolutely benefits you, but you've got to be confident with the karts, just like you're seeing from these two, Kjörg and Lapper. 2 drivers, one from Estonia, one from Great Britain, 2 drivers that will be used to these track conditions. And like you're seeing from Albi Lapper there, just confidence on the entrance towards turn 1 to really get the kart turned in and make the move stick. Yeah,
it's quite good on the brakes there, and there you can see again avoiding that curb just as they go through. The curb going in towards turns 3 and 4, well, that's inevitably you're going to hit that one. It's so tight through there. Oh, leaves the door open. Does Lapper. Kjörg back through. That's beautifully read there by Oliver Kjörg, but again he now finds the door open. Does Lapper, sends it back through. Does Kjörg squeeze it back past through 9 and 10? The answer is no, and Lapper now with that outer line really breaks away from Oliver Kjörg, but that was some good racing between the two there for the fight for 2nd place.
Yeah, Albi Lapper then great success in national championships, great success in Europe as well, but a new taste for him. The driver that pulled it in his time qualifying group yesterday is in a completely new machinery, hasn't raced with the OKN senior package before, but for now he's doing a great job there to be sat in P2 as we head onto this final lap. Alexis Genelay then, pole in quali yesterday overall as well as in group, of course. Now it's looking like a lights to flag victory for him. Great race lead, 5.5 seconds that he has driven away with. Good pace as well, you know, pace-wise, he's around about 3-4 tenths faster than anybody else consistently over these laps. Really good stuff for the driver out there in the front. Genelay from Lapper from Oliver Kjörg, but still undecided for this P2 spot. Lapper's still got this cloud looming over his shoulder as well as over his head, as again it looks like Kjörg tries to give it a go. going through that tighter line, but it's not going to be enough through that second sector. Lapper still holding on to this one, holds on to it through turn number 12, will enter into 13 and 14 with that more optimum and favourable line. Genelay is out in the front, completely in his own air, back down the 135-metre back straight. Entrance towards the final chicane, turns 17, 18 and 19 will use curb 1, 2 and then third out of the final corner, and will make himself a qualifying heat winner. The first qualifying heat of 2026 for your Academy Senior Trophy. Alexis Genelay takes it from Albi Lapper and Oliver Kerg.
That's a good race there for the start of the season, and a confident drive there. That'll be some good brownie points there for Alexis Genelay, who I can imagine will be delighted with the result there. And if that's not a confidence booster for the remainder of the weekend here, we'll have to wait and see. Early doors still for the Academy Senior here in their second year of racing. Alexis Genelay taking the win then ahead of Albi Lapper. Oliver Kerg from Michael Zion. Philippe Planeta from Armin Hamilton also under investigation. Tudor Yerkin, Sebastian Grando-Eels, Jan Rodriguez, Sharp Cale, who is, of course, potential nose cone. Vanessa Schilkenator running out the top 11. All of those drivers gaining positions in that race. Well, good start to it then for the field. They'll be delighted with those results, I am sure. The rest of the field here, Lucas Konopka, 12th place in that race, ahead of Ivan Simonova. Then it's Jesse Swart and Ori Goldberg rounding out the top 15. Max Miliano Gobi finishing in 16th place on a 6th place game. Leone Hare finishing that one in 17th place. Rion Toutongio ahead of Oliver Herdrup. Then it is Nicolas Malero from Leopold Junck. Then it is Marcelo Assumpção and Tiziana Antola who rounds out the 23 carts. Good news is all carts that started that race did finish that race, and only one black and white flag as a warning, and many investigation flags going out. But there, your race winner, Alexis Genelay. Strong start, Nicole. No drama there whatsoever.
No, none at all, especially for our top three, all finished in their starting positions then, and these were the best moments. Really clean start for our drivers. Actually expected, one or two spills at this start because limited wet running for our 23 that were out there. But everybody got through the first couple of corners pretty cleanly. Some elbows out moments in your midfield section. Drivers like Yvonne Simonova, Konopka and Vanessa Schilkenator trying to push their way through. Early lap battles, we saw Marcela Assumpção drop backwards. Didn't have the best race at all. Actually finished off in Heat 22, and it was around about the second or third lap that it just started to unravel for her. At turns 3 and 4, you had big battles still continuing to go on. This was the stage within the race that Konopka started to really light things up and push his way through down towards the entrance of turn number 1. Of course, always an overtaking hotspot, and this is where you saw drivers further back really trying to light things up. Albi Lapper and Oliver Kerg had a lot to say to each other throughout the race. They pushed off in the early stages and left drivers behind, like Vanessa Schilkenator, to battle it out.
Yes, indeed. Vanessa making a small advantage through that race. Only a one-place gain to finish in P11. And then, of course, we saw the more battles happening there for Lucas Konopka getting his way through. Then we started to see that 5th-second place, as you were mentioning, Albi Lapper and Oliver Kerg. Fighting away. First there was Lapper going through into 2nd place. Later then at turn 6, just left that door open. Turn 7 able to get the up and under. While that was happening, Alexis Genelay continued to fight away at the front of the field. So a very strong start to the racing for the Academy Trophy. And of course we will be heading into the next ones, of course, for Groups C versus D. This one looking forward to because, again, quite the opening that they have had. There you can see engines already firing up as the conditions still not improving and the rain intensifying as we get on to this stage of it. Right then, let's quickly fire you through this full starting lineup. We're straight into it then again for the second qualifying heat for the FIA Karting Academy Trophy. This is groups C versus D, as they can see the clouds looming in, the umbrellas up in the mechanics stand. Germany find their driver on pole position for this one. Konstantin Paps will be starting alongside Sweden's Jonathan Landström on that front row of the grid. Alex Desario of Italy will be starting alongside Australia's Liam Carr. Jose Bautista Delish from Argentina will be starting alongside USA's Derek Wago. They'll see Simon Matoda of Japan being joined by Boaz Maximov on row 4. Flavio Cara and Adam Rowetz go from row 5 with Zhao, Youngji and Warapong Ian Vitchen on row number 6.
Row number 6 sees Constant Sipula with Alvaro Para, and from row number 8 it's Christian Carrillo alongside Petra Milosavljevic. Row number 9 is Louis Sifri with Isa Al-Hamidi, and from row number 10 your top 20 is Danish Chen with Raphael Volant. 11th and final, row 22 in total, and it's Daniel Schreier-Isa alongside Eric Bergsian.
Yes, indeed. So again, another packed grid, but that rain really coming down now, and awful day.
It's not at its
that
worst
we are seeing
yet,
but no, you're correct. It's not at its worst. It is due to get a lot worse as the day goes on, and this could spell a little bit of a disaster for the drivers here in terms of, well, the results that they've got yesterday, of course, for other drivers in the senior and the junior categories for the main classes here, and they had certainly a very challenging day.
Yeah, well, it depends who you are. Some drivers out there might be looking at this rain and thinking, do you know what, keep going. This is exactly what I want. Maybe a taller, bigger driver that can shift the weight around the kart that suits these track conditions. Some drivers will be thinking, I don't really care whether or not it's wet or dry. I know I can achieve big things in both. But like you said, Anthony, some will be thinking, looking at this rain and thinking, I really don't want to have to deal with this today.
No, indeed. Right then, there is race director Gonzalo Planta for the Academy Trophy. He's now under a little shelter, which is, I'm sure he's happy about. Poor Nigel Edwards and Pasquale Lupoli out there not enjoying these conditions. They're also under the watchful eyes there for this field, and that's a lot of water now that's coming down onto that track, certainly making it very challenging for the drivers here. Of course, this may be for their first time racing in conditions this bad.
Yeah, of course, and on the entrance towards that first corner, your pole side is actually going to hit some of that standing water that is now starting to build on the track as the rain gets heavier and heavier. So anybody on that pole side could potentially find themselves in a spot of bother on the entrance towards that first corner. Lights are red, lights are now green. Second Academy Trophy heat of the day. Entrance towards turn number 1. Your pole sitter of Constant Paps for Germany. Good race starts. Jonathan Landström, though, good moments for him side by side, but Constant holds on to it. Turn number 2, we've got good stuff as Alex Desario now jumps up into that top spot as drama and spills out there. Eric Bergsian being one of those drivers, the 447, as well as the 408 being caught out in the first stages.
Yeah, Christian Carrillo there, unfortunately, out of the race as Para under investigation, also for working on the grid. They know they're not allowed to do that, and there's cameras there, there's people watching, can't get away with it.
You know, that's not an FIA rule, that's an international rule.
Yeah.
Everybody has kind of adopted that. I would doubt that anybody in, you know, their home country, when they're at these national races, can work on the pre-grid. I'd say it's that sort of last-minute dry to wet setup change and people panicking and sort of people thinking, can I get away with this here?
Yeah, indeed. Absolutely not is the answer to that. Look at that spray that's kicking up here. These drivers are having to deal with incredible conditions, but these are the conditions that these tyres are absolutely perfect for. You know, you get those sort of races where it's just a very thin layer of like a greasy surface.
Yeah.
But no, this is what this tyre is built for. It clears the water, it disperses it out of that tread, and you really get some good grip out there on these tyres. But we'll have to wait and see what the weather does, because it is still intensifying out there, is that rain. Desario leading the way then. Wago here. Derek Wago's had a really good start to the race. The 436 of America steps up into P2 and is on a 4th-place gain. Delish there for Argentina. Currently second. Matoda of Japan trying to emulate what his fellow countryman of Yasuki Sato did last year. Is currently there in P4 and is now fighting to be in P3, because down the inside he's done it. Through goes Sima Matoda. Now Maximov tries to get through as well, is up to 4th. The Argentine back down to P5.
Just watch the 409 of Volant drop a wheel
Landstrom.
there as drama again. Landstrom now out. Landstrom, of course, started on the front row, was second fastest in qualifying group yesterday. Started alongside Konstantin Pabst, but now is parked out there on the track, and of course no opportunity for him to get restarted. This is going to tumble him down points and results wise so far in the early stages of these guys racing out there. Of course, second heat overall. We've got plenty more to come up in conditions that we know are going to get much worse. Simba Matoda, now fastest driver out there on the track, is a 1 minute 10.602. We know from the previous race that we're lapping in the quick times for these guys at around about 1 minute 9s, so still some time for these drivers to try and settle in, but of course wet conditions will start to slow things up slightly. So much spray for these drivers, that makes it really difficult for them to try and suss out an overtaking opportunity. You know, these drivers are not just going into these corners and trying to work out how to maximise the rev, the grip, the tyre, the engine, but also how to get past, because they can't see anything. Visibility is really limited.
It certainly is, and like we were mentioning, still not getting any better for them. Here, though, the fight at the front, Desario, Wago and Matoda starting to close in. This is a look back at what had happened earlier on, and there is Jonathan Landstrom all by himself. That's so unfortunate, just locking the rear axle, sending the kart a little wide, and then before you know it, you're into the gravel.
Yeah, these guys then will just progressively start to get more and more used to the machinery that they're on. Of course, they've got to be really careful on the power. They can't be power braking. They can't be dancing around on the engine, because they're just going to experience so much wheel spin and then have moments like what we just saw from Jonathan. This is a nice little change out in the front for your race lead then. So Desario from Wago from Matoda. Matoda now reads that one like a book and gets down the inside, switches out P3 for P2, and now looks to try and pull off a race lead as well. Down the inside at turn number 12, opens up the door, however, for Wago. Wago now gets into the race lead, opens things up. Matoda, Maximov in there as well. Boaz Maximov, really good driver, lots of experience on European tracks, and now looks to try and convert something down the back straight, side by side. These guys cannot see anything, and in all of this, Maximov is going to be in the toughest spot, as for the race lead, we have now got Matoda holding on to it.
Yeah, we got Matoda holding on, but that nose cone wobbling like anything. That's going to be a disaster for him after this race, and back down the inside now. Here comes Wago. Derek Wago of the USA makes contact with Sima Matoda through turn 1, but amazingly they keep it both on the road. Very close there, but Derek Wago slots back down into second place, but now finds himself back through the inside on the exit of turns 3 and 4, squeezes through and now takes the lead of this race. It's now a 5-kart battle for the race lead here. Desario, Maximov and Liam Carr is now involved. The Australian in the 414 machine right at the back of this train has got 2 karts in front. Make that no karts in front. 2 for 1 on the inside line. Australia with Liam Carr up to P3.
Maximov then just tried to get the move done on Desario. Now does pull that one off. But Carr, like you said, Anthony, holding on to that P3. These drivers just signalling to each other to keep pushing ahead, because they're all thinking about that top spot. Halfway race distance now completed. Matoda half a second out in the front from Wago from Carr. Carr trying to light things up. The driver from Sydney in Australia. Plenty of racing for him all over Australia. Competes in almost every single area of the country and has now come over to Europe for a new experience on a track condition that I'm sure is very different from that experience at home. Matoda, Wago, Carr. Maximov, Desario, and then we have Yunji starting to close up to this battle as well, because all of these drivers in all of this commotion have been costing each other time. There is Yunji just on your screen, but Kyra is also a problem within this one. Big sends down the inside. This time Maximov ticking off another position, this time on Liam Carr.
Yeah, that's nicely done in these racing conditions here. This is a little further down in the order. Dennis Chen there fighting with Konstas Sipala. Fighting for 10th and 11th place. Rafael Valente is still there as well, also on an 8th place gain. So big movers through the field so far in this one, despite the conditions that we are seeing. So we'll keep a close eye on all of that fighting. This is still Maximov here, back up into 3rd place. Liam Carr still just behind, but they seem to have settled down for the time being here, Nicole, as the race goes on to lap number 7.
Yeah, things have just slightly spread out over the course of the previous lap, though. Matoda, though, has doubled his race lead in the previous lap. It was 5/10. It's now 1.2 seconds. So he's got some breathing room out there in the front, and now puts in the fastest lap as well to just continue to extend this gap. And compared to the previous group then of Academy seniors, we have got this one as almost going faster overall with these times. Now they do go faster actually with that 1 minute 9.249 set by Matoda, actually, matching for the time being what Yuzuki Sato was doing last year in the Academy. Really good stuff and more sends down the inside. This time battles going on. Para trying to get involved in this one, pushing and shoving drivers, just weaving their way through this circuit as Young G gets 2 for the price of 1. 2 birds, 1 stone there out of the second sector.
Indeed, just found the way through and, nearly off the road there out of turn 14 and onto the back straight, side by side again. But slots back into place here. FIA Karting trying to squeeze through, but just not finding the traction levels here as the spray kicks up once more. And you can see how they're all trying to pull out of that slipstream as well. That's a big throwing the dummy there for Jose Bautista Delish there on Zhao Yongji, who sends it through. And that is beautifully done in towards turn 1. Completely caught unawares there. And that's really bunching this group of 4 up now. We could see the likes of Cipolla closing in quite considerably as they're all now really getting involved. Round the outside there goes Para, trying to get through. There is the 413 machine of Bautista Delish now at the back of this train. That's not where he wants to be. Look at the water there, Nicole, that's coming up from those tyres.
Yeah, we've had so much battling so far within this race, but quite interestingly, nobody massively catching each other out. No things for anybody to be in tears over just yet. Side by side, bit of wheel bashing there between Kyra and Delic out of turn number 13. As down that back straight they go, drivers still signalling, still communicating, and also what you're seeing as well is taking slightly tighter lines on the exit of turn number 14 to really try and get out of that spray. Big send attempted down the inside, this time by Cipolla on Para there for that P9. The Cipolla doesn't manage to make it stick, uses the curb to still manage to make the corner as down at turn number 1, inside line goes Para on Delic and switches their position.
Simo Matoda at the front of this field is in control now and is clear by 3.1 seconds. However, remember at the start of this race, I did spot that nose cone was a little bit wobbly. So Simo Matoda is looking for a 5-second gap from the rest of the field here as this fight still rages on here. Cipolla now leading this set 3 as Bautista Delic goes down the inside. Beautiful stuff there for the 413, the Argentine, getting back in control of this trio. But as soon as he does that, again, they just find the opportunistic move to get it back down the inside. But at this moment, nothing that Alvaro Para can do here. And continues to hold on to the second in that group with everyone closing in behind. Valente's closing in. Danish Chen is there. Al Hamadi as well also starting to close in. Big sends through that final chicane. Robust, but it's through for Cipolla. And now here comes Valente. It's down the inside. The white helmet there. Not close enough for the fight as Matoda continues to break away. Is still looking for that 5 seconds.
Simba Matoda, like you just said there, Anthony, is in a bit of an indirect race with himself. If it's the case that he's got a drop nose cone, 5-second time penalty will be applied. 3.8 seconds clear from Boaz Maximov for the time being, so needs to hunt down another 1.2 to clear himself out the way and ensure that if he does pull into Parc Fermé, if it is dropped, that he's not going to be penalised and lose this number 1 spot. For now, he would only actually drop to P3, so it would be Boaz Maximov that would inherit the win. But for now, he's still continuing to push forward. Fastest laps over the previous consecutive 3 laps, and in sector number 1 and sector number 2 is still doing a good job. It was 3.8, now actually drops down. Let's see, 3.7, 3.9, so still continuing to extend. Last lap board, however, is out.
He'd only dropped to second place though at this moment, so still not bad at all. like we were saying, on to that final lap. The fighting still going on. This is still the fight that we are seeing down in 8th, 9th, 10th and 11th place right now. They're all still squabbling for position here as round goes the Argentine at the exit of turn number 1 into turn 2. Exits the kart. He can't restart it, but he's going to have to try and clear it. Back to the traffic there. Risky way of doing it. But thankfully, the whole field's gone through now, so there's no more cars to come through. But that is such a shame for him to tumble down to 19th place. Here, though, at the front, Simon Matoda is looking for one more second.
He's going to be in trouble, Anthony.
Yeah, he's trying to restart it out there. He can't do that. Simon Matoda here, though, is looking for 5 seconds from Maximov. Burrs Maximov in second place. He's going to cross the line. He's going to take the win. What will the gap be from Maximov in the background? It's 4.959. It's not enough by 1/10. Matoda, of course, if he's got a nose cone, but I'm looking at it there. It's flapping around. I'm pretty sure it is. He'll tumble to second. That is such a shame there for Matoda. Derek Wargo will finish in third still from Liam Carr. Alex Desario, Zhao Yunji from Flavio Cara, Consta Cipolla finishing in 8th place from Dennis Chen, 9th on a 10th place gain. Alvaro Para rounds out the top 10. An incredible drive there from the drivers here as they make their way back into Parc Ferme. And there you can see, well, now under investigation is Jose Bautista Tilic for an attempted restart after the first lap. And yes, indeed, the field will make their way back into Parc Ferme. Now they'll get checked over, but I'm sure the inevitable is ahead of us there. Simon Matoda then on track for Japan. Takes the first win for Groups C and D. Whether or not that will remain, we'll have to wait and see. Maxwell Boas finishing in second place from Derek Wargo, running at the top 3. Liam Carr from Desaro, Zhengji from Cara, Cipolla from Chen, Para running at the top 10 from Valente, Al Hamadi finishing in 12th place from Rabbits. Then it's Papt from Ian Bitchan, Sifri from Syria Isa, Milo Savjevic finishing in 18th place from the retirement, Delish from Landstrom, Carrillo from Bergensen, they're finishing in 22nd place. But quite the run, and the first rotation for the Academy Senior done and dusted there, Nicole. Strong start for many of the drivers here, but the results far from clear.
Yeah, 2 qualifying heat winners, then 1 with the lights to flag and 1 with a P7 to P1. Out in the front then, this was the moment that Simba actually really read the road ahead of him. Just saw on the entrance towards turn number 1 that he could really optimise the line, optimise the rev, use that outside line to try and generate some grip. Absolutely did that and just seemingly looked to weave his way through the field. Out in the back then, drivers in the background like Daniel Schreier struggled slightly at the start, but did end up actually making 4 positions overall. Other drivers that got very much stuck in was Boaz Maximov, the 420, right from the get-go, from day dot, really got stuck involved. And this was the moment we saw him switch out the position with Alex Desario and allowed Liam Carr to have a couple of moments as well. Jonathan Landstrom started from our front row, but on that third racing lap down towards turn number 12, the hairpin just took himself off of the road. Of course, didn't attempt that restart. We're not allowed to do that within these races. So exited the kart, left the circuit, and that was it. That was him making himself one of the 4 DNFs we saw. Down towards that first corner, it was actually really busy on the entrance towards the halfway stage of the race. Flavio Cara getting involved, Zhao Yunji, Alex Desario, Liam Carr as well. Changes still continuing to go on within this race. It wasn't until around about lap 8 or 9 where things really started to calm down, and it was on the lap number 5 that Boaz Maximov managed to start to weave his way through the traffic and push his way through the crowd.
Yeah, indeed, and really getting involved in that fight. It would only be later, disaster near the end of the race, where we would see the unfortunate spin for the likes of Jose Bautista Tilic there, who would unfortunately end his race into 19th place. You can see here on the final lap, just watch the blue helmet around the outside. Was there any contact there? Or if there was, it was the most minuscule amounts of contact, and in conditions like this, very unfortunate to see. Undeterred by all that drama, Simo Matoda across the line. However, that nose cone, I can imagine, may have caused some drama. And with only a gap of 4.959, 5-second time penalty would drop him down to second place. But we'll have to wait and see. All of what we say, very provisional, with a capital P. The Academy Senior then done and dusted for now. We will see them out later on today, again for their second round of qualifying heats. We'll turn our attention back to the junior category now for the MondoKart.com FIA Karting European Championship. And there you can see, starting on pole position for this one, the KR Motorsport driver, Will Green, the Williams junior driver as well, backed and ready for this one. We caught up with him after time qualifying as he went second fastest overall.
Will Green, Le Conca, you took the final win. Now you've come to the second round and you've put it on pole. There's no stopping you at the moment.
Yeah, I'm happy. It was a pretty good lap. A bit of a messy session, but yeah, I'm happy.
And messy, why? Can you tell us about what actually happened in the first couple of moments of that one? Because I think I caught a moment of it, but can you dive a bit deeper?
Somebody spun coming out of the pits and I tried to avoid her, but had a bit of contact, but I think it's all okay.
And as a driver, we know you're really calm, you're really collected, but the confidence after taking that final win in Le Conca, has it given you a big boost going into this weekend?
Yeah, for sure it helps. I won last weekend here, so yeah, I'm happy.
Well, Will, great job out there in group pole.
Thank you.
Good chat there to Will Green, but all of that was in dry conditions. Now it's wet. Let's see how that will transpire in this one. And there you can see, well, that water certainly starting to pile up there out on track, and no sign of it slowing down at all. We're still right in the middle of a big cell of rain that keeps coming over, and we keep getting dashes of yellow and red zones that keep coming over us as well.
You know, we're complaining about the weather slightly. You know, we don't want to be in these conditions. However, I think racing-wise and for a weekend like this, it's actually quite a good thing, Anthony. Really highlights which drivers are the quickest, which are the best. You know, the drivers that can take wins in dry conditions and then can take wins in wet conditions. There's Nigel Edwards, then your race director, back on the start-finish gantry, has switched positions with Gonzalo Planta, who was the race director for our Academy Trophy. Nigel back being the watchful eye to keep an eye on all of these drivers then. Groups B versus F. We'll take you through some of the results we saw from yesterday. Green had a qualifying heat win as well as a P2. Joely Girardello was one of the only drivers yesterday. I think there was only two in total to take 2 heat wins, him and then Baglin in the senior. So Girardello, in these conditions, really looking forward to seeing what he does in that parallel.
Yeah, indeed, because, of course, like you say, yesterday it was all dry running. So now for him, this is going to be the first time we see him really racing in these wet conditions, see if he can utilise it again and come away with a third win. I'm sure Green will have something to say about it. Stepan Mazepin on the second row of the grid, 11th and an 8th place for him yesterday. So relatively strong day indeed, but from the second row of the grid, you could imagine he'd be wanting to go more forward than back into that top 10.
Well, first year for Stepan Mazepin in the FIA Karting European Championships. You know, no expectations as such. You know, fresh-faced going into this one. Let's see what he can try and achieve in these conditions. Marshals, we've got to highlight our team of volunteer marshals out there on the track. Today they will be, you know, dealing with all of these wet conditions that we see, keeping our drivers safe, doing these clean-up operations that we're going to probably see a lot of as we go through busy racing like this. You know, we could not go racing without them.
No, we certainly couldn't, and I think they're all a little bit more happier here now that they've got the covers over the marshal post. A couple of years ago they did not have those, and yeah, no matter what the conditions were, they were stood in it. Right. Field makes its way out. There's your grid then. Will Green, Joely Girardello on row number 1. Stepan Mazepin will be joined by Remy Samchek on row 2. I'll see Manny Nuvolini and Manuel Manzano, on row number 3. Giacomo Justo on row 4, but joined by Alex Malota. Let's see Alexander Lazarus. He had a tough start to the day yesterday, but starts this one on the 5th row of the grid alongside Austin Newstead. Row 6, we'll see Jana Sayer and Stan Rajowski. Keep an eye on Sayer, 2 5 places yesterday from the 6th row of the grid. At row 7, Mohamed Elbazaki and Nonek Mouche, with row 8 being Augustine Felignoli and Atika Mir.
Row number 9, Priam Bruno, out of position during qualifying and a disqualification, makes his weekend hard work. He'll be starting alongside Alexander Legenki, and from row number 10 we see Ludwig Granquist and Denny Babacek. 11th row, Elton Hedvers and Brendan Wagner, and from row number 12 we've got Jonas Pundis and Jeff Verbeek. 13th row, Francisco Roca alongside Aston Martin's Roland Nagy. Nagy needing a good day today after a DNF yesterday in his first qualifying heat. 14th row, Michele Orlando and Marit Savaric, who was a good climber yesterday throughout the qualifying heats. 15th row, Yubo Wen with Martin Bertolicini. Bertolicini, not the qualifying he would have wanted. Keep an eye on the driver of Ward. Yesterday was up to P11 by 19 positions, but had a DNF as well, so we'll be looking to puncture a hole through the crowd. Ava Lawrence rounds out your 16-row grid. A DNF yesterday for Lawrence threw her off in qualifying, then followed it up with a DNF in qualifying heats, but then rectified things slightly, climbing 16 positions to finish in P15. First junior qualifying heat of the day, first wet running for these drivers today. Really interesting stuff, and looking forward to seeing how this one plays out.
Yes, indeed. As the rain still falls, we'll see everyone going through. Roland Nagy not clocking up on my screen as well, and that's a shame. I think yesterday over the line, broken hand, I think, was caught out in that incident. So very unfortunate for Roland Nagy, and we do hope he is okay. But we will not see him racing for the remainder of this weekend for the 2-4-1 machine. Heading into the final couple of turns now. This is where we get the racing underway here. Will Green trying to slow the pack down. He's got the inside line here. Girardello on the outside line as they head in towards those tram lines. And to the start of this race, it is lights out, fights on. Good start for Green then on that more slippery inside line, but manages to hold on to it. Girardello on the outside, trying to get back through, but it's going to slot down into about 4th place. Stepan Mazepin up to 3rd, but it's the Forza Racing machine of Remy Samchek up to P2. The whole field gets through in towards turn 3 for the first time. 1 or 2 not making the corner, unfortunately, and that unfortunately is Ava Lawrence, who does miss the chicane but rejoins at the back of the field.
Stepan Mazepin then just opens up turn 5 and 6 a bit too much and has allowed 2 or 3 karts to get back past. I think Joely Girardello being one of those. Green out in the front, exactly where you would expect it to see, as Alex Malotta is now the newest driver to get past the Tony kart of Mazepin. Around the outside, the Ricky Flynn looks to try and make a good go of it, as still these drivers trying to push their way through. Malotta being one of those, you can just see him starting to clear away from this pack ahead. Manny Nuvellini, good results yesterday for Nuvellini, the Mercedes junior driver, a P3 and a P2, and in one stage of the race, saw teammate ahead of him and actually used his head, just think, back off, preserve the tyre, really just keep himself out of trouble. That's what we've seen from him so far. Side-by-side action in the background. Sayer trying to get involved. Jacopo Justo trying to weave his way through, as well as Nuvellini. Actually, maybe a commentator's curse then, under investigation for potentially cutting the track. Green from Samchek. Girardello back into P3 ahead of Nuvellini, Malotta, Manzano, Mazepin and Sayer, as this is starting to light things up.
It certainly is. The spray really getting involved in this fight, as well as all the drivers just tripping over each other and tripping over even more. As straight out of the race there goes the 2:28 machine. That is disaster for the Birel, the CL Racing team driver of Alexander Legenki, out of this race. And because we're on lap number 2, he is not allowed to restart.
Well, these drivers then, is hard work, of course. Water and rubber does not mix. These drivers trying to make these overtakes. What a big lick at the curb for now at Nuvellini, side by side with Malotta. Malotta trying to go the long way round through the chicane. They both managed to make the corner there. That was some brilliant stuff by both the Frenchman and Malotta to make it. Malotta now is vulnerable, though. This time we've got Manzano trying to get stuck in down the inside. Almost gets the move done, but Malotta holds on to it.
Yeah, Miguel Manzano there trying to capitalise on that squabble between those two through that final chicane, not finding the gap just yet, but now is prime position here to try and attack even more. Race getting on with it now, lap 3 of it, and looking here, Remy Samchek still doing a good job, but holding off the back of Will Green, who is still in the lead of this race. Uridello still holding on to 3rd, and like you say, watching that fight there with Manu Nuvolini, but like we say, under investigation for potentially cutting the track. It's a little further down in the field, Alexander Lazarus here. Lazarus looking for a good day today, Nicole. Did struck out in that first one with a 29th place after a penalty. 12th place in the second race. Lazarus wanting to push forward, I'm sure.
Yeah, absolutely does, and is doing a good job so far within that parallel to try and pull it out the bag. Out of the final chicane they go. Stepan Mazepin looks now vulnerable again. This time it's to Priam Bruno down towards that 9th corner. Priam Bruno, of course, disqualification yesterday after trying to restart things. Bruno, great results at Le Conca, but now looks to try and push his way through, back through the crowd. Stepan Mazepin allows him that position and maybe allows to try and work together with him, as Denny Babacek is the newest driver that Priam Bruno is going to try and take a chunk out of. Side by side between Nuvolini and Alex Malotta. Malotta now finding his way past.
Yeah, indeed. This is good stuff here. But right now, the rest of the field just trying to close in further back in this race. And keeping an eye on Michele Orlando, 12 places gained, 15th place. So again, good drivers through the field. And as well, I want to keep an eye on Martin Bertolacini. This time around, though, in these conditions, Nicola's only made it up to 26th place after such a good start yesterday.
Well, Malotta now leads from Nuvolini and Manzano. Manzano then now potentially the newest driver to get past the Mercedes Frenchman. Big licks of the curb through that final chicane. These drivers just trying to straighten up the run through that final corner to make it easier for them, going down that start-finish straight to then set things up on the entrance towards the first corner. Green out there clean, but definitely not dry, a second ahead of Remy Samchek. Samchek, though, fastest lap of the race, really quick indeed. And if you cast your mind back to Le Conca, really, really good and strong in wet conditions like this. He had some qualifying heats moments out in Le Conca in Italy where he was incredibly quick, and now looks to try and replicate that, but now in some Valencian rain. Yeah,
indeed. Still, race continuing on. We're getting through it quite well for these drivers here. Still only the one retirement from this moment. We saw that earlier on for Alexander Legenki. But the rest of the field here doing a great job despite these conditions then. Green still leading by 1.1 seconds from Samchek Uridello to this battle here. Malotta, Nuvolini, Manzano. Priam Bruno starting to get involved here. I think Nicole is a long way back off that train. He's on a 10-place gain, the same as Denny Babacek with 11 places in P9. There is your race leader very briefly. Will Green in control. Jarlis Seyer has got that big train behind. Has got Babacek, Lazarus, Mazepin, Elbazaki, Justo and Ratajski all there trying to push forward.
Well, Will Green now turns up the dial slightly, gets back some of that time lost to Samchek, so probably now just managing the gap that he has got himself. Uridello still there, P3, not closed up to the Forza at all. Malotta still strong, P4. Nuvolini and Manzano, just mentioned then, Anthony, that's probably the main story for the remaining laps of this race. In the background, Denny Babacek, really good push through the crowd here. 11 places gained to be now inside of the top 10, but it's not over for him. Stepan Mazepin trying to give a good go. Mazepin tries to attempt it around the outside wall, just over the front of Mazepin. Elbazaki weaves his way through. Those two drivers then just chopping and changing over the front nose.
Yeah, indeed. Look at that spray, still so intense out there on the track. It's hard for the drivers to really see what they need to do here. Jarlis under pressure. Alexander Lazarus gets through and is now on an upward trend here, but is again side by side with Seyer over the line. Is Jarlis going to look to the inside line? Yes, he is. Going to try and hold it here, but round the outside, Lazarus, I think, has got that one in the bag. Lazarus now gaining places. He's on a one-place gain in P8.
Here he comes, Priam Bruno, your driver that finished on the podium at Le Conca for victory lane, arriving with these fastest laps well inside the top 10. Will be hoping and praying that the drivers ahead of him start to battle it out as the drivers behind her, costing each other some time, so he's probably quite unbothered by this lot. Sayer, Babacek, Mazepin, Elbazaki, Giacomo Justo trying to get involved in this one as well. As down the inside of Stepan Mazepin, we've got Elbazaki trying to give it a go. Babacek gets a good boot up the back on the entrance towards that second sector. Doesn't throw him off the line, holds onto it for now, but has still got to stare at that bright orange helmet of Stepan Mazepin.
Yes, indeed. And again, down the back straight, they zoom in so close there. Literally great. It's good to see. Right then, down the inside, that's fantastic for Babacek there. Really pushing forward, dialed in. I almost didn't recognise him there with the white helmet, but of course it's raining out there. He doesn't want a dry helmet getting all soaked up. But he gets the move done there on Stepan Mazepin and steps up into P10 now on a 10-place gain. Priam Bruno again, Nicole. They're closing in on Manzano. He's actually only 2 tenths behind, and there it is, the change. Priam Bruno up now into 6th place.
Up into 6th place, but has actually still got some time to try and break inside of the top 5. Nuvolini just a short run ahead of him. Last lap board, it hasn't been given to these drivers yet. Will Green looks over his shoulder, sees that that gap has tumbled down slightly. Was 6 tenths just a couple of corners ago. Now back up to 7, almost 8. Final chicane, Green, curbs 1, 2 and 3 are ticked off. Samchek still there, 7 tenths was the gap. Now it's 6.5. Last lap board is out. Really interested to see if Priam Bruno can try and get things going on Manu Nuvolini. Is Manu Nuvolini maybe a bit too far ahead of him? We'll have to find out, but for now, we'll watch on the story of the young Williams driver compared to the Forza driver. Samchek still trying to hunt down. Half a lap left for these two to go. Can Will Green get another qualifying heat win? Can Samchek get his first qualifying heat win of the weekend? Green way too far ahead, I would say now. 6 tenths, has managed this one incredibly well. Great on the brakes down towards that hairpin section of turn number 12. Green knows these conditions, is strong in these conditions. Turn number 14, Green will see that clear road ahead of him as he's seen every single lap. And it looks to me, Anthony, to be a pole to race win conversion.
Yeah, indeed. This is really good for Will Green. No drama for him in these conditions. And despite the fact that Samchek was closing in, he's dealt with it perfectly. Will Green over the line then adds another win to his name and puts himself up to 144 points in the intermediate classification. Samchek P2, Girardello's third there is still very good. It puts him second in the points with 144, despite those 2 wins earlier on. That third puts him now 1 position behind Will Green in those points. Malota finishing in 4th place from Nuvolini. Priam Bruno 6th from Miguel Manzano. Alexander Lazarus from Denny Babacek. Jarlis Sayer would lock out the top 10 in a very strong drive there for the juniors as the rain continues to fall with quite intense rainfall at the moment, and no sign of it getting any better anytime soon.
Strongest drivers within this one when it comes to getting the positions made. Priam Bruno, Denny Babacek and Michelle Orlando. Babacek and Priam Bruno both up by 11 positions, but crucially your top 3 is Green, Samchek and Giueli Girardello. So Green makes it consecutive qualifying heat wins. Giueli Girardello's tally of consecutive heat wins is now broken, has to settle for P3. You took us through our top 10 then, Anthony. Jarlis Sayer being the last driver inside of that. We then have Stepan Mazepin as P11, Mohamed Elbazaki, Giacomo Justo, Stan Richarski and Michelle Orlando as your top 15. Austin Newstead, Jeff Verbeek, Austin Finioli, Ludwig Granquist and Elton Hedvers take you to your top 20. And then we had Braden Wagner, Neil Neckmouche, Francisco Roca, Ava Lawrence, Martin Bertolacini, Yubo Wen, Jonas Pundis and Atika Mir as your last 28 finishers, with Marit Zvaric, Alexander Legenki not finishing the race and Roland Nagy not managing to start.
Indeed, a big shame there, and you can still see all the umbrellas that are still up there in the grandstand. That is at the final chicane. The skies above us looking relatively bright. However, that rain still falling with quite some intensity. There, though, Will Green, I'm sure will be delighted with that result. Will now take a bit of time to dry off, I'm sure, wherever he can, and then get himself ready for that next race later on. Here is some of the highlights from that race, and you can see, well, Green, that inside line, choosing not to switch sides, and we do see that quite often in conditions like this, Nicola. Drivers switching sides at the start, being the optimal line, but he choosing that inside line, and it actually worked out for him.
Yeah, absolutely did. Just used that wider run down towards the entrance of the first corner and was pretty unbothered by everybody else around him. Denny Babicek, of course, made up lots of positions within the race, 11 in total to match Priam Bruno, and actually got 2 for the price of 1 out down towards that first corner. Stepan Mazepin very much got stuck in, as did the Paralins in the early stages. Joely Giridello did momentarily drop back, but managed to push his way through the field. This was when Alex Malotta and Manny Nuvolini went side by side. Nuvolini originally snatching away the position when Alex Malotta got it through, as this was the story through that second sector where we saw drivers experience these DNFs. That was the Charles Leclerc that would go no further, and probably felt a bit unjust there within this race. Malotta and Nuvolini, no idea how those drivers managed to get through the final chicane. Literally no room in between it. You couldn't even put a whisker through those two drivers, the Frenchman and of course the driver out there, Malotta, as Malotta didn't manage to make it stick in the end. Stepan Mazepin continued to be hustled. Albazaki for VDK actually just cut over the front nose cone of the Tony Kart driver. Both of those drivers lucky to get away with that one. Jarlath Sayer continued to pick off positions time and time again throughout the race to break inside of the top 10. Of course, Priam Bruno was one of the main stories, but as was that driver there, Will Green makes it 2 consecutive qualifying heat wins. Good stuff for the young Williams junior driver. That concludes then your first OK Junior qualifying heat of the day. This time we go back to our groups of seniors for their first qualifying heat of the day. Groups B versus F, of course. Race distance, exactly what we saw from the drivers yesterday. 11 laps in total, 15.5 kilometres race distance in track conditions that are night and day compared to what we saw yesterday.
Yes, indeed. So, drivers out there onto the track, and a good start. Right, let's take a quick moment then to take you through the full starting lineup for this one. Iskender Solfakari will be joined by Nicolas Schaeffler on the front row of the grid. Both of them relatively decent days. Schaeffler with a slightly better day, a second and a win. William Kalija and Clovis Neugrade will go from row number 2. That's Emmanuel Maguez and Henry Domain. Row 4, Thomas Pradier and Thomas Sikorashki. There we'll see William Marshall and Luke Tal on row 5. Drew Waltz and Mariano Lopez go from row 6, with Evan Purcell, Filippo Sala rounding out the first half of the field.
Part 2 of your grid, row number 8 is Arata Endo alongside Marco Gast. And from 9, Rafael Bussato needs a good race after being disqualified yesterday. He'll be with Nicola Stanley. 10th row, top 20, Antonio Coccianello with Valerio Villapiano. And from row number 11, Max Wayland will be seeing Zarif Raquel. Igor Petrotti, I don't think is out there on the track. He should be starting alongside Emilia Vishamirska in the Henza. And then shortly behind on row number 13, Nathan Kappen. DNF for him yesterday. He'll be with Victor Stalmack. 14 rows in total, but only one runner on that final row. And for Energy is Yang Zimo, who needs a good run after some quite consistent poor results yesterday in qualifying heats.
Yeah, that is quite the shame. Right, now it's Gonzalo Planta's time to stand out in the rain as he's out there into that final chicane, just to slow the drivers down at the very start of this one as we enter into the tram lines. Are we racing? We are not. It is a false start. I don't think the field was ready there at all, and that is the visibility that the drivers will have at the very start.
You say visibility, it's not visibility, it's just a complete and utter spray. You know, these drivers in the mid-pack section, anybody below sort of that 4th row. So Luke Tao, William Marshall, Mariano Lopez, Drew Waltz, they're right in, you know, the heart of it. Really tough stuff for them on the entrance towards turn number 1. I think, you know, the main thing that they're trying to do is just try and see what's going on ahead of them.
Yeah, and I can see something that's going on out there. Igor Petrotti is out there. I can see the ASD Monster K factory team driver out on track. He is the only one that's out there, and you can see him right there in the background. So he's not clocking up on our screen, so possible transponder problem for him out there. So let's see what happens in this race for the drivers as we get squared away for a second attempt at this race start. And yeah, for all these drivers here, we just wait and see. There is Zemo Yang, who yesterday, Nicole, very smartly deployed the fresh tyres straight away in the first session, anticipating weather conditions like this for the racing?
Yeah, Zemo Yang then, of course, starting at the back. So probably just thought, I've got nothing to lose, really. I can't go any further back than I currently am. Let's take a bit of a risk out there. So I would say Mick Panigada, the team of Energy, got their heads together. Let's try and, pull something out of our sleeve here, see what we can do. Has deployed that new tyre. We'll see how that one fares maybe later on if he can get into those superheats. But for now, completely wet running for our drivers. And this time it will be a second attempt at a race start.
Yeah, it certainly will be. Into the tram lines then. Are we racing? The answer, yes, towards turn one. Good start then for the Ward Racing of Zulfikari. He has the ultimate line there in towards turn one. No spray in front of him as well. Schaufler on the outside is going to try and carry the speed, but has slotted down into third place. Make that fourth, possibly even fifth as they go through now the standing water that is forming. Zulfikari's lost out massively there. Through goes the Paralin. Good start for Kalesia now. Takes the lead, but not for long because now the MP machine goes through. This is Henry Domain, who's had a brilliant start to this race from the third row of the grid in P6. Very wobbly through the next sector there. Goes the Tony Kart. That's Thomas Bradier trying his best to carry the speed through the turn. The rest of the field has done a good job here, but Zulfikari clearly has lost out quite a bit. The other of the MPs now trying to get involved here. This is a knot further down. I think that's Luke Tal, who's had an incredible start to this race as he steps up through the field. Luke Tal started this one all the way down in the fifth row of the grid.
Tal then results yesterday P9 and a P25, so he's trying to pull something out the bag after that 25th and try and get himself back into the sharper end of these points. Your top three, Henry Domain, what a start for the driver of MP, up by 5 positions. Kalesia though, looks to try and give it a go. Gets the corner wrong, is now hustled by Tal. Tal gets into P2. That opens up the door for Nicholas Schaufler now, who jumps into P3. So Kalesia just didn't quite get turn number 1 right. Now he sees himself getting involved with Iskender Zulfikari sat there in the Paralin. Both of these drivers on equal machinery, but of course one for Ward, one for the factory team. Change. This time we've got Schaufler giving it a go. Tal looks to maybe lose out, but goes right round the outside, uses that optimum line, V's the corner off. Schaufler's going to take the tighter line, use the curb, converts that one into a nice little switch of position there. The DPK now into P2.
Yeah, it's good stuff. Domain now has been released though. 1.6 seconds clear from this as again continuing the fight. Drama ensuing further down the field. This is unfortunately yeah, indeed, and we'll go no further in this race. Back through that chicane, Kalesia all over the curbs here. Luke Tal in close proximity just behind Zulfikari. Chikarashki just there as well from Clovis Nougarade. Marco Garza, Filippo Sala just off the back end of this one. Those two drivers of Garza and Sala up 8 and 5 places. Wheel to wheel. Kalesia off the road. He won't like that at all. Wheel the 105 and through goes Tal, Zulfikari and Chikarashki. Kalesia down to 5th place. The two Wards here side by side. They make contact as well. Do the two Wards, Zulfikari and Chikarashki, nearly coming off the track together.
It's now unravelling for Kalesia in this stage of the race. Off the road, Kalesia onto the grass, gets back onto the track, but almost lost that Paralin underneath him. Their drivers just showing each other some muscle in the early stages of this morning. This time, Iskender Zulfikari still trying to figure things out with Luke Tal for this last spot inside of the top 3. Iskender takes that slightly tighter line down towards the entrance of turn number 14, but they stay line of stern for P3, Tal and Iskender being those two drivers. Kalesia still in the fight, still inside of the top 10, but has really been shown, a bit of muscle over the past couple of laps. These drivers probably knowing that he's a bit of a threat out there. Down the inside, Iskender Zulfikari now gets into P3.
Yeah, indeed, fighting back now to the front of this grid after that very busy start to this race. Schaufler, though, now in second. Fastest driver out there, 108.013, looking very quick as Sala there slinging it round the outside of William Kalija, and Kalija now getting muscled by Marco Gast here as they all try and fight for position, but Kalija's managed to squeeze his way back through here, and I think has found its feet once more, and is now re-attacking on Filippo Sala and gets that move back. So good stuff there for Kalija.
Wow.
As he tries to step his way forward in this race. Schaufler, the gap 1.7 seconds. Is Schaufler closing in on Domain? Answer at this moment, unsure, but was 0.3 faster on that last lap from Domain, so we'll keep an eye on the gap. Through the spray comes Marco Gask on that Koski Motorsport machine. Sees Filippo Sala in tow and communicating. I'm not sure you will have seen that though, Filippo. It's a bit too spray out there.
Kalija now channeling some of that anger and just, channeling it into a result here. Gets back into the sharper end of the field, settles back down, just calms things down. And now actually Luke Tal under investigation for potentially causing a collision. I would predict that's for what happened through the second sector a couple of laps ago. But the MP currently sat in P4 being looked at. This time switches still going on. This is Sala getting back past Garth there, down towards turn number 12. Hairpin moments for these drivers, just using those slightly different lines. Some using the curb to hook the corner round, some going a bit deeper into the corner and just V'ing things off. Out of turn number 14, these drivers will go. Sala, Gas, Miguez and Waltz. These drivers to try and slot themselves into the last spot inside of the top 10.
Loving that shot there from Waltz. Just seeing how he's utilising his centre of gravity there, his body weight to try and push the kart through the corner. Has a bit of a moment there as well with Pradir and Miguez. But you can just see how he kind of flicks the steering wheel and then throws his body weight over one of the rear wheels just to try and get the traction out of the turn, and it seemingly working out for him. This is Iskendisov Kari. No, this is Thomas Chikarashki closing in on Luke Tal. There is the move down the inside. Bit robust. Tal off the road. He will not be happy with that one.
Well, Tal may be given a bit of a taste of his own medicine there with that move. So we've got Domain still out in the front. It was a second that he had from Schaufler. Zulfikari, Tal and Chikarashki now swapping positions, and just behind in this battle, we still got these drivers swapping positions. This time it's Waltz getting past Miguez, opening up the door for Thomas Pradir. Pradir there just read that one perfectly. Waltz loses out again, so made the move stick, but now side by side, these three drivers, this trio, Pradir, Waltz and Miguez, fighting it out as Miguez looks to try and hold on to this one. Chicane Pradir makes himself the leader of this battle and gets further up into the order. Now with for Pradir, still sat there in P10 and shortly behind Waltz again, still being pushed round slightly by Miguez.
Yeah, indeed. Good scrap here in that top fighting positions. Zulfikari now the fastest driver out there. Gap between Schaufler and Domain. I said I'd keep an eye on it. It's down to 0.8 of a second, so a second has been taken out of Domain's lead, but we'll wait to see how that one will transpire a bit later on. To the inside there, Manuel Miguez fighting still with Waltz here. Waltz trying to defend it, but just leaves those doors open, and Miguez gets through. Arata Endo now here to play as well. Looks to the inside, puts that 121 Tony Kart machine down the middle of them and splits the two apart. May actually find himself going for the move here. This is your race lead. Domain, Schaufler, Zulfikari. Big hit of the curb there for Schaufler. He'll lose time there, and he did lose time. It's back to 0.4 of a second, but he is still massively closed in. But Zulfikari as well. Look at this. This fight is certainly on here now, Nicole.
Absolutely is. I think we're on for a move here. Second sector could be the opportunity for the DPK of Schaufler. Does he make it? Stick down the inside. Zulfikari tries to have a look and tries to put that Ward nose cone down the inside. Doesn't manage to quite give it a go, but Schaufler makes himself again this weekend a race leader for DPK. Of course, Spanish team wanting a good result out here.
Oh, Domain
Garcia have had some good moments as Domain was a race leader, but in the course of just half a lap has now dropped to P3.
Yeah, he ran out very wide there, and of course, just off the racing lines, a lot of standing water, and that can really slow you down there, and he lost a lot of momentum down that infield straight, and Zulfikari was just kind of gifted that one there with the move down the inside. So very interesting. Again, running wide is Domain. He is pushing hard here, but the traction level just isn't there right now for him. And all of them absolutely smacking that final curve out of the chicane. I think he's got a problem. Domain slowing. Henry Domain might be out of this race here. Chikarashki could have a chance of getting up to third place. We can just see he had no power out of the corner. Has his engine flooded here? Has he got water in the system? There's so much out there. That is it causing drama for him?
Well, we'll have to find out. For now, he's still sat there in P3, isn't massively losing out to Thomas Chikarashki, but something slightly untoward for Domain. Is it just a case that he got all over that rumble strip on the exits of the chicane, just got it wrong, had to back off, had to try and resettle himself, change for the race lead almost. Zulfikari looked to send it down the inside, now will muscle out. Schaufler. Nice stuff by Iskender there. A pole position earlier on in this weekend, I would say, has given him some huge confidence. Now makes himself, for the first time this weekend, a race leader.
Yeah, read that beautifully. And you're just seeing there how you can see Schaufler was going to try and go for that up and under through the corner, kind of gifting him the lead into the corner, making him feel like he can outbrake himself, and then, of course, but just slam the door closed on the exit. That was beautifully read there from Zulfikari to get himself back up into the race lead here. Schaufler then will do anything he can, I can imagine, but Domain for the moment still holding on to third. I'm still curious about what happened to him down that start-finish straight. Lost out a lot of time. Zulfikari a little wide there. Schaufler with a little look to the inside. But here you can see now Thomas Chikarashki with a chance to go for third, sends it, but completely outbreaks himself. Domain holds on to it for now.
Yeah, but you know what? In a stage like this, in a race like this, you've got to try and give it a go, and that's exactly what you just saw from Chikarashki. Did, of course, over-push it slightly, but it was a high-risk, high-reward. Didn't quite manage to get that one out of the bag, but you've always got to try and test these things. Still being tested. Iskender Zulfikari, 3/10 that he's got, almost 4. Schaufler still trying to get it back, as we can confirm. Henry Domain, no technical gremlins out there for them, but maybe a gremlin in the form of a competitor down the inside. Final chicane. This is where Thomas Chikarashki does make the move stick. Great move there into the final corner as Henry Domain, looks over his shoulder, looks at his teammate. Luke Tal is down towards that first corner. Something's wrong there for Henry Domain. So vulnerable at certain points of the circuit. Now loses out to another position, within the course of around about 300 metres for Domain. He's lost out to Tal. He's lost out to Chikarashki.
Yeah, definitely something there. We'll have to talk to him afterwards and see what he feels. There, though, Zulfikari and Schaufler absolutely fine at the front, but still pushing on this final lap.
Of course, the two moves that we've just seen being made on Henry Domain, one Luke Tal, one Chikarashki, have been at the bottom of straights. Is it gearing for Henry Domain? Are they slightly wrong out of the corners? We don't know. Definitely want to try and find out for him, but I would say there's just something not quite right with that MP. Iskender Zulfikari, though, great race. If he can get this one to the line, I think he's going to be heading back to that ward tent incredibly happy. Schaufler has had qualifying heat win, now looks to settle for a P2 over the final curb. Checkered flag is out. Iskender Zulfikari, great race win for him. Great race win for Ward. Lots to be happy about. Would love to be a fly on the wall within that tent, because he's doing a stellar stuff this weekend so far. Finishes off ahead of Nicolas Schaufler for DPK. Then Thomas Chikarashki, 5 positions gained to round out your top 3. Tal under investigation, but crosses the line in P4 ahead of teammate Henry Domain. Clovis Nougarade there in P6 with William Kalesia, Filippo Sala, Marco Gast and Drew Waltz as the following drivers inside your top 10. Indeed,
very strong performance there for the field, and with that fight, Nicolas Schaufler with that P2 adds another good result to his tally, will take the lead of the intermediate classification. Marco Gast, though, biggest mover inside the top 10 to finish 16th to 9th. That's a good run there. As we were saying, Nicolas Schaeffler leading the intermediate classification now with that P2. Iskender Sulfakari up to P2 in the intermediate classifications with the win, with Thomas Chiskaraski rounding out the top 3 of that race. As you were mentioning, the top 10, good run for them all. Tom Apridir just finishing outside that one in P11 from William Marshall and Arata Endo. Evan Purcell from Mariano Lopez, Antonio Coccianella and Manuel Meguez. Valerio Villapiana rounding out the first screen there in P18. 19th place downwards, we'll see Rafael Bassato, Max Wieland and Zarif Rekal. Emilia Veshomirska in 22nd from Nicholas Stanley. 23rd, the retirement, Victor Stalmack, Nathan Kappin, Egon Pedrotti, I think, did retire in that first lap alone. And then Zima Yang as well caught out at the start of that race. For everyone else through, is that problems there? Is that nose cones there for drivers? Not too sure. Potentially for Iskender Sulfakari. Oh, that would be disastrous for Sulfakari. I mean, if that is a 5-second nose cone penalty, that would put him down to 5th place. Oh, that is such a shame.
Well, shame for Iskender, but great stuff for Nicolas Schaeffler. I'm sure he's probably seen that ahead of him and has now got a bit of a smile on his face. He's had qualifying heat wins, now makes to maybe look at another one. Down towards the first corner, first lap, absolutely no visibility out there. Hope these drivers, have got a bit of bravery there, because down towards that first corner, hoping that nobody makes a mistake in front of you, because you're going to find yourself in trouble. William Kalijah, early stages of the race, was a contender. Tao got his elbows out, gave it a good go. This was when Nicolas Schaeffler and Tao were going side by side. Tao, of course, under investigation, maybe for that moment that we saw a moment ago, and this is when we saw the early on retirements. We've got fusions, we've got again the energy of Zima Yang not managing to finish a race. Nathan Kappin again will make it consecutive DNFs. William Kalijah off the road out towards that second sector, onto the grass, does rejoin, and then after that moment actually channeled some of that anger to try and claw his way back through the field. Iskender Sulfakari was not gifted a win. He really did have to push his way through the crowd after dropping back in the first couple of laps. Sala was another driver to try and give a good go of it, made up 6 positions in total to match Tal and make himself one of the biggest movers throughout the field, as Tal was maybe through the halfway point of the race, given a taste of his own medicine.
Yeah, a tough run there for the field, but then we saw the likes of Thomas Chikarashki pushing through the field, and Iskender Sulfakari. This was that first change there to get him past Henry Domain, who would later suffer from some form of issue with his wagon. Then the fight between himself and Nicolas Schaeffler. This one here, a beautiful pass, I think, and reading the road fantastically there. Schaeffler not able to retaliate on it, and there you can see the first overtake. That was Chikarashi getting through, and then later on that start-finish straight, you can see how Domain was trying to push it forward. It just wasn't going, and then later Luke Tal able to get that move done and up to 4th place. Iskender Sulfakari, though, across the line would take the win. However, we do suspect that could be a nose cone penalty that has gone his way, and if that is the case, Sulfakari would tumble down to about 5th place in the results, which a bit of a shame. We're cracking on with the races. We're over now to the juniors, this time for qualifying heat groups C versus E. This will see the likes of Albert Tam and Zach Zhu on the front row of the grid, and some good races yesterday for both of these drivers, and always inside the top 10. Even Zach Zhu at that second race did come away with a penalty, but still finished in P9 nonetheless. Yeah,
Albert Tam, though, I think you've got to give it to him so far this weekend. Really good stuff so far, and we're going to hear a little bit about what he had to say yesterday after that quali.
Well then, Albert Tam, at FIA level, this is the first time we've ever seen you on pole position. Must be a fantastic feeling. Congratulations.
Yeah, it's the first pole of the year. I mean, we've always had the pace, but yeah, just haven't figured it out sometimes, and now it finally came, so I'm very happy.
And of course, qualifying gets into a bit of a strategy for drivers as well. It's not easy out there. Tell us, that fastest lap that we just saw from you, what were the specific things that you did to really perfect it?
Well, yeah, I had to leave a gap because they started to wait, so I was like, yeah, I have to leave the gap, otherwise I'm gonna go into the mess. But yeah, I'd just like to thank everyone that helped me, and yeah, very happy.
And of course, Will Green is on pole position as well within his group. You guys will see each other at some point throughout our sessions, throughout our qualifying heats. For you, being a newer driver, to be up right at the sharp end of the field, how are you going to play that one out with somebody with so much experience?
Well, I think I'm just going to try to do my best. I mean, I know now we have the pace, so I'll just try to stay there at the front.
Well, Albert, pole and group, big congratulations. Well done.
Thank you.
Good to hear there from Albert Tam as he starts this one on the front row of the grid alongside Zach Zhu on row 1. Maxim Bobachov and Alessandro Truchot go from row 2. Then we'll see Lorenzo Di Pietro Antonio and Benjamin Westwood on row number 3. Row 4 will just be Antonio Pizzonia, no Sammy Hugon on that 4th row of the grid, with Mason Robertson and Emerson Macandu Uren on row number 5. Navarro Morales and Oivo Venturata going from row number 6. It was a tough day for the Finn yesterday, hoping to fight back in this one with Felipe Sanchez and Juan Garcia in row 7. Santiago Diaz de la Vega, Gil Basato go from row number 8.
Row number 9 sees Tony Kart's Antonio Ayani alongside Xavier Lazaro, and from row number 10, your top 20 is Ji Halfway with Ricky Flynn's Liam Nachuate. 11th row is Max Feld with Mark Lumitz, and from row number 12, Jean Pujol will be looking for a good result after a disqualification yesterday. He's starting with Energy's Jan Garjelik. 13th row, Christian Rost with Savalik again. From row number 14, Aurelien Lemaire will see Daniel Ferraria. Row number 15, then your final of your grid. 30 drivers in total, and it sees Min-Jae Kim with Ireland's Christian Kobe. Of course, groups C versus E are up. Your front row, Albert Tam and Zach Zhu. Zach Zhu then, good results yesterday for him, a P2 and a P1, and actually a new team change going into this weekend, has swapped over to Victory Lane a couple of weeks ago. Of course, same machinery for Zach, knows the KR machinery well, but so far, being part of Camp Victory Lane, really good stuff for him.
Well, they're a very experienced satellite team in this paddock. They've taken many drivers onto great wins and victories, and really seeing what they can achieve in the world of this paddock in 2026. And a lot of the satellite teams doing good work over the course of this season. Right then, into the tram lines. Are we racing? Answer is no. False start. They go round again for this one, and still work. Gives them a bit of time to get used to the conditions a little bit more, but still the spray there. Rain, Nicole, seeming like it's taken a little bit of a break for the time being.
I'm a bit worried that it's stopped, and it's like going to give us a bit of a... I'm going to
false
give you
confidence.
Yeah, a bit of false confidence that it's going to stop, give us some good track conditions, and then it's just going to absolutely pour down again, which is still forecast to join us again in not long. But for now, you know, slowing up, leaving some of the track with less stagnant water than we saw before, but still very much these wet conditions for these drivers. Of course, first moments of wet running for these groups. Groups C versus E didn't meet each other yesterday during the racing, so interested to see how this one fares.
I'm checking my weather radar, and yes, I can see that we are just right on the edge of what I can... Varmageddon, really. I think I can account for it. I'll show you, Nicole. There you go. That's what we're right next to.
You've got your brolly, your wellies, and your boat.
If you're down the road in Geneva at the moment, it's absolutely caning it down. This dryness will only last for so long, though. We are expecting a lot more to reach us a bit later on. Right then. Nice and slow, nice and steady. Oh, look at those fabulous wellies on board there for Gonzalo Planta. He has found some of those somewhere lying around. Feel sorry for the person who he's stolen them off. Right then, here we go into the tram lines. Are we racing this time? Answer is yes. Towards turn 1. Good start for Tam. Not good in the background there. One cart onto the grass. The DPK amazingly keeps control. And that was quite the start there for, I think that was Guillaume Bassato and the 249 machine that was able to bring it back onto the track. The rest of the field through the first chicane relatively clean and dry, but it looks like Zach Zhu has taken an early lead in this one. The Victory Lane leads the way.
Well, one of the Tony karts off the road in the background does manage to get back onto the track. Could have potentially have been Jean Pujol that just ran himself off of the road. Out in the front, though, good stuff by our top three as everybody else tries to file themselves into position. Top three looking steady as this is Albert Tam being hustled then. Drivers in the background that have pushed their way through the crowd already. Emerson McAndrew-Uren trying to give a good go, trying to break inside of the top five as this is a nice little battle. Lorenzo Di Petrantonio, good start by him. Finds himself getting past Albert Tam. Albert Tam now being fed to the wolves behind him in this big pack that now goes out of the final corner to complete the first lap of running. Zach Zhu out in the front. Oiva Venturata is the driver in P2. 10 places gained on the first lap.
If someone was hoping for wet conditions today, I can imagine it was probably Oiva Venturata. That is an incredible start to the race here for the Finnu. Yesterday at a DNF at a 23rd place. A P2 would be an incredible result to really put him back into the point-scoring spots here. Tam trying to deal with the likes of everyone else. Lorenzo Di Petrantonio, Juan Garciase fighting. Juan Garciase also on a 10-place gain here. Will stress both of those drivers, both fighting through the field from quite far back. So incredible drive for them here. This still fighting on, and is that now Oiva Venturata who's just lost out there to Lorenzo Di Petrantonio, I believe it. No, I don't think it was. No, that's Emerson McAndrew-Uren pushing through. That's through past Juan Garciase, so he's up to 4th place. That's a 6th place game for him as well.
Yeah, and this start by Oiva Venturata, despite poor results yesterday, DNFs, you can't put it down to having fresher tyre or anything like that because, of course, wet conditions for these drivers, wet tyres for these drivers, that has quite literally just been him pushing his way through the field with a shield ahead of him to make up these 10 positions. Di Petrantonio now under pressure for the last spot inside of the top three. It is McAndrew-Uren that is the driver to try and give it a go. Up by 6 places for him. Himself and teammate Venturata started together at the race start. Now looks to put the nose down the inside. The Tony kart and the KR go for it. Now opens up the door slightly to the Paralin. Just gets shoved off the road ever so slightly there by the driver behind. Gets back onto the tarmac, but Juan Garciase trying to push round the Brit. Emerson McAndrew-Uren maybe just returns it ever so slightly and shows it, I'm not here to be shoved around. It's around the outside. We've got one of the Ricky Flynns starting to get involved. Bobrashov now too for the price of one through turns 13 and 14. Good stuff by Bobrashov. Needs a good result after yesterday's P24 first qualifying heat.
Yeah, very tough there. Here comes McAndrew-Uren as well. Back down the inside. Gets that through and again clouting those curves and trying to keep the engine temps at an optimal condition there. Of course, with so much spray hitting that radiator, it can cool down quite quickly. You need to keep the engine temp up but not let it overheat as well. As a lick of oversteer now as down the inside comes Sanchez. Yeah, Felipe Sanchez on the energy course now through past Juan Garciase and is up to 6th place.
Antonio Pizzonio just behind this battle is on an absolute charge. You can just see the way that he's driving the track, really is trying to make up these positions that he's lost. Just momentarily, I think, ran himself slightly off of the road, but there he is now trying to get past Juan Garciase. Settled now inside of your top 5. No change, of course, between Zhu and Venturata. Doe has got himself almost a second gap as Bobrashov now down the inside at the 13th corner. That's Mason Robertson, the Red Bull driver, who's out of the race and absolutely parked in the dirt out there on the track. Is quite a far way in, actually, to the runoff area.
Yeah, and I think he had a moment there with Mark Lumitz for the Lenovo Calicar team, who was able to keep going. This, though, here, Di Petrantonio under massive pressure from Bobrashov, but he's managed to get it through and again up into 3rd place. Runs a little wide there. Here's McAndrew-Uren as well, trying to get involved as the two nearly tangle there up ahead. The switch over through 2 into 3. And Emerson McAndrew-Uren trying to get it round the outside, has managed to squeeze his way through. Incredible drive for the young Brit. Leaves the door open, though, to Sanchez on the energy course. He sends it through, and look at this now for Felipe Sanchez. He's gained not 1, 2, but 3 places up to 3rd. More retirements in this race. Guillaume Bassato and Christian Alexanderos are the latest retirements in this race.
Impressed with Felipe Sanchez with that one. Not sure if he actually, intended to give that a go, but pulls off the positions 3. He'll take it. He'll run down that 135-metre straight now as the leader of that train of karts. Himself and Emerson McAndrew-Uren have given themselves a bit of breathing room now as Bobrishov and Lorenzo still going for it. Both those drivers just taking a nice lick of the curb to hook things round down that back straight. Is out to the final corner. Again, Di Antonio looks to be under some pressure now as side by side Navala Morales trying to squeeze his way through, this time on Juan Garciase, and says, thank you very much, I'll have the position.
Yeah, indeed. Beautiful stuff there. For the fighting. Here comes now the ward of Pizzonia on Di Antonio, gets that one done. Navala Morales still fighting with Juan Garciase. Garciase trying to get the up and under, does just find a gap there, but cannot hold it, and Navala Morales then up into 8th place. Sabalek Kage just behind the wild card in this group. 16 places gained. It's inside that top 10 now, and it's starting to close in. This at the front is the lead. Zach Zhu was caught up there quite considerably by Oivan Venturati. Tried to get a move done there, but the gap's opened back up now to 0.6 of a second. A failed attempt there at a lead change, but still at a chance nonetheless.
I think Oivan Venturati looks really strong.
Navala Morales round into the final chicane, and I could just see that in the background. Took too much curb onto the exit of that turn, and that is absolute disaster striking for the Spaniard, who will tumble out of the race, and you can imagine will be so upset about that one. Just dropped a wheel on too much of the curb.
Bobrishov and McAndrew-Uren now switched positions, so Bobrishov rounded out his day yesterday with a P2, now looks to try and pick things up, redeem himself after tumbling down the order and having some moments in his first qualifying heat. Now into P4, looking at Felipe Sanchez, but Sanchez quite far ahead of him. This is the story, however. Zach Zhu out there for victory lane, hunting down another qualifying heat win, but it's not going to be gifted to him. Oivan Venturati has closed up that gap over the past couple of laps. Zach Zhu's been holding on to the pace, has not given anything up just yet, but Oivan Venturati is within that sort of chasing distance where he's going to get a fire in his belly and think, actually, I can try and go for this one. Final chicane ticked off under the start-finish gantry. Zhu, the gap, now down to 3.5 tenths. Laps left for Venturati to try and climb up from where he started on that grid, on that 6th row, for maybe a potential qualifying heat win, not just the first for the weekend, but the first for the year as well for him. Yeah, indeed. A lot of these drivers, of course, didn't get the opportunities to put these karts so high up in La Conca. We had some really good weather in La Conca for the FIA weekend, and certainly a very strong performance we saw from many of them. But here now in Valencia, in the wet conditions here for round 2, certainly playing into the hands of many other drivers here. Zach Zhu, though, still delivering. Look at this now. Felipe Sanchez closing in. So is Maxim Bobrishov. 4 karts now fighting for the lead, with the last lap board out this time for these top 4. Big check over the shoulder for Oivan Venturati. I think he's now decided in his own mind that, right, I've got to go for this move now. I cannot let them close in behind. In towards that final chicane. The last lap board will go out, but he's slow out of the corner. Here comes Sanchez. Felipe Sanchez down the inside. He's going to look for 2nd place here on Oivan Venturati, and does get through, but runs wide. Venturati back down the inside, retakes it. But does he hold it on the exit? The answer is yes, but it's going to be another up and under. And now here comes Bobrishov. He goes through. Oivan Venturati from 2nd down to 4th. And it releases Zach Zhu at the front, but here's Bobrishov in for 2nd place. Beautifully done. Finds the gap down the inside of the energy course, but he's back through. Down the inside is Sanchez. Muscles his way through, and this could give 2nd place back to Oivan Venturati if he can find the gap and find the pace, but he can't do that right now. Zach Zhu needs to do one thing, and that's focus on getting to the end as the two continue to fight behind the energy course. The Ricky Flynn, here's the Tony kart. Down the inside, Oivan Venturati again tries to take it, but can't do it. Emerson McAndrew-Uren is now here as well. He could get involved. Could he get up into 3rd, maybe even 2nd? I don't think he could.
as they will continue to fight. Bobrov will defend it. Sanchez to the outside. Line astern. Out of the final chicane. Zak Zhu will take his first win. But here across the line goes Bobrov into P2. Great result. Sanchez, though, with 10 gain, finishes in third. Venturata fourth from Emerson McAndrew. Uren, who finishes that one in P5. Quite the exciting little last couple of laps there for that race, Nicole. Anyone would think that was a final.
Yeah, and quite interestingly, you know, all of those drivers involved in that one, Bobrov, Sanchez, Venturata, McAndrew, Uren at the later corners as well, unscathed. You know, nobody tagged each other. It was just complete clean racing for your drivers inside of the top 5. But Zak Zhu, I'm sure, will be heading back into Parc Fermé, back to see that weighing scale, to think, actually, thank you very much, boys, you just massively helped me. You guys fought it out, gifted me that 1.3 second race win. He'll add to his tally on a weekend that's looking incredibly strong for both Zak Zhu. Victory Lane Karting at La Conca, they had Priam Bruno up at the front. This time they have Zach out there doing a stellar job for them. Into Parc Fermé they will head. Zhu from Bobrov, from Felipe Sanchez, who personally, you know, Anthony, for him, really impressed with that drive. So calm, so composed to push through the crowd.
Yeah, indeed. And the same could be said for the rest of the drivers inside that top 10. Your top 3 then, Zak Zhu, Maxim Bobrov and Felipe Sanchez. Venturata, McAndrew, Uren. Peter Antonio finishing that one in P6 from Antonio Pizzonia. Juan Garciase from Savale Kage and Daniel Ferreira, who would round out the top 10. Kage and Ferreira are there, 17 and 18 places gained. Albert Tam at the very end of that one from pole would finish in P11 ahead of Liam Nashawati. Gio Fay in 13th from Aurelien Lemaire. Max Feld from Santiago Diaz de la Vega in the top 16 from Benjamin Westwood. Savio Lazaro from Antonio Ianni. Jan Garzielek from Christian Kobe. Alessandro Truchot, Kim and Jay, and Jean Peugeot. Mark Limitz rounds out the top 25. The retirements, Novello Morales, Guillaume Bassato, Christian Alexander-Ust, and Mason Robertson not seeing that checkered flag. Here's your highlights. Tam on the inside, very good start. Guillaume Bassato right at the beginning of that one, squeezed out onto the grass there and nearly out of the race before it even started. He would later retire with only 4 laps to go, but still a very shaky one. Emerson McAndrew Uren, really strong drive there, 5 places gained, but certainly got muscled in after a challenging day yesterday.
Yeah, indeed. Felipe Sanchez then was another driver to get absolutely all involved. Mason Robertson didn't manage to complete the entire race. He would be the first retirement within things, as Rost, Bassato, Morales would join him later on. This was the incident between Christian Rost and Guillaume Bassato that caused those two to be out, and this was the moment for Novello Morales. Just lost that rear end, managed to actually luckily get the car stopped on the grass then. Lucky to not manage to keep going backwards onto the racing line of that final chicane, but parked for the driver who was looking strong within that race and was looking for a good result on home soil. Zak Zhu, Ivo Venturata, Felipe Sanchez and Maxim Bobrov. That was the story on the last couple of laps as Sanchez, pushed his way, forced his way up the order, gave it a good go. They went side by side. Ivo Venturata got into P2, then Sanchez snatched it back. The door then opened for Bobrov to go down the inside at that third corner. Bobrov then saw that the door was left open by the energy course and said, "Thank you very much, I'm walking through and I'm going to have this one." He converted a P3 start to a P2, making it 2 P2 qualifying heats in a row. Sanchez, though, did actually in the last half of the last lap think, I'm going to try and give it one more attempt, but it wouldn't be enough. Bobrov would take that wider line, would naturally get more run out of the engine. Zak Zhu then had it over the line, lost the rear ever so slightly on the exit of that rumble strip, but he takes it again. Great stuff for Zak Zhu, great stuff for Victory Lane. This time, same groups we will be seeing as what we've just had, groups C versus E, but this time we go back to our OKs for their next qualifying heat. Bosco Arias and Dan Alleman will be starting on your front row. These two drivers have not seen each other so far this weekend and quite crucially have decided to switch sides of the grid.
Yes, indeed. There, Bosco Arias on the outside line, and yeah, this is where we like to see those sort of situations. This here for the Bosco Arias, though, very quick in qualifying. We caught up with him after he went third overall.
Bosco, third qualifying session for the seniors, the third pole sitter in group. Great lap out there for you. You haven't quite managed to be faster than Iskender Sulfakari and Noah Baglin, but are you still happy with this, things?
Yeah, I'm very happy. It was a fantastic lap. Thanks to Ricky Flynn that we work a lot, and GFR. We work a lot to be here, so yeah, it was a good lap and we are very happy.
And of course, you're a Spanish driver. Coming into this round at Valencia, are you finding that you've got a bit of a home ground confidence, a bit of a boost going into things to really try and impress?
It's not really my home, but I'm in Spain, it's my country, so yeah, it's better to do the pole here because all my family is here, and yeah.
And of course, coming away from La Conca in the final, you didn't quite have the result that you would have expected. Going into this round at Valencia, is that also pushing you on a little bit more?
Yeah, in La Conca in the final we was very fast, but we have problems with the tires, so we retired. That was a bit unlucky, but we managed to be here fast, so let's push here.
Well, Bosco, great job indeed. Pole in group, congratulations.
Thank you.
Well, good to chat there to Bosco Arias, who has, as we've already mentioned, elected to switch sides of the grid. Still all wet tyres out there, rain still looming in the background, but it has held off for the time being as the field gets ready for this one. Let's quickly take you through the full starting lineup for this one. Bosco Arias, of course, switching sides. We'll start alongside Dan Alleman on the front row of the grid. Aaron Garcia and Devon Waltz will go from row 2. Asher Osteen and Zach Green, they will go from row number 3, and they will see the likes of Sebastian Mins and Zach Drummond on row 4. Keep an eye on Zach Drummond, really strong here in wet conditions. Row 5, Ili Christian and Luke Kornda. They'll see Pietro Baguti and Vladimir Ivanikov on row 6. Lev Krutelov and Isaac Sayer round out the first half of the field on row 7.
Part 2 of your field, row number 8. It's Archie Owen alongside Eve Riz. Row number 9, we see Ludovico Mazzola alongside Amankara Osman. And from row number 10, your top 20 is rounded out by Juan Mateo Russo on the Birrell alongside Louis Nunez. Row number 11, Gilles Herman needs a good race after some more than average results yesterday. He'll be with Ilya Berezkin, the only IPK in your field. 12th row, Anya Lavar needs a good one as well after a disqualification yesterday, and she'll be alongside Gustavo de Silva, who had a DNF. 13th row will be Solomon Samfari on his return to FIA Karting. He'll be starting alongside Jude Thirumalaswamy. And on your 14th and final row, Nefeli Kosmopoulos of Greece will be seeing Eduardo Salamond of Brazil.
Indeed. Well, again, packed grid, 28 drivers in this one as they get themselves squared away. Like we've already said, Dan Alleman, Bosco Arias have switched sides of that grid. Arias now will go from the outside line in towards turn number 1. Intermediate classification as well. Nicholas Schaufler, 132 points at the moment ahead of William Kaluja's 113. Domain with 110, so Fakari with 107. Baglin with 100. Of course, he's had his 2 race wins. He's technically the effective points leader. Dan Alleman does sit 7th in the points behind Clovis Nougarade. They have 98 and 94 points apiece. So for Dan Alleman here, a good 50 points would put him in a good spot.
Yeah, absolutely would. Alleman, really strong in both wet and dry conditions, so expect him to try and stay at the front. Bosco Arias, though, knows this circuit very well, confident here, had that great result in qualifying. And let's not forget, 2024, when he was back out with DPK as a junior, actually stood on the podium here in Valencia. Here we go then. These groups first running for them today in qualifying heats, and down at the start-finish gantry, it's a false start.
Yeah, it is. Right, update. It's raining again. It's coming down once more.
Pardon?
It's raining again.
Oh, thanks.
Sorry. Sorry, Nicole. It is raining again. It's looming in once more, and that will put the conditions back exactly where it was. Did I catch you off there? Deputy Race Director Pasquale Lupoli out on circuit. He's watching the racing. I suspect that hood will go back up again as he's out there over in between the likes of turns 1 and turns 14.
Well, these drivers then false starts again. You know, we're going to see that time and time again as wet conditions throw them off out of that final corner. So expect, if you're watching this live stream, you know, in the next couple of heats, we're going to, well, next lot of heats, because we've got a long day ahead of us. We're going to keep seeing that, and it's going to get more and more tricky for these drivers as well, because the rain is not going to stay like this. Currently it's light. It's going to get much, much heavier, much more torrid for our drivers out there. Bosco Arias will be leading this one into the first corner, switching sides of the grid, so will now be sat on the typical anti-pole side. Will have made that decision to just make the racing line into that first corner nice and sweeping, allow him to V the corner off and really get something out of the kart and engine as we go racing.
Yes, indeed. There we go again. Gonzalo Planta just trying to slow the field down there at the front. Down around Bosco Arias on that front row of the grid. Broly's back up. Nicole, rain intensifying once again here in Valencia. Are we racing? No, we're not. It's a second false start. Just a bit too eager in that front row.
Yeah, you can just see that everybody was quite spread out there out of the final corner on the entrance towards those lights. Of course, Nigel Edwards, race director, watching on eagerly to try and send them racing, but he's not going to do it unless he thinks that we're absolutely lined up properly on both sides of your grid. It gives us an opportunity, though, to maybe talk about some drivers that could push their way up the order. Zach Drummond, you said earlier on, Anthony being one of those names. Ili Christian had some good moments yesterday with a P4 and a P7. Seb Mins, however, could be a highlight reel within this one. P5 yesterday. Mins knows these conditions and also knows this circuit. Has had success here in 2024, stood on the podium when he was back with Ricky Flynn as a junior. So keep an eye out on the driver that's now part of the Fusion camp.
I went bowling last night. While I was bowling, I did see Sebastian Mins rock up also and went 2 lanes next to me. He said, he leaned over, he said, Anthony, watch this. Threw the ball, completely missed everything. Legend. Right, anyway, racing going out and the drivers getting the temperature into those tyres a little bit more. But they don't want another third false start on this one, Nicole. They may get a bit of a telling off. Yeah,
he's going to maybe get that clipboard waved by Nigel Edwards to say, not good enough. Much slower now down towards where Gonzalo Planta, judge of fact, has just stood. They can see him just saying, slow things down. We're not going to send you until we're absolutely lined up. Now it's looking better here. Bit of pushing and shoving for these drivers. We'll look at the start-finish gantry one more time. Red lights are now green down towards turn number 1. Bosco Arias sweeps across the field on the entrance towards the first corner. Has this one. Good start by Dan Alleman, though. Alleman and Arias momentarily side by side as one of the DPKs looks to force their way through. That's Aaron Garcia trying to push through the field. Zach Green getting involved. Drummond there. You can see Sebastian Mins also trying to get this one correct. Looks like Mins' race start is maybe better than his bowling then, as 2 drivers are caught on each other's side pod and seemingly have just driven each other off of the circuit. One being an MP, didn't quite see who the second one was, but if Riz, Juan Mateo Russo and Gustavo da Silva are 3 drivers who have not had the right race starts.
Well, it was Gustavo da Silva who was caught out with Yves Rees. That was those 2 drivers. It was Juan Mateo Russo who missed the chicane, but is still in this race. So he'll clock up now through the next sector. Eyes on the field then as they head down the back straight. Here's 2 Birrells going wheel to wheel through one of the fastest turns on the track in wet conditions. Well, they both get through it. Nicely done there. A little further back in the field, that is Ludovico Mazzola, one of those drivers. Here comes the Sebastian Mins and Zach Drummond, teammates, fellow countrymen, and touching wheels there through the first turn. Seb Mins just squeezing his way through.
Well, rule number 1 of karting, don't crash. Rule number 2, don't crash with your teammates. Almost a bit of a moment down the start-finish straight, but they give each other that room again. Mins, it's cost him some time because he's lost out to Green, but looks to get the position back. Green is going to go on that wider line down towards turn number 7. As does he hold on to it? No, Seb Mins has got this one as one of the CRGs of Asher Osteen, still trying to get involved. Osteen, really good day for him yesterday, lit things up, ended up with, I think, a P3 or a P2 at one of the stages. It was actually a P3. Best result for him so far throughout this year, and now looks to try and replicate that throughout this race. Drummond, you called it earlier on, Anthony, good in these conditions. It suits the driver from Scotland, and now he's into P4. Aaron Garcia, plenty of track knowledge and uses it to his advantage down the inside at the chicane, gets past Dan Alleman, and now looks to hunt down his next spot of prey, which will be fellow countryman of Bosco Arias.
Sebastian Mins under investigation for potentially cutting the circuit. We'll need to keep an eye on that one as this fight goes on at the front, which is just bringing in the drivers behind here. Arias to the outside. Here's Garcia trying to get the up and under. Not able to find the gap just yet, but certainly looking very quick. You can see here how Garcia, significantly taller than both Arias and Alleman. Drummond in a similar situation. He also a much taller driver than the two up in this one. And these drivers will be able to move their body weights over the parts of the track and might actually benefit a lot more in these conditions, and that is exactly what we're seeing here. Garcia down the inside takes the lead away from Bosco Arias. Drummond, if he can, try and close in. He doesn't want to allow Garcia to break away.
Yeah, well, pace between Aaron Garcia and Zach Drummond, who are visibly looking like two of your quickest, is that Garcia now out in the front is only a tenth faster than Drummond. And both of those drivers, both faster than Arias and Dan Alleman. Dan Alleman then just taking that tighter line, but now costs himself time. He's just, driven a longer distance of the road by deciding to do that, and has absolutely just given the position to Drummond now. Drummond now for the first time this weekend inside of the top 3. Good stuff for him. Alleman looks to get the move done around the outside, tries to attempt something through this second sector, but Drummond just visibly miles quicker than both Alleman and Bosco Arias there. Arias just looking to struggle slightly out of turn 10, does use the curb, but it's not going to be enough. Drummond so comfortable, so confident down the inside, picks off another position. Arias is going to take the slightly longer way round. They switch position one more time because he gets the run with the power by deciding to go on that long way round, Ving the corner off. They switch, they chop and change, but Arias holds on to this P2 for now. I wouldn't say for too much longer though. Chicane, that's where the move now arrives for Drummond, and switches it back once more.
Yeah, indeed, but that took a little longer than I think Drummond would like, and now the gap's opened up to 1.3 seconds now between himself and Aaron Garcia. However, we are lap 5 of this race. I can imagine it's enough time for Drummond and Garcia to maybe have a bit of a squabble, but Garcia in the front here knows this circuit so well in these conditions that he might now just drive away from the rest of the field.
Potentially so, but we've got to see what Zach Drummond can try and maximise out of this race. Of course, we know he's concentrated. We just saw that he's managing everything, these overtakes, the circuit, but also the temperature. We saw him adjusting that radiator flap just to make sure that he gets everything out of the machinery he has been given by Fusion. Garcia from Drummond, from Bosco Arias, from Dan Alleman. That's your top 4. We've then got Mins as P5, but of course is under investigation. We've then got Devin Waltz from Green and Krutulov, who have just switched positions. Krutulov now on a 6th place gain. Ili Christian hasn't lost or gained anything in these wet track conditions, as Isaac Sayer now inside of the top 10 with 4 places gained so far. This is the battle between Waltz and Mins. Mins just a bit jittery there out of the final corner. Onto the start-finish straight, though nothing too untoward, as all of these drivers being signalled and told to push, to keep going forward. Luke Corner's mechanic being one of those. Corner currently sat further down on the order, though. Not the weekend that we would have seen from him or expected from him after those really good results at La Conca, where, of course, he rounded out the weekend P2 on that podium.
Asher Osteen and Vladimir Vanikov is the fight on your screen right now. Isaac Sayer is the Jamie Green racing machine that is just ahead of this one. Then you have the drivers behind as well. Archie Owen, Gilles Herman. You can see him there on the Tony Kart with the green helmet. Luke Corner just behind that one. Tries to get the up and under, squeezed out onto the dirty part of the track, though. Loses out on a lot of time. Continues to try and push forward via the instructions from his mechanic, as you were seeing there in that previous shot only a few moments ago. But still doing his level best here in these conditions. It's not easy in these conditions. You know, you can try any racing line you want, but you know, a driver can do the opposite and can find themselves back through again. So it's a tough fight for all of these drivers out there to push forward.
Yeah, indeed, and quite interesting. You know, you've got both Luke Corner and Gilles Herman, who were two of your best out at Le Concours. Now, you know, at not the back of the field, but quite far down compared to where we would have expected to see them. So it just goes to show how difficult it is out for these drivers, especially when you don't qualify at the front. Qualifying is so crucial for these drivers, as again these battles going on. Archie Owen now being given a bit of a shove there by Gilles Herman to say get on with it. Gilles Herman gets past Owen there. Corner maybe given a bit of an opportunity. Isaac Sayer in this fight as well, but slightly further ahead. So Owen now down the inside gets the position back off of Gilles Herman once more. Side by side they'll go in towards turn number 12 as the Tony Kart holds onto it for now. Juan Mateo Russo, DNF for him yesterday. He's trying to get his elbows out within this race. These drivers were well over this halfway stage, but still undecided for your spots in your top 13. This is the switch between the CRG and the Birrell further back. Still, these battles are quite fiery in this stage of the weekend. Garcia, 1.1 seconds clear from the rest of the field. We questioned, you know, was Zach Drummond going to have it in him to try and pull something out of that race lead that he's got? He absolutely didn't. And Aaron Garcia now returns it again, continues to go fastest as Gilles Herman now gets pushed around and hustled by the CRG. Archie Owen gifted the gap, or Archie Owen 2 places gained there through turns 3 and 4. These 5 drivers, we've got Archie Owen, Gilles Herman, still we've got Luke Corner, Juan Mateo Russo involved in this fight as well. If you're looking where to look, couldn't tell you this one because you've got a 5-car battle raging on for around about P16. You know, these drivers causing each other some massive time out there. Amin Kara, Osman, Ludovico Mazzola, Ilya Berezkin in this as well. But this is all for around about P20. You know, these drivers just holding each other up in this stage, Anthony. Yeah, indeed. Corner, though, trying to find a break in this one, has managed to squeeze his way through. But these drivers here doing a brilliant job of entertaining the crowds with their close battles. Gilles Herman again trying to find his way through down the inside of Jean-Mathieu Rousseau, but has not found that gap for the moment. Over the line onto lap number 9 now of this race. Still the fights go on, and this is a lot further back. This is the 192. This is Pietro Baguti in 18th place, fighting with Armin Kadi Osman, and that just shows how close it is. Squeezed off the road there is Archie Owen. Won't be too happy with that one as the fighting race is on. Corner back to the inside, takes the position away. Archie Owen now getting muscled by the drivers behind. Vladimir Vanikov is just ahead of this one, but still all these drivers just tripping over. There's Juan Mateo Rousseau just in the background in that Birrell Art machine, trying to get those down the inside, but continuing to just close in. Fighting at the front, 7/10 is the gap between Garcia and Drummond. It has closed down considerably. We'll keep an eye on that gap with the remaining laps of this race, but still Gilles Herman here fighting for what seems to be an eternity in this race against Jean-Mathieu Rousseau, who is still not has found his way through the likes of turns 15 and 16. I think these drivers in this battle are just hoping for this one to be over. Gilles Herman looking to try and have a go once more on Archie Owen. Looks to put the nose down the inside, but Owen holds on to that tighter line on towards the entrance. These drivers still going for it. Vladimir Vanikov being one of those to try and get involved in the fight with that fastest lap as well. Gap out in the front. Whilst we've been watching, all of that commotion going on in the background, we've sort of missed something here. It was 1.1 seconds. It's now just under 6 tenths. Zach Drummond could be in for this one. He's very much within the distance. It's easy for drivers to trip over themselves in conditions like this. Garcia could put a bit of a toe out of line, could make a small mistake, could slide slightly, and it could open things up for Drummond. It was 0.6 of a second. Now it's under 4. 0.38 is the distance between the Spaniard and the Scot. Last lap board is out. Under the start-finish gantry they'll go. It opens back up, so Garcia's just managing the gap now. It's just under 5 tenths. Drummond could try and make a good go of it at turn number 1. Widens that corner up as Archie Owen still continues to try and get past the drivers ahead in that Prummer. Chicane section, late as you like there on the Birrell. Owen does pull it off. Here we go then. This is the battle. This is potentially the change for the race lead. Drummond tries to take it away. Garcia says absolutely not. Curb moment for Garcia down the inside. Great move by Zach Drummond. Just showed us exactly what he's made of in wet conditions, exactly what he had up his sleeve. They're still going for it. Garcia is still going to try and take it away, but Zach Drummond, the driver of Fusion, looks to potentially here take a first qualifying heat win of the day. Garcia looks to have backed off slightly now through that part of sector number 2. Head over the shoulder for the Scots. 135 metre back straight is completed. Chicane for Zach Drummond is completed. Checkered flag is ready, checkered flag is out, and Zach Drummond takes a qualifying heat win with 7 places gained overall ahead of Aaron Garcia and Bosco Arias.
And that would be his first of the weekend, and an incredible drive nonetheless. Aaron Garcia will have to settle for another second place in this one, but still for both of them an incredible drive.
Drama.
Bosco Arias in 3rd place. It's just come up on my screen. He had a technical flag. Now, we didn't see that. He didn't adhere to that technical flag. He's now received a black flag in this race. So that is quite something in this. And yeah, for the driver in 3rd place, effectively has been disqualified from this race.
Well, tough stuff for Bosco Arias. That's going to be a tough pill to swallow, of course. Great results in quali, a pole in group. Would have ended up P3. We'll have to see what unfolds. But for now, it looks like a disqualification is the card that has been handed to the driver that provisionally finished in P3. Drummond, can't take that one away from him. We knew he was going to be fast here. He had a podium at Robbie in conditions like this last year where he rounded out his year. Good stuff for the driver from Fusion ahead of Garcia and Bosco Arias. The rest of the drivers then, Anthony, inside of your top 5. Dan Alleman, Seb Mins, both good stuff from those two. Waltz, Kritelov, Christian, Zach Green and Vladimir Ivanikov take you to your top 10 ahead of Isaac Sayer, Asher Osteen, Luke Cordner, Juan Mateo Russo and Jill Herman as your following drivers inside your top 15. Amankara Osman, Ilya Berezkin, Louis Nunez, Archie Owen and Suleiman Zanfari take you to your top 20. The remaining drivers to finish in your qualifying heat C versus E, we had Pietro Buguti, Ludovico Mazzola, Eduardo Salamond, Anya Lavar, Yud Thiramaswamy and Nefeli Cosmopoulos.
Indeed. There is your race winner from that one. These are your highlights from that one. And there you can see Bosco Arias, who had switched sides of the grid, held on to the front at the very start. You could see how everyone was immediately on the attack. Devon Waltz trying to get through up in the early stages. He's recent Gustavo de Silva out of the race, and understandably probably not too happy with each other. The 2 moments here between the Fusions, Seb Mins and Zach Drummond going wheel to wheel through turn 1. Drummond able to get that position done and would later fire his way up into the lead of the race. Zach Green, a tough race in that one. Did drop down 3 places, but still a top 10 finish in P9. Lev Krutulov as well being seen the runoff area. Garcia using his height advantage there to carry the speed around some of the turns and able to get into the lead later on through past Alaman and Bosco Arias. Later then, we saw Drummond doing the very similar moves down the inside at turn 1. That was through past Alaman. Did have to fight a little harder to get past Bosco Arias, which I'm still trying to figure out what that technical flag was for. at the latter stage of that race. We didn't really get to see much of him, but there you could see certainly all fine at the beginning stage of the race, and certainly getting involved for the rear of that one. And I think it was actually the rear bumper that was causing the technical flag for Bosco Arias. While that fight was unfolding between then Garcia and Drummond, the gap closing in, we were watching an almighty fight down in around 16th, 17th, 18th, 19th, all the way down to borderline 22nd place out there, which saw many drivers involved. Armin Kelly, Osman, Gilles Herman in that fight, Luke Cornder, Asher Osteen, Isaac Sayer. We then saw the likes of Louis Nunez, Ilya Berezkin involved in that fight as well, all with their chance of seeing where they could finish. But the only place they would finish is still in there at similar spots as the fighting just raged on for the entirety. This then, the final chance, all down to racing line there. Wider line out of turn 8 and 9. Put Drummond in the lead. Not happy with the result, but still a P1 over the line. Maybe thought he had to fight a little bit too hard for that one. Next race, almost immediately heading out onto the circuit. The juniors back out on track, this time for groups A versus D, which will see Antoine Vinon and Daniel Miron on the front row of the grid. Now they have swapped sides of the grid, and we did catch up with Antoine Vinon after time qualifying as he poled it at the end of TQ.
Antoine Vinon, you have so far taken pole position in the OK Junior overall. You've beat Will Green's time. Did you expect to be as fast as you just were?
Yeah, the material is not so bad. Good, we have the speed, and I'm happy for this pole.
And of course, yesterday the testing wasn't easy. We had lots of rain out there. Coming into today, did that throw things up for you slightly? Have you adjusted what you've done at all? Because we're limited in how much we've done in dry conditions.
No, because we do the race last weekend, and I already training, and just in the wet I'm not so good, but after I'm good.
And we are expecting some wet conditions a little bit later on. Going through the heats, we are expecting the rain to come down. How are you feeling about that and the confidence in the kart?
We will train, and I will stay focused. I will do the data, and I'm confident.
Well, Anton, like we said, so far overall pole position.
Thank you.
Good to hear there from Antoine Vinon, who's elected to switch sides of the grid alongside Daniel Miro-Lorente, Oscar Volli and Julian Fresnelli on row 2 from Leonardo Gorski and Lucas Palacio on that third row of the grid. Row 4, we'll see Henry Constantin and Tony Cachaferro. They'll see Theo Palfrain and Troy Ferguson on row 5. Mark Pilapenko and Leon Shilidze on row 6. Yesterday for Shilidze, very tough day, P25 and a DSQ. Row 7 sees Harry Williams and Eddie Mackinnon, with the first half of the grid being Olivier Assini and Jay Kostecki on row 8.
Row number 9 looks like Sevolodo Sachi-Soslovsky with Zavre Dubkovsky, who needs a good race after a DNF yesterday. And from row number 10, your top 20, Nicholas Guth with Alexandra Points. 11th row is Julia Aguilard for Richard Mill and Birrell alongside Matvey Durganov, who had a good race yesterday, up by 11 positions to finish in P11. Row number 12, top 24, Rico Simone and Alba Cueva on her first appearance in FIA Karting. And shortly behind on 13, Dia Islami will be looking directly at Jason Cosmopoulos. 14th row sees Italy and the UAE with Akil Ray and Oliver Spencer. And from row number 15, Lissandro Corabullo will be seeing Maxim Noapel. 16 rows in total, Libor Vlasak being the final runner of this one. And of course, conditions that now look to get worse. The rain is starting to fall back down again quite heavily. The forecast is not lying.
That poor umbrella was holding on for dear life there. It's falling apart on one side of it, but if it works, it works, and keep using it. You are right in saying that rain is increasing once again, and I've been keeping an eye on my weather radar on my phone for the majority of today, every time I get a chance, just to see what it's doing. And again, we're starting to get into a little bit more of an intense rain pocket that's going to loom in onto the circuit very soon. So we'll keep an eye on it as the racing goes on, but just keeping the conditions sub-optimal for the drivers here. Antoine Vinon then the outside, Daniel Miron on the inside, a switch of sides then. as they head into the tram lines. All the hands are going up here as they're all bunching up, but the lights are out. We are racing towards turn 1. Great start for Antoine Venant. Miron caught unawares there. Julian Frasnelli benefited massively there and is already up into second place. Has got the company of, I believe, is that Lucas Palacio? We'll have to wait and see. Off the road is Leo Gorski. Drama there for him, and he's been caught out with Harry Williams as well at the start of that one. Other drivers been caught out. Sarah Dikoski, Nicholas Guth, Alexandre Point as well. Looks like Matvey Durganov, Achille Ray and Oliver Spencer have all been caught out there.
Well, more drivers off the road, so many, some at turn 1, some down towards turns 5, 6, 7 and 8. Still though, these battles go on side by side to try and complete this first lap of running for our drivers. Out in the front though, of course, these drivers can get things fired back into life. That was a great restart by one of the Koskis, that's Zavre Dudkovsky, who will continue to go round. Zavre, of course, would have been fired up to try and get that one back into life after that DNF earlier on this weekend. Out in the front though, not the start that Daniel Miron would have wanted. Lost out at that first corner and is for now dropped to P4. Venant is the race leader, converts for the time being that pole position into the P1 spot for the time being. Frasnelli, good stuff by Julian there, currently P2 ahead of Lucas Palacio, who's gone up 3 positions so far ahead of Daniel Miron. Palacio, team change for him going into this weekend. Last time we were out in FIA, he was with Kart Republic. This time out with Forza for also the Williams Junior camp, and it's working for him so far. Changes in the background. We've got Henry Constant Kumpen now weaving his way through. Oscari Volley being one of the drivers that he's trying to hunt down. Is down the inside. Still these changes going on. That's between one of the KRs and one of the victory lanes out there. Tony Cacciaferro and Tio Palfrain being those 2 names. Whoa! Drivers catching each other out. Troy Ferguson being one of those. Oliveri Sini was the name you just saw, absolutely getting his elbows out on Jay Kostecki.
Indeed, well, a lot of drivers getting their elbows out here. There is Troy Ferguson again trying to push his way through. Is back here with the fights at the front end of the field. Palacio there in second place now, past Frasnelli, and as they continue on, well, can Palacio close in on Antoine Venant here? The gap 1.3 seconds now. If he's managed to get up to this spot, can he push forward? Well, Antoine Venant will have something to say about that. Sets the fastest lap of the race on that lap when they overtook, and that opened it up quite nicely, but it's already down to 9/10 of a second here, Nicole, is that gap at the front. So this could be an interesting fight. Antoine Venant seemingly going quite slow now because lost a huge chunk of time there.
Yeah, sector number 1, Lucas Palacio is around about 4/10 faster
must have been a mistake.
Antoine Venant. But Venant said it in his driver interview, he didn't feel as confident in wet conditions compared to the dry. Maybe he's just feeling a bit rattled out there for the time being. Daniel Miron now trying to pick positions back up again, but he's not getting that done because Oscari Volley is the newest driver to get past the Fusion and the Paralin factory, now switching out. Miron just not springing into life in the early stages of today compared to what we saw from him yesterday. Venant now that gap 0.6 of a second previous lap between him and Lucas Palacio. Palacio around about 0.7 of a second faster over the course of the lap. Pace-wise, fastest lap for Palacio. Really good stuff.
Yeah, indeed, and I was just seeing that, and there you can see it there on your screens at home, the 109.371 for the American, who steps up now into P2. The gap just 0.4 of a second. Harry Williams under investigation for potentially causing a collision. That would have been earlier on, of course, where he saw him retire from the opening lap of this race down the inside. Big look, big lunge. Nicely done, Henry Constant Kumpen on the charge through past 203 machine of Daniel Miron, who seemingly not enjoying these conditions.
Slightly.
Yeah, well, again, you have to remember, not the tallest driver in the junior grid. Again, is quite hunkered down in the kart, can't throw his weight around like other drivers can. Unfortunately, off the road there is the 215 of Matvey Durganov. the energy course going no further in this race.
Of course, you know, height and wet conditions is a benefit, but it doesn't mean to say that the shorter drivers can't still be quick. In this one, Miron, you know, he's one of the drivers on the field. He's probably the driver on the field that's got the most experience around this track, as another driver will tumble down and not finish. Is that maybe
I think it's
Lisandro
Lisandro,
Carabollo maybe involved with Matvei Durganov? No, it doesn't mean that the drivers can't be quick. Of course, it's an advantage for a taller driver. But, you know, you'd expect Moron to be wet, you know, in these wet conditions. Very fast, has done plenty of laps. As another driver will go down. Is that potentially Tony Cacciaferro, the driver of Andorra and KR, that will go no further? Not the start that Tony would have wanted, not just into this weekend, but into this year as well. You know, at La Conca, time after time, he had DNFs. Change, however, for the race lead, whilst we've been focusing on that. Lucas Palacio now up into P1.
Yeah, indeed. He's managed to get that overtake done while we were watching the dramas for others. And there now, you can see he's trying to open up the gap already. And you can see Antoine Venon there just coming off the racing line a little bit. Fresnelli, though, in the meanwhile, also closing in third place, is only a few kart lengths behind this fight, as Palacio on that last lap, even with the overtake, sets the fastest lap of the race at 109.243. So that's a very good charge there. Other drivers who are having good charges, Jesse Cosmopoulos in 14th place on a 12th-place gain. It's a good charge through the field, as once more we see the fighting further down as well. Daniel Milorente now losing out to the likes of Theo Palfrain. So that is 7th place there, and quite the shock there. There is Vsevolod Osachi-Solovsky as well on an 8th place gain, fighting inside the top 10 now.
Yeah, you can just see by Vsevolod Osachi-Solovsky's body language as well that he is going to make Daniel Miron his next spot of prey. Miron down that back straight, approaches onto the curb, down the 135 metres to clip it and try and get a run, as this is the move between Anton Venon and Lucas Palacio. Palacio, you know, really good stuff there. Just puts the nose down the inside and pulls off a nice little move. Just shuffles slightly Venon to the wider line so he can't return the favour. But good stuff to get into the race lead, and continues on the charge to go fastest again in consecutive laps. Daniel Miron now has lost out to another position. Seva has managed to get past, as the trio just behind them of Oliveri Sini, Mark Pilipenko and Troy Ferguson now switches positions. Ferguson has lost out so far in this race, but you know, a new face within our field has been recruited by Parolin to join the factory team. Not new into the world of FIA karting, was out in the Arrive and Drive in Malaysia, and actually was the winner of the category. Is now, though, jumped into OK Jane, is doing a good job so far in his first appearance.
Yeah, indeed. Showed great momentum there in similar conditions to this. I mean, temperature-wise, it was 20 degrees hotter, and the humidity was slightly larger in Malaysia. But here, very similar in terms of the rain that is falling down. On to lap number 8 of this race. The last lap board will be at this time to the front runners. This is second and third. Fresnelli doing his best to try and close in here. The gap still around half a second. Ascari Rolli might have a chance to do something here. Nicolas, of course, Ascari Rolli yesterday, very successful day. A win and a second place for the Finn.
Yeah, I think in general the Paralins are looking really good. You know, Tams looks particularly quick. We've got Ascari Volley. A lot of the drivers, not just in the factory team, but also in the wards, looking like they're sticking to the circuit really well. This is a nice battle going on for the drivers inside of the top 10. Vsevolod Osachi-Solovsky and Theo Palfrain now going for it, inviting back in Daniel Miron, however, so they've got to be careful that they don't tag or clip each other, because the fusion will push forward, as now Julian Fresnelli and Anton Venant could be on for a bit of a change. Venant still on for this P2 for now, but Julian Fresnelli really comfortable there on the approach towards the final corner. 3 curbs clipped out in the front. Lucas Palacio, you know, checked out with this one. Down the inside, the tighter line Venant will go. Potentially looks to cost him some time though. Last lap board has been out. Fresnelli still on the hunt for Tony Kart. Ascari Volley though is still right there. When Julian decides to pull the pin, is that going to gift a position to the Parolin as well? Down the inside he goes. Julian Frasnelli now into P2, as well as Oscari Volley follows him through P3. Anton Venant is not just going to lose out to those two drivers, but maybe to Lenny Mäkinen as well.
Yeah, indeed. Mäkinen now trying to get the up and under out of turns at 9 and 10, just not quite there. And I'm sure that Venant will try and defend this one. Looks to the inside there once more, and Oscari Volley not finding the pace through. Inside line here. Watch the switch over. Lenny Mäkinen on the power earlier on, and does just sail past there, but still a strong drive nonetheless. Here though at the front, Lucas Palacio. Well, great drive here for the Williams junior driver. Out to the final turn, takes the win for Palacio. First win of the weekend, and a good start to the day's racing here in Groups A versus D. Frasnelli finishing that one in second place. That's his second P2 as well. A very strong drive for Oscari Volley, a third. It's his worst result, but it's a 1, 2 and 3 for Oscari Volley as he sits third in the intermediate classifications with 135 points and only a few points behind the likes of Will Green and Gianni Di Rodello, who have both taken race wins.
Biggest mover, Lenny Mäkinen, really good stuff for him. 10 places up the board to finish in P4, like you said there, Anthony. But maiden FIA win for Lucas Palacio. The Forza driver, the Williams driver, a fresh face into this field, but he's come into this one here in Valencia and just taken his first FIA qualifying heat win of 2026, ahead of Julian Frasnelli, who was a big contender out at Le Concours and looks to match that this weekend here in Valencia at the second event, ahead of Oscari Volley, who you called over the line, Anthony, as P3. Two Finns then inside of your top four, with Lenny Mäkinen being the second. Anton Venant didn't manage to convert that pole position into anything within the race and has to settle for a P5. Henry Constant Kumpen makes it P6 for Ricky Flynn, ahead of Sevlado Sachi-Soslovsky on his 10th-place gain, who matches Lenny Mäkinen, Thibaut Palfrain, Danny Moran, Mark Pilipenko being the last drivers inside of the top 10. Olivier Sini, Troy Ferguson, Jake Kostecki, Jason Cosmopoulos and Leon Shilidze are the last drivers inside of your top 15. Alba Cueva up by 8 positions on home soil, ahead of Julia Angelard, Dia Eslami, Rocco Simone and Oliver Spencer as your top 20, with Akil Ray, Nicholas Kurth, Maxim Nopal, Zabre Dudkovsky as the last of your 24 finishers. Of course, we had 31 when we went into the lights at the start, but we lost a number of names. Tony Cacciafero, Liba Vlasak, Lissandro Carabollo, Matvey Durganov, Leo Gorski, Harry Williams and Alexandra Point, who will all now be part of this clean-up operation in the rain.
I certainly will do. Here's a look at the highlights on this one. Well, the switch of sides really did work out there for Antoine Venant. He was able to hold on to the lead for a good long time there, after we heard in his interview that he's not too confident in these wet conditions. We had the retirements very early on. Leo Gorski there, Alexandre Point, Harry Williams, Matvey Durganov, Lissandro Caraballo, as you were all talking about there, Nicole, earlier on. Big movers in the early phase of that race. Olivier Sini fighting his way through at the same time as Troy Ferguson also trying to get involved in a lot of the fighting. Jake Kostecki and Jason Cosmopoulos as well were other big movers. They finished 13th and 14th. 12 places gained though for Cosmopoulos. These overtakes thick and fast. Daniel Miron, tough race there for the driver who started on the front row of the grid. A win yesterday and a P10 with a penalty. Today finishing that race in 9th place, 7 places down. Other retirements that happened, there was the Matvey Durganov retirement. Then we saw the likes of Alessandro Caraballo. Unfortunately, he also did retire. Big moves as well at the front. Lucas Palacio getting into the lead. That's how we managed to get that one done on Oscari Volley and Julian Frasnelli later on. Antoine Venant at the end of that one did drop down to P5 as Mäkinen was able to close in to that fight as well. This was Sevlado Sachi-Soslovsky battling away as well with the likes of Thibaut Palfrain. He was able to get that move done, and a 10th-place gain there for the Ukrainian to finish up in 7th place at the end of that race. This was Frasnelli, his chance to get through past Antoine Venant. That was that move done, and there a little bit of contact between the two of them. Through I don't think any malice there, but they did allow Oscari Volley and then Lenny Mäkinen to get through. Palacio across the line. takes his first win of the weekend. Driver from the USA looking strong in the wet conditions, but plenty of races to go as the rain continues to fall here in Valencia. Back over to the seniors with groups A and D, and clear to report again another switch of sides of the grid here. Baglin has elected to switch sides of the grid. There you can see the 106 machine now on the outside row. Nicola Kaman put to the inside row. Baglin yesterday, Nicole, 2 wins out of 2. Very strong performance, but that was in the dry conditions. The wet conditions here, will it be a little bit more of a challenge? We'll have to wait and see the first time we see them out there. In terms of time qualifying, though, absolutely rapid. Pole position for Baglin is what he had to say.
Noah, a win in Le Conca. Will Green in the first session in juniors, just for Prema, took the pole. Now you've just replicated that. Great lap out there.
Yeah, it was a good lap. To be honest, I think I could have improved in the first sector with the jump in the chicane, but yeah, me and Will have proved good. Both of us Premas doing the same, both winning Le Conca, now both poles, so yeah, it's good for Prema, good for the team.
And of course, this grid, it's not going to be easy this weekend. You've got some new names in there as well. One is a teammate in the form of Joe Turney. Thoughts about that and going into this weekend?
Nothing really. He got P8, I'm P1, so nothing against him. He's a really good guy, but I don't think he'll be really battling for now.
And Noah, the confidence level after Le Conca, has it boosted you this weekend, or are you feeling the same as what you did when you came into this season?
Exact same, to be honest.
Great job out there, like we said, in group pole position.
Thank you.
Fighting talk there from Noah Baglin, so yeah, we will find out. Marshall's doing a brilliant job trying to clear the track. I feel like that is a futile effort. It is still raining, but credit where credit's due. Nicolo Kaman there, Forza Racing, on the front row of the grid. There he is on your screen, getting himself ready to go. Clear visors on board here for the drivers. Do love it when we see the clear visors out there. You get to really see the drivers and what they are effectively thinking out in this one. Row 2 on this one is going to be quite interesting. You've got Davide Battaro, race winner yesterday and a third, and Yindra Peschel, 7th and a DNF yesterday. Actually, do I see Peschel there? I don't see the Tony Kart, the 127, on the grid there, Nicole, and I will try and see if that is the case. There you can see the juniors out who will be out in the next race. They'll be watching this one from the sidelines. But yeah, that'll be quite interesting. Yeah, no, there is no 127 Tony Kart machine there. Yindra Peschel missing from the grid. That is quite interesting.
Yeah, interesting indeed for a driver who had some good results yesterday. 1 DNF, but then a P7. And a driver that, of course, was with us here in 2024. No idea why Peschel isn't there. Has he missed the grid? Does something happen this morning during the warm-up sessions? We don't quite know, but what we do know is that Benjamin Magnac is going to be given a nice clean space in front of him going into the first corner. He will now be looking at Nicolo Kaman in front of him because him and Baglin have switched sides then. So interesting decision, interesting setup indeed. We'll have to see how that one unfolds. Other names within this race, Victor Gustafsson and Dean Hugendorn. Both of those drivers we know are very good at this level of karting, good in wet conditions. They're starting slightly further back on the 6th and 7th rows, so keep an eye on the CRG and the Paralin down there. Just a couple more moments left for these drivers to go, but of course they are fired up and primed to go racing once more. Groups A versus D have not raced each other just yet. Davide Battaro has had a qualifying heat win, as has Noah Baglin. Nobody else within these two rows have had a win, of course. So let's see, which driver is going to miss out here. Is this racing winning streak of Baglin going to be broken? Is somebody else going to take it? The juniors, of course, will be watching on at this one eagerly, because for this rotation of races, we've still got 2 more after this senior qualifying heat before we go into this afternoon, where we'll have 12 qualifying heats in total for not just your OK juniors and seniors, but your academies as well.
Well, we're hearing mixed reports here. Peschel apparently is on the grid. However, from our camera shots that we were seeing from the front of the grid, there was no kart there on the second row of the grid. Unless, is he right behind? He's behind the mechanic. He is completely hidden from our view, so he is there on the grid.
Can we just flick back to the shot so we can just confirm that you literally can't see him?
No, I mean, if you could... Look, where is he? But you could just see the nose. Yeah, you could just see... That's right in between the legs of Nicola Kaman's mechanic. There he is. He is there.
Sorry, Jindřich, and to any Jindřich Peschel fans.
He is on the grid. He was just parked a little further over to the left-hand side that completely couldn't see him. Well, there we have it. We have got a full grid. Right then, and here is that grid then. I feel like that was I don't know, Jeff moment. Right. Here we go then. Noah Baglin has switched sides of the grid. He starts alongside Nicola Kaman. Jindřich Peschel is there, and he starts alongside Davide Battaro. Benjamin Magnac and Gabriel Canal go from row number 3. They'll have Emiliano Hernandez and Joe Turney on row 4. Oliver Kinmark and Mateusz van der Kerkhoff on row 5. Victor Gustafsson, Nicola Frigg on row 6. Dean Hugendorf and Aston Sharp on row number 7. Nicole, do the rest of the grid. I'm chasing a fly.
Angelina Simmons and James Anagnostiadis, an all-KR row on row number 8. Row number 9, Yuri Lavar with Bruno Blanco in your top 20. Klara Kowalczyk will start alongside Michael McCoy. Kowalczyk then pole in Le Conca. Really good races for her. She was inside of the top 5 consistently. Now she's looking to push her way through the order once more. Row number 11, Daniel Macier with Matteo Gallo, and row number 12, Gavin Adam with Svet Simonov. 13th row, penultimate row, is Max Lacroix and Casper Reipold. And from your 14th and final row for Groups A versus D, Rafael Bullard will look at Daniel Picorni. Every driver making it into this grid then. We made that mistake. Jindřich Peschel is very much there on that second row. Very much be in the fight to try and get some points on the board after that DNF earlier on. So Baglin, a double winner as well as a pole sitter. Nicola Kaman, a P3 and a P5. Davide Battaro, a win and a P3. Canals had a P6. Benjamin Magnac's had a P2. So everybody inside of your top 3 rows has very much been inside of the top 10 consistently. Now the rain continues to tumble down. This is the stage, I think, where the rain really starts to get quite bad for us again.
Yeah, it is. It is around that time of the day. I am back now from my flight. It's gone to ground. I think it knew I was after
What's your
him.
tally this weekend? Because do you know what, ladies and gentlemen? Anthony Jordan, he's got a talent, guys. I think it's fly swatting.
I think I have on. I think I'm on double figures. It's quite an art because you've got to wait for it to stay still and then you get it. But the problem is it's all over the place in the commentary box right now. It's really annoying. If it does land on your head, Nicole, I am swatting it on your head.
Thanks.
Thank you. You're welcome. It's gone to ground again. I've lost it. Right, anyway, back to the racing. Seniors here. Rain falling. Again, these conditions are just not going to improve over the day. It's such a shame. I think it is due to stop around about 3 to 4 o'clock here. So I think... cameraman there is a little bit lopsided at the final corner as they make their way into the final chicane. Right, this could be interesting. Baglin on the outside, Nicola Kaman on the inside. Is now going to have to deal with Davide Battaro, though. He's going to bring with him, who's had a win and a 3rd place yesterday. Let's see how it goes. False start. Bit too eager on that outside row then with Baglin. They caught Nicola Kaman sleeping a little bit there, so... a first false start for this race.
Well, we watched a moment ago then Noah Baglin's interview after he polled it yesterday. We mentioned a certain Joe Turney. We mentioned to Noah, how's he feeling about his teammate being in the field. These two drivers have not raced each other directly in their kart careers so far. Last year, despite being teammates, Baglin was a junior, Joe was a senior. Now they potentially go head-to-head. In Baglin's words, doesn't think that, he's going to be thrown off the tracks by Joe at all. But this qualifying heat then gives us a really good insight to see how that story unfolds. Is Turney going to be the name to stop this winning streak by Baglin, or is Joe actually going to work with him? Because, of course, after all, they are teammates. And after Baglin's win in Le Conca, it's a championship that the team are going to be thinking about as well.
Rain is really coming down now, Nicole. That's the first time I've actually heard it hitting the roof. Quite heavy now is that rain. But yes, you bring up a very good point. Will we see something between those two? We'll have to wait and see. Right then, into that final sector again, the final corner, round that final chicane, and camera straight again now. That's good to see. Right, all the drivers just getting the temps into those tyres. Van der Kerkhoff here. Don't rule him out in these conditions, actually. The Belgian has been very quick in these similar conditions, so do keep an eye on him on the 5th row of the grid. Into the tram lines. Are the lights out? The answer, yes, towards turn 1. Baglin covers off the attack from Nicolo Caman. Caman's been swallowed by the pack. Bataro around the outside just squeezes way through. Magnac going through as well. Emiliano Hernandez had a good run there out of the race already as James Anagnostiadis. That is a shame. He has tumbled down to the back of the field. He is still going, but his chances of a good result in this one are diminishing dramatically. There, the rest of the field going through. There you can see the 604 of Victor Gustafsson on the outside row here. Again, do not rule him out in conditions like this. Very quick indeed. Also, as they go through, there is Joe Turney and Davide Bataro wheel to wheel. Joe Turney already up to 3rd.
Well, Joe Turney, 2023, would have been in this grid and took, of course, that final win, was here again in 2024. He's a driver we know is always going to be up the front and now is very much inside of this top 3. Past the CRG, the Lenovo kart driver of Davide Bataro there, now looks to do the same on the Tony karts ahead of him of Jindřich Peschel. Baglin leading the way once more, as we've seen from him time and time again. Out of the final corner then. Tony Kart driver finds himself as a bit of a sandwich between the two KRs. No opportunity for Joe just yet. Actually, take that back down the inside turn number 1, or close as you like there for Joe and Peschel. But Joe, of course, controlled, knew that he wasn't going to slide into the direct path of the Tony Kart, who now looks to actually give it a go on Noah Baglin. Jindřich Peschel looks to be the first driver to overtake Noah Baglin so far this weekend. Oh, off the road, Baglin and Jindřich Peschel. Baglin continues to go round, but Peschel, rear end is gone, is out of the race. The Tony Kart will go no further and gives this race lead then to Joe Turney. Davide Bataro into P2. Baglin still going round in P3 for now. Down the inside, however, takes the position straight away back from Davide Bataro. But big moment there through that second sector.
It certainly was. Back down the inside. Goes wheel to wheel and Baglin off the track into the barriers. His race is over. And that's the first time he finds himself in the barriers here in Valencia after colliding with Davide Bataro. And that, I can imagine, you could see the determination from him to try and fight back through. But just at that part of the track, it wasn't going to happen. And now the VDK is off the road. Casper Reipold also out as Joe Turney leads the way. And is the fastest driver with a 108.980. To answer your question, well, Turney has got the pace here.
Well, that start then went from bad to worse for Baglin. Let's watch a replay of this moment. So Peschel and Baglin side by side. Peschel tries to get the move. Baglin goes off the road, clips the curb, but slightly up in the air and then tags the Tony Kart. Let's watch it again from the other angle. So here they are. Baglin there, you can just see, drops a wheel, goes up and over, then tags the rear end, just forces out then Jindřich Peschel, does continue to go round, is back into P3. Then this is the moment, they go side by side with Davide Bataro there, out of turn number 14. They tag, Baglin loses out, straight into the barrier, backwards, out of the corner that leads you onto that back straight. But Baglin, the Prema driver, he's out of this one, he's gone. KR's last hopeful within this race, within inside the top 5 is Joe Turney, leading the way for the time being. Benjamin Magnac, 2.5 seconds behind as Turney, again, 2 laps in a row, goes purple, with, of course, that completely clean air in front of him. Dean Hugendorn now looks to light things up. Mateusz van der Kerkhoff, him and go side by side, the VDK and the Paralin there. As Bataro, was cost a bit of time because of that moment with Noah Baglin, and for now is sat in P5.
Oh, that rain again, really coming down and straight off the road there. Goes the DPK, completely missing the corner is Emiliano Hernandez, and that just a complete aquaplane there off the circuit. because he has just driven straight off there. Well, we'll keep a close eye on that one. The latest driver to suffer a little bit in this one. Over the line they go. Van der Kerkhoff, I say keep an eye on it. He's there, third place right now. It's had a good start here. There's Dean Hugendorn with Davide Battaro just behind as well. They are continuing this fight. Also, here comes the Hagman racing machine of Yuri Lavar down the inside of Davide Battaro. He's got through and he's up into 5th place.
This is the highest up we've seen Yuri Lavar this year. There's a nose cone. There's a KR nose cone. That's a Kart Republic nose cone. Kart Republic drivers within this race that could belong to could be Joe Turney. We've not seen Joe flash up on the screen just yet.
I'd be amazed if it is.
Over the past couple of laps. Other names that it could maybe belong to, trying to have a look.
Bruno Blanco, potentially 18th
James
place.
Anagnostiadis, maybe, or... Yeah, it could potentially be Anagnostiadis. We'll wait for the Australian to maybe flash up. But somebody very shortly is going to be given a technical flag and forced to retire.
Yes, indeed. Right. There it is. There it is. There's the missing nose cone. It's a little further down in the field. It's the 186.
Angelina Simmons.
Oh, that is a shame. Yep, Simmons, who is in 16th place, now sees a technical flag and drives off the road there as well. So very tricky conditions out there.
Yeah, Angelina Simmons just forced off the road slightly. This will be it for her, though. Can you imagine in the days where you didn't actually have a nose cone on a kart and you drove around like that?
Well, I say it's looking like a proper old school machine at the moment out there for Angelina Simmons. Look at that water now that's on the circuit. Despite the karts going round, it's falling faster than they can clear it.
Turney continues to go faster and faster then. 1 minute 7.565 is helping him extend this gap up to 3.6 seconds. In the background, CRGs and Victories, like they were in Junior, are still going for it. Davide Battaro, Victor Gustafsson being two of the drivers in that machinery to really be incredibly strong for the chassis so far this weekend. As more DPKs now retire. Sorry, that's Emiliano Hernandez that is out of this one for DPK. So Hernandez, Baglin, Reipold, Peschel out of this one so far. Angelina Simmons will of course be another one to join that as well later on. Matthias van der Kerkhoff still P3 for now, doing a good job with Dean Hugendorn and Yuri Lavar. This is the highest up we've seen Yuri Lavar so far this year. 12 places gained for him to currently be in P5. You know, Le Conquer, the results were not like this whatsoever, as I've just seen James Anagnostiadis flash up on the screen.
Simmons.
There's Simmons, teammate of Anagnostiadis, who we just mentioned, who actually tumbled to the back of the field on that race restart, but is now clawing his way back through the crowd. Yeah,
he is indeed, keeping his name in this fight. It's actually, yeah, like you say, on a 6th place gain, so that's a really good recovery drive there for Anagnostiadis. This fight a little further back, two of the Tony karts battling away. This is Gabriel Canal and Adam Gabin. This is 14th to 15th place. Got Aston Sharp for company just ahead, and now just in between them. And is that going to be another one? I'm looking at that spray that's kicking up there, Nicole. That is quite a level of water that is out there now for these drivers. Sharp just trying to get the inside line here. May lose this one on the exit. Yeah, the classic up and under there, and through will go past Adam Gabin, straight through past the likes of Aston Sharp. Bruno Blanco would be the next driver to try and make a move in that fight. Very squirrely under braking there into the chicane, and there we can see the move has been done. And there is Bruno Blanco up now into 15th place.
Yeah, of course, in conditions like this, you're going to see more lateral movement on the wheel for these drivers as they just skate around the surface of the track. Lots of water being put down on the surface. You can just see really big standing piles of it now. That's why you're seeing so much spray. Teammates go to battle now. This time, the two CRGs. We've got Zach Gustafsson and Daniel Matier going for it. Gustafsson back in the field, of course. He's a previous world champion in his own right back in 2020. He's here to help the CRG team, has been loyal to them year after year, and will now be trying to pull along his teammates, the likes of Asher Osteen. He'll be out there trying to really help the team set up the kart, and is absolutely doing that so far. Out in the front, Magnac still P2. He's not chased up to Turney at all, as this is the change now for Dean Hugendorn. Finds himself getting past the drivers ahead, and that is the change between him and Yuri Lavar. Can't take it away from Yuri Levar though. 12 places gained. We've not seen him this far up in an FIA race at all this year. Really good stuff.
Yeah, very strong performance indeed. Same can be said for Daniel Macia as well. Very strong indeed in the background on a 14th place gain. And of course for Kartodromo World Champion, and well, I'm going to say it for James Adenossiadis as well, for the back of the grid to the front. Off the road, going no further, is Daniel Picorni. The 163 has broken down. That is on the start-finish straight, and that is quite a shame.
Yeah, shame for Picorni. Will join Simmons, Hernandez, Baglin, Reipold and Peschel now. Race rages on though, but it doesn't end for these drivers. Still, Davide Bottaro trying to claw his way back inside of the top 5. Levar is the driver just ahead of him, as Bottaro actually now has dropped down slightly, down to P7. Race will shortly be coming down to a conclusion. The rain, however, is not. Look at the spray going on for these drivers, and let's not forget, we're going closer into the lunch break later on, so as the rain continues throughout that, the track conditions are only going to get worse for these drivers. Down the inside, move attempted there potentially for Gustafsson, but knew that he didn't have the run or the line to get past Davide Bottaro.
No, indeed, and it's getting a little bit trickier as it goes on to try and do these things. And of course, you've got to remember, these engines are having to deal with these conditions as well. Remember, they're very low to the ground. Yes, they have the covers over the airbox to keep the water out, but of course there's so much now that flicks up from underneath those wet tyres that can still cause a bit of drama for them, but they're all dealing with it quite well so far. Joe Turney then in the lead. Magnac, Van der Kerkhoff, Hugendorn, Levar from Macia, Bottaro and Gustafsson. That is the battle you are watching here on your screen. Kowal deal with. Last lap board is out, and officially frustration there is Gustafsson trying to find his way through. Not said much about him at the latter stage of this race. We did at the beginning. Joe Turney in control of this one, 3.9 seconds further up the field, and I'm pretty sure I say this time in and time out every single season, Nicole. Joe Turney always finds himself fighting at the front of the field.
Yeah, of course, he's one of the world's best. You know, he's one of what the world has had to offer over the past couple of years. You know, really, really strong driver in FIA karting and all across every country that he's raced in. Now rejoins the FIA grid, now picks up where he would have left off from last year with strong results. Out of the final chicane, Joe Turney will take a qualifying heat win. Wait for it, wait for it, wait for it. Benjamin Magnac crosses the line with a 4-second gap to Turney, and Matthias van der Kerkhoff rounds out your top 3. For KR though, good result for Turney in his return to the field. Takes that one, of course, from slightly further down, started on that 4th row, but rounds out with a win. Van der Kerkhoff then was the last driver inside of the top 3, ahead of Dean Hugendorn, who climbs up by 9 positions to finish in P4, and Yuri Levar, who's up by 12 to finish in P5. Good stuff from all drivers inside of the top 5. All drivers actually making up a number of positions. 7 for Turney, 3 for Magnac, 7 for Van der Kerkhoff, 9 for Hugendorn, and 12 for Levar.
Indeed, very strong drive from the field here. There is your top 3. As mentioned, a very controlled drive from all 3 of them, with 7, 3 and 7 places gained apiece. For Dean Hugendorn in 4th, it's 9 places. From Yuri Levar, it's 12 places. For Daniel Macia, 15. 7th place, Davide Bottaro, Victor Gustafsson, James Adenossiadis, Kartodromo World Champion round out the top 10. Oliver Kinmark from Nicola Command, Gabriel Canal from Adam Gabin, Bruno Blanco from Aston Sharp, Nicola Frigg from Michael McGoy, Max Lacroix, Rafael Bazard, Matteo Gallo, and Svet Simonov round up the 22 finishers. Daniel Picorni, Angelina Simmons, Emiliano Hernandez, Noah Baglin, Kasper Reipold, and Jindra Peschel all retiring from that race.
Yeah, tough stuff for some of our drivers, especially the likes of Simmons, who of course has actually looked quite good this weekend, had a P12 yesterday, but a nose cone coming off, there's nothing she can do, DNF for her. Baglin then of course was the main story within that one, your pole sitter, out of the race after just a couple of laps. That concludes though your groups A versus D. For senior, we will have 2 more qualifying heats left to go for this rotation. Of course, in a moment's time, we'll see the best moments of that race because I'm sure there were a lot of them. But the best driver within that one, Joe Turney, converts a 4th row start into a qualifying heat win, back where he would have left off from in 2025. And there is his teammate of Noah Baglin, who will have to pull that Prema back into the tent, regroup and try and think, I've had 2 qualifying heat wins already. That DNF is not the end of the world. Still got more races left to go later on. This was the race we just watched though. Out at that first corner, good stuff by Noah. It was though, however, teammate of James Anagnostiadis that we saw spin at that first corner. He did get back onto the tarmac though and continue in a really strong charge. Baglin and Peschel. It was Peschel that was worse off. Baglin just went slightly off of the road, caught then the karts, the bottom of the karts on the curb, up in the air, then tagged the back of Peschel, who lost the rear end and would go no further. Joe then had to read that one in front of him, slip through, and this is what gifted him that heat win and heat lead, as Davide Botaro momentarily went side by side, but it was Baglin that was absolutely worse off, backwards in the barrier, and would cause that DNF.
Indeed, a shame at the very start of that race. Then the fighting did rage on just that little bit more. Turney would take the lead, go on to a victory. Emiliano Hernandez, that was the first shaky moment for him. He would later retire from the race. The DPK racing machine went no further with 6 laps to go. Then we saw the nose cone down at that final chicane, and that nose cone did belong to Angelina Simmons, who would later retire from the race after driving off the circuit there. But the classic look that we saw back in the days, the 60s and 70s, good to see it back, but unfortunately not allowed in the 2020s here, and unfortunately out of the race. Fighting did rage on, everyone pushing forward. Big moves here for Daniel Macier, 15 places gained in that race to finish in P6 with later retirement. Hugendorf making moves there. Daniel Picorni, the last retirement. Over the line, Joe Turney would take it clear by 4.1 seconds, and with the fastest lap of the race, a 107.565. A strong drive, and now for him, steps up to 3rd in the points. We're going to take a short break. Do not go anywhere. More racing action coming up next. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to live coverage here of the MondoKart.com FIA Karting European Championships. If you're only just joining us, welcome to a very wet day. But we are back with some more racing. Groups B and E, another rotation of qualifying heats. And it's Will Green and Zach Zhu back on the front row of the grid for this one. However, they have switched sides of the grid. Stepan Mazepin and Alessandro Truchot on row number 2. Manny Nuvolini and Benjamin Westwood on row 3. Giacomo Justo on row 4, all by himself. Row 5, we'll see Alexander Lazarus and Emerson McAndrew. Urena had a very good race earlier on, the same as the drivers behind, Charles Say and Oyvind Venturat, also a very good race earlier on. Mohamed El-Bazaki and Juan Garciase would find themselves in row number 7 with Augustine Felignoli and Guillaume Bassato.
Row number 9 then sees Priam Bruno, who needs a good race after a disqualification earlier on in the weekend. He will be starting alongside Xavier Lazaro. 10th row, top 20 is Ludwig Granquist alongside the USA's Liam Nachawati. And from row number 11, Paralin's Elton Hedberst will be with Mark Lumitz. 12th row is Jonas Pundis with Jan Garjelik, and from row number 13, Francisco Roca will be looking at Sabalika Gay. 14th row, your top 28 is Michelle Orlando with Daniel Ferraria, and then Yubo Wen will start with Christian Covey. Last runner within this qualifying heat, Ava Lawrence for Aston Martin will be all alone on that 16th row, as we see our final junior qualifying heat for this morning's rotation on a circuit that is progressively getting wetter and wetter for our drivers and our senior groups, including, who's that waving at the camera? Potentially William Marshall, giving us a big hello. These drivers just watching on at the circuit that they will see in around about 15 to 20 minutes' time. That just gets more and more waterlogged as we go on.
It is days like today, Nicole. I'm glad I work indoors at a racetrack.
I'm looking forward to my driver interviews later on.
Yeah, me too. Can't wait for that. I will wave from the commentary box.
Thanks. I did bring my wellies, however.
Did you?
Yeah.
Did you? Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm actually wearing work boots right now today. I usually wear some nice white trainers, but I saw the weather forecast for today, and I thought, nah, I don't fancy wearing those in this. So, yeah, very interesting day. Very interesting fashion choices everyone's got on today.
I bet you, however, there's still some karting mechanics out there that refuse to not wear shorts.
Oh, no, 100%. I've already seen shorts today. I've seen shorts out there. There's a sad and lonely sight. Gonzalo Plante into the final corner. No, he's working hard out there, bless him. Into the tram lines then, if you can see them. Lights are out. We are racing towards turn number 1. Green gets that good run in towards turn 1. There, the rest of the field all trying to get themselves through and trying to find any grip on those Maxxis rain tyres, to which they do, dispersing the water beautifully. In towards turn 3 and 4, though, this is where it starts to get a little bit tricky with that curb coming into play, but again, everyone gets through. Zach Zhu, though, has gone down into 4th place. It's the energy course of Jarlath Sayer who's had a good start. He's gone upwards in this race, and if he has, he's managed to get through from the 6th row of the grid.
Spins in the background. That's the one of the Ricky Flint. Is that potentially Liam Nachawati, who has gone round in that second sector? It is the driver from the USA's weekend goes from pretty much bad to worse. He's had not the best results so far. Now looks to try and get the kart sprung into life, but he can't do it. He doesn't push it enough, and now will be out of this race. A forced retirement. Out in the front, however, Will Green. Qualifying heat wins across the board for him, as well as a P2. Headed into today with a qualifying heat win in his first appearance of this morning. Zach Zhu matched that. Which one of those drivers is going to miss out in this one? It looks at the moment that potentially Zach Zhu starting to get pushed down the order. Absolutely is. P8, and now is being made vulnerable by the Tony Kart of Emerson McAndrew Uren. Out in the front then, Green from Truchot from Sayer, Mazepin from Nuvellini from Giacomo Giusto, Mohamed El-Bazaki again in these wet conditions. Really strong stuff.
Yes, very strong indeed, and they are doing a fantastic job out there despite these conditions that ever worsen here in Valencia. Through the infield section then, Priam Bruno trying to charge his way through. There, down the inside, is Manu Nuvellini on Stepan Mazepin. Mazepin will find the inside line once more, but not the power out of the corner, as now he'll be under pressure from Mohamed El-Bazaki just behind, and now just ahead as they exit out and on to the back straight. Long run here for the drivers to go in this race, and still as we exit out, we go on to lap number 3 of it, and you can see the lead here that Will Green has got from Alexandre Truchot. Jarlath Sayer, though, leads an incredible train of karts all the way down the field to about 29th place.
Yeah, Jarlath Sayer, and I'm sure Mick Panagata of Energy as well is watching this one on with a bit of a grin so far. Really good stuff from Jali to be in this P8, but maybe not for too much longer because Nuvolini just unsettles him slightly. Jali holds on to it, however. Whoa, great send down the inside by Mohamed El Bazaki. Where did that one come from? Nuvolini now missing out despite trying to get into that P3. So Saya from El Bazaki from Stepan Mazepin. Nuvolini, though, splits up those two drivers. Giacomo Justo still looking on at this one as Emerson McAndrew Uren rounds out this six-car battle.
No.
Another driver will tumble down the order. This time it's one of the victory lanes. It's the 233 of Zach Zhu. Zach, who had great results so far, had that win earlier on, will now have a DNF to add to his board. Not what he would have wanted.
That is such a shame, and a real testament to how challenging these conditions are right now to the field. Stefan Mazepin there just going through turn one, has now got Giacomo Justo for company, but this here for third place, Mohamed El Bazaki has closed in on Jarlath Saya, and I can imagine he's going to be looking for a move here. Does find the gap down at turn 6, squeezes through, trying to get the up and under though will be Jarlath Saya, but he's not got the power out of the corner, and now Manu Nuvolini will find his way through. Beautifully done there in the background. The same for the fighting here. Justo, Emerson McAndrew, Uren and Priam Bruno all fighting for position. Juan Garciase there as well. Keep an eye on Savile Kagay. I said this earlier on. Savile Kagay gained good places earlier on. He's doing it again. 13 places gained in P13.
Well, every driver then inside, from P8 to P18 actually charging their way through the field. So lots of big pushers throughout the crowd. Priam Bruno, it's not been his weekend so far. No disqualification yesterday after trying to get the kart sprung back into life. Now he's under investigation again. The driver that was, a podium finisher in Le Conca, a driver that actually really in some regard couldn't be stopped, now is just not having the best of runs. He's still in the sharper end of the field for now. He's in P8 just behind Stepan Mazepin. They're those two drivers on your screen. But he is being watched, of course, by the team in race control. He will, of course, be summoned to the stewards later on. Mazepin still doing a good job to control this one. Highest up we've seen him, so far this year. Didn't have the weekend he would have wanted in Le Conca. Now, however, looking really strong out there for Tony Kart.
Yes, indeed. I will apologise to the viewers at home. Occasionally, every now and then, you're hearing a thud coming out of the coach box. That is me still hunting flies in here. I'm terrified that one's going to fly into my mouth while I'm talking.
I'm going to laugh if that happens to you.
Well, if it happens to you, I'll laugh even more.
Fine.
Right then, back down the inside there. Good up and under. Justo again fighting through and gets that position back past. Of course, Priam Bruno under investigation. Oh, so it's one of the other victory lanes has had drama. That's Savile Kagay. Oh, just as I was praising his charge through the field, he tumbles down the order and is the latest retirement in this race. And you can see there what that means to him. He knows he was quick. He knows the pace was there. And I can imagine it was just the slightest mistake that has cost him a good result here.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're still watching on at this one. Stepan Mazepin starting to get closer to Jarlath Saya, who's now fallen down to P5. So Bazaki now the newest driver inside of the top three with Nuvolini P4, Saya P5. Mazepin has got a bit of pressure on his shoulders now. Giacomo Justo, Priam Bruno, Emerson McAndrew and Juan Garciase are the drivers behind. Garciase out of sector number 2 there, just visibly a bit shaky, but these drivers... Stepan Mazepin! Stepan Mazepin is turned round. The driver that was doing such a good job now finds himself spun round, parked. DNF driver that was involved with the likes of Giacomo Justo, McAndrew Uren, Juan Garciase were other drivers that would have had to have avoided that one. But again, that second sector in these conditions, the visibility as well, just catching these drivers out.
Visibility? Visibility is what I heard there. Sorry, Nicole. No, but you are right. The visibility is very difficult out there for the drivers. But here, though, Alessandro Truchot, Mohamed El Bazaki here, still very close. Manu Nuvolini, though, is certainly closing in on this fight, and he's really pushed forward. Is that another investigation out now, or is that the same one for Priam Bruno there for causing a collision? If it's another one, that's quite the tally he's picking up here. Here's a replay. This is that moment. Look at this. That's purely the water level on track. That was nearly the back end of the kart losing it.
Yeah, Garcia then just good kart control on the exit of the corner to actually manage that one there. This is the moment for Mazepin. So he's just tagged there by the victory lane throughout turn number 12. You know, it's not really a lot he could have done. You know, the rear end was just clipped and he was out. You know, what is he supposed to do about that? This is another angle again, you know, just in a straight line, kind of sort of taken out there.
Indeed. Well, that is such a shame for him and a great race he was having at that point. Still, Will Green at the front, clear by 1.9 seconds. This is still Bezzecchi and Nuvolini fighting. What's happened to Alessandro Truchot? He's tumbling down our timing screen here. Is there a kart out of this race? Yes, there is. There's a yellow flag on the start-finish straight. And is it in the form of Alessandro Truchot on the 209 machine? Because he is tumbling down our order. That would be disastrous. And that means that this fight here now is for second place. Mohamed El Bezzecchi then and Manu Nuvolini might actually not know it at this time if they've been focusing on themselves. But this fight could be for P2.
Will Green, 9.5 seconds out in the front as Nuvolini looks to try and dive down the inside at that final chicane. Jumps, however, more onto that optimum line. Out of the final chicane, they'll see the last lap board out. Mohamed El Bezzecchi will be desperate to try and hold on to this one. 11 places gained for him to be in this P2 spot. This is the highest we've seen him this weekend. It's the highest we've seen him this year. Manu Nuvolini, though, has had a really good run of results. Has consistently been inside of the top 5 and will be trying to get inside of the top 2, not just for him, but for KR as well. Gives Mohamed El Bezzecchi that slight bit of room. Still hunting down these drivers, just varied slightly in their lines, but El Bezzecchi there out in P2, you know, you can't fault him. Down the inside. Manu Nuvolini sets that one up perfectly. The change for P2 is now that Nuvolini holds on to this one. Great stuff by the Mercedes Junior.
Yeah, that was a nice, robust move there in these conditions. Checks over the shoulder, though, and Mohamed El Bezzecchi closing in ever more. Here is Will Green, though, through the final chicane. Just like his other Williams Junior driver, Will Green takes this one over the line and adds another one to his name. Continues that lead in the intermediate classification for Manu Nuvolini across the line. He will step up to second in the points. Now ahead of Gianni Giardello, who will be dropped down to third in the intermediate classification. So it's Will Green from Manu Nuvolini, Mohamed El Bezzecchi. Best results of the weekend so far, 10 places gained. Is liking the conditions here on that VDK racing machine. Jarlis Sayer, fourth from Emerson McAndrew Uren. Then it is Jacopo Justo from Priam Bruno, but is under investigation. A 10-place gain finishes in P7. Juan Garcia and Oive Venturat at 9th, and Augustine Felignoli rounding out the top 10. A very strong race there, though, for Will Green, who continues to lead those points.
Priam Bruno, P10. Augustine Felignoli actually P11 there on the timing screens. So good stuff for Priam Bruno to continue on trying to replicate what the result from earlier on, where again he pushed through the field after. Oh no! What? My timing screen's not updated.
It's frozen. So here's your top running. So Michelle Orlando 11th with a 16-place gain. Francisco Rocca 12th with 13 places gained. Ludwig Krankus and Daniel Ferreira Wenyabu from Xavier Lazaro. Ava Lawrence 14 places gained to finish in P17. That is the same as Wenyabu, also 14, and the same with Daniel Ferreira as well, also 14 places gained. Guillaume Bassato, Martin Lumetz in 19th. From Christian Kobe, 10 places gained to finish in P20. That's a good result there. Jonas Pundis and Jan Garzielek, 22nd. Alexander Lazarus rounds out the top 23. 14-place deficit in that race. The retirements to show Mazepin, Kage, then it is Zach Zhu from Westwood, Headford, from Nashawati, and of course the non-starter of Samuel Hugon. For Will Green there, Nicole, that's a good job done.
Yeah, absolutely. 10.4 seconds out there in the front, but it's not easy for any of these drivers. Even Will Green out there cleaning his own air has got that struggle with trying to, suss out the circuit, suss out where the water is developing lap after lap. Early stages of the race, it wasn't too long before Liam Natuati found himself out of things. The Ricky Flynn was spun round through corners 7 and 8 and would go no further. Did try and get the kart sprung back into life, but didn't quite give it enough of a shove. Manny Nuvolini, early stages is when he got himself into the sharper end of the field, made the move on Stepan Mazepin, and Mazepin did try and return the favour, but Nuvolini would hold on to it, would use some of his experience to get himself into the sharp end of the order. Emerson McAndrew-Uren, after DNFs yesterday, is looking to really hold on to some good results and did absolutely just that. It was a P5 for him overall, and it was at turn number 1 where he really did start to turn the dial up to 11. Manny Nuvolini there looked to give a go on Jarlath Sayah. Actually, physically looked at him during that overtake as well as Mohamed Elwazaki got into the fight. Jarlath Sayah was aware that the Mercedes was going down the inside and gifted him that position. Stepan Mazepin had to watch on at all of that unfold, as one of the early retirements was also Elton headfirst out there. Zach Xu, one of the big contenders into the race, was also lost early on. As you can just see, no visibility for our drivers, and so difficult for them to also not keep themselves out of trouble. Stepan Mazepin was a major story within that one, being tagged and taken round out throughout that second sector. The Tony kart that was fighting inside of the top 10 wouldn't go any further.
No, they certainly wouldn't. That last lap, though, was a last chance for Manny Nuvolini to get up into second place after the retirement for Alessandro Truchot, which unfortunately we didn't see. So across the line, Will Green would take the win and would still lead those points. More races coming up. One more race before the lunch break. We'll take a short break. We're back in a few moments. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The racing coming up very soon. The last race before the lunch break, back with the seniors for qualifying heat B versus E. That will be taking it to the track. Looking forward for this one, of course. We see Iskender Fakari and Dalaman on the front row of the grid. But let's see what happens in this one as the field make their way out onto the track. Rain still falling and the field heading through. Nicole, take us through the grid.
Well, Iskender Fakari and Dan Alleman start from your far front row. Iskender, good results for him so far this weekend. Dan Alleman also with a heat win and a P2. Row number 2, we'll see William Kalesia and Devin Waltz. Those two drivers both having good results so far. Both have had P4s and P3s. Third row of your field will be Manuel Miguez with Zach Green. Green loves conditions like this, incredibly strong. Keep an eye on the driver from Great Britain. Row number 4, Thomas Pradet with Zach Drummond. And from row number 5, William Marshall will start alongside Luke Cordner. Sixth row of your field, Drew Waltz with Vladimir Ivanikov. And from row number 7, Evan Purcell will start alongside Isaac Sayer. 8th row, the first half of your field is rounded out by Endo Arata and Ifris.
Row number 9 sees Rafael Bassato and Armin Khalid Osman. They'll see Antonio Cottinella and Louis Nunez on row 10. They'll lock out the top 20. Row 11 sees Maximilian of the USA and Ilya Boriskin. They'll also see Ian Pedrotti and Gustavo da Silva on row 12. Nathan Kappen joins the USA's Jews Tharumalai Swami, with then Zimo Yang and Eduardo Salamonde of Brazil on row 14. So, looking forward to the fight on this one. Nicole, weather conditions though still bleak.
Yeah, absolutely. Rain still pouring down on our drivers and everybody in the paddock then. Final qualifying heat before the break, of course, where the rain is still going to come down. And then we're going to go into this afternoon where I think a bit of a spanner is going to be thrown in the works for the early initial qualifying heats after that break, because, of course, the track will not be cleared from any water. Oh, there's drama out there. Egon Pedrotti has broken down on that start-finish straight. The ASD Monster K factory driver, who was supposed to be starting on that 12th row alongside Gustavo da Silva, will not make this race start. Of course, technical gremlins, actually the front wheel that has come off. Is it the case that it's not been actually put on with the buzz gun properly? Of course, these drivers have to put the tyres on when they're in the pre-grid area. The tyres are controlled. Has a mechanic not managed to get that set up, put on properly? Looks to be the case. So we have already lost Pedrotti.
Yeah, that is a shame there. So drivers now with the last chance of getting any form of temperature into their karts. This is now that moment you can see there. Drivers lifting up the covers on the radiators there. That was Endo Arata there, just lifting up to try and get the temps up in the engine there. They can cool down rapidly in conditions like this. Into the final turn then. Zulfikari and Alaman on the front row of the grid. No switch of sides this time around. Zulfikari on the pole position side gets the race underway towards turn 1. Sweeps over to try and cover off Alaman. Leaves the door open a little bit there to Devon Waltz, who's going to try and get his nose down the inside. Tries but fails, but does slot into second place. So it's still a good start though for them. They'll enter into the chicane for the first time. A lot of drivers going wide. But they all do make it through. Green, was that a slow spin there? I think it was. It is a spin. He's trying to keep it going. He's given it full bore there, and he's got it back on the track. Did not want to give that one up. And we also saw as well the 133 having drama as well. And that was the Birrell, who was looking very slow, and that was Gustavo da Silva.
Good stuff by Green, however, kept his foot on the power, kept the thing revving so that it didn't stall and allows him to get back on the road. In the front, though, still these battles going on. Iskender Zulfikari, great race lead. Drummond into this P3. We've got the Ricky Flynn getting all involved there. That's the 120. That is, of course, Devon Waltz that is currently holding on to this P2, but potentially not for very much longer. Out of the final chicane they will go. Ticking off the first lap of racing, Drummond looks at the tighter line on the entrance towards the first corner, side by side, and pulls off the move. Back into P2 for Zach Drummond, like what we saw from him earlier on. The next name that he'll be looking at is Iskender Zulfikari. We know, late stages of wet racing, Drummond can light things up. He took the move from Aaron Garcia. Now potentially will try and replicate this time. Oh, just wide there for Isaac Sayer. Absolutely on the limits. Almost loses the rear end, but back onto the road and gets away from it unscathed.
It's when you see those shots coming in where, you're so close in, you see everyone taking that one racing line, then one decides, I'm going to take the wide line. It looks like they go straight off the circuit. Here, though, for the rest of it, you're seeing it again there in the background, just behind Isaac Sayer as well. You're seeing those drivers going for it. Vladimir Vanikov taking the wider line. Check over the shoulder for Zach Drummond as he hunts down Iskender Zulfikari. You can see William Kalesia just behind, who's now up into third place. And back there now as down the inside goes Vladimir Vanikov. That wider line that he took a few corners ago seemingly working out for him as he's gained another position.
Kalesia in this previous race was, dealt some difficult stuff by the drivers around as one of the MPs in the background just tumbles down the order. Yves Rees then that started on that 8th row will now have to try and restart this race in some aspect from the back. Going back to the battles earlier on, William Kalijah was given a bit of a difficult hand. You know, the drivers around really did, make him work for it, I would say. I think within this race now, he's trying to channel a bit of that into a result. Currently P3, so he's still sat where he started from for Parolin. A good job for Kalijah so far. In the background, Isaac Sayer is the driver on the screen in that Jamie Green branded kart, trying to get past Vladimir Ivanikov. The net gain for both of those drivers is up by 5 for Ivanikov, up by 6 for Sayer. Turn number 14, these drivers will approach and get completed. Nothing just yet for Sayer, but out in the front, maybe Great Brit countryman of Zach Drummond is starting to edge closer to Zulfikari. Let's see what the gap is. He's now a second, so nothing closed up majorly just yet, but Drummond is on a purple lap.
Yep, certainly so. I'll keep a close eye on that gap, still holding at 1 second for the moment. Some warning flags going out there, and one of them going to the 133, that is Gustavo da Silva. So we'll keep an eye on his progression as, look to the inside there. That was Ilya Berezkin getting a bit of a tag from Armin Carrier Osman there on the Haupt Racing machine, trying to get down the inside. It's got Drew Waltz company just behind. Rafael Bassato in this lap has got past Endo Rata. Zach Green on his recovery back has just got past Nathan Kaplan. He's back at 21st place.
2 waltzers within this race then, the brothers Devin and Drew, currently 1 P4, 1 down in P14. Devin still looking at William Kalijah, but Dan Alleman is also looking quite strong just shortly behind him. Alleman looking to maybe take a chunk out of the driver from the States very shortly. There they are coming into the final chicane now. Alleman's had qualifying heat wins so far this weekend. Now we'll try and take the position away from the Ricky Flynn down towards the entrance of that first corner. Does he look to have a go? Probably can say that these drivers, if they're right in the tyre tracks of the driver ahead, they're not going to be able to see absolutely anything. The spray is pretty serious for our drivers. Waltz now still sat in front of Alleman, the VDK still trying to hunt down. Talking of hunting down, Zach Drummond has absolutely done that. His prey of Iskender Zulfikari is being reeled in at a rate of knots now at the front. The gap was a second, it's now half a second between Iskender and Zach, as that's the battle for P1, and this is still the battle going on for P4. Iskender now maybe looking to get unnerved very shortly. Zach Drummond, lovely little move down through turn number 14, but he's not got the power to make it stick. Of course, Iskender took that more optimum racing line and just gets the switch back. Now Drummond will be in the spray once more, just tries to weave around to try and get a bit more visibility. 3 curbs clipped for both Iskender and Zach Drummond. Down the start finish straight. Drummond pulls out, looks behind him to see where Kalijah is. He's miles away. Can he go for it down the inside? Not close enough. Uses the run, however, to edge closer towards curbs 3 and 4. Uses the curb to rotate the kart to get things hooked round. Iskender, though, not looking rattled, not looking nervous just yet.
Yeah, indeed. It always does make me nervous, though, when you see 2 drivers very close together like that in conditions like this. Out of the race is Rafael Bassato at the DPK. Going no further is the Brazilian. The only reason it makes me nervous is because, of course, you get those instances where one driver goes to the wet racing line, one driver goes to the dry racing line, and there is always a conversion point between those when they try to go through. And we nearly saw that there at turn 1 between Zulfikari and Drummond. It's just when they meet in the middle to see who will go through. Kalijah is closing in now here, Nicole, utilising this fight between these two, Zulfikari and Drummond, not able to fully break away here from Kalijah. Continues to push through. This is the first attempt coming down the inside. There's what I mean about conversion points when one takes a wider line and one with the inside line, and very lucky that Drummond there didn't lose that one. And wow, my goodness me. And speaking of conversion points, and that's why he's lost a lot of time, and that's a lot of mud and debris all over Drummond's machine there. He's caught back up though, he's found the pace, he's found the gap, but again, a carbon copy. Here's Kalijah. Now William Kalijah making it 3 wide between these 3 in these torrid conditions on lap number 7. Kalijah on the up and under here. Iskender Sulfakari back to the inside, Drummond around the outside. Here's Kalijah, 2 for 1. Not quite on. Drummond off the road. He's dropped a wheel on the grass. Drummond drops to third. Kalijah takes the lead. Sulfakari to second. What a fight those two had, but it just gifts it to William Kalijah, who now leads the way as we enter onto lap number 8.
Well, after being shuffled down earlier on in qualifying heats, William Kalijah channels it, uses it, and turns it potentially now into a qualifying heats win. Leads the way, but Iskender Sulfakari is still there. Drummond back on the road, of course. Iskender Sulfakari almost looked to put the nose down the inside. Kalijah knows he's there. He knows the ward is right there. In 2025, these two drivers were junior teammates for Forza. Now they're in the senior grid for two different teams, but on the same chassis once more. Now they battle it out once more. Zach Drummond now looks at Iskender Sulfakari and says, this time I'm having this position and you're going to stay in P3. Just does it as the 133 now gets pulled off of the road. That's Gustavo da Silva for Birrell, who will go no further. Drummond now is into this P2, is now looking at William Kalijah. How does Iskender Sulfakari respond to this? Does he try and have a good go or think to himself, maybe I've drawn a little bit more too much attention to myself within this race. Maybe I'll just stay here and stay patient for now. Couple more laps left for these drivers to go. Sulfakari just on the entrance towards that first corner is just trying to stay out of the spray ever so slightly, but there's nothing in it still between these two drivers. I'd say William Kalijah has maybe got an opportunity here to bolt off and leave the scrap between this duo right here. The Fusion, the Ward, still potentially going for it. Last couple of moments left to go. Sulfakari's not been shaken off at all. He's being patient, he's biding his time. Drummond is doing a good job, of course, after all of those moments on the grass. I think 3 or 4 in total to actually just keep his cool.
Yeah, indeed. Quite the dramatic little race they have had here at the front end, but time very quickly running out. 0.7 of a second. Is it doable to close in? I mean, well, Kalijah's been lucky to get to this position. He's shown great pace. He was lucky with that battle that they had as well as, unfortunately, the latest retirement is Jude Thirumalai Swami, and that is a shame for him here, and he has shown great commitment to racing here in Valencia, but it's just not been his weekend so far. This fight, though, still at the front, gap 0.8 of a second now. Kalijah is looking like he's got the pace now, Nicole. Yeah,
William's going to be loving this one out in the front. So it's Kalijah, Drummond, Sulfakari. They're your trio that we've been watching over the past couple of laps. Waltz, Sayer, Alleman are the next trio. Waltz then still in that P4. Isaac Sayer up by 9 positions. So that battle between Waltz and Alleman actually didn't come to too much for Dan. We've then got Vladimir Ivanikov with Luke Cordner, but Luke Cordner now under investigation out there. We've missed sort of what's been going on for the drivers in the mid-pack section because we've been fixated on this for your trio at the front. Kalijah now 7/10 clear, so not extending that gap just yet over the past consecutive couple of corners, but now sits there very comfortable, cards on the absolute limit, just using the road to really maximise as much as he can out of this one. 3 corners clipped for Kalijah. We'll see now the last lap board for this final qualifying heat of this morning's rotation. Kalijah now extended to 0.8 of a second. Drummond settled, Sulfakari settled in P3 as well. Other stories in the background, no major movers. The only one to really give a good go of things within this race is Eduardo Salamond. Actually, saying that, Ilya Berezkin almost knocking on the door of the top 10. Kalijah, however, the Paralympic driver for Australia, we knew that he was going to have good pace this weekend. He's used it within this qualifying heat to gain himself 2 positions overall. Zach Drummond, though, you've got to give it to him. 6 places gained in total to be in P2 for now. Iskender Sulfakari losing 2 in total with half a lap left to go. Here we go then. Turns 12, 13 and 14 now ticked off. Intermediate classification before we head into our lunch break then. 169 points for Dan Alleman ahead of Kalijah, your number 1 driver within this one, and Waltz currently there on 155 to sit P3. Final corner, however, completed by William Kalijah. Checkered flag is given. Checkered flag is given to the Australian for Paralin, who now makes it a qualifying heat win ahead of Zach Drummond, who signals to Iskender Sulfakari just shortly behind him, who finishes things in P3. Good job by our trio at the front, who absolutely gave us an entertaining mid-race.
They certainly did, and with that, Kalijah steps up to second in the points then, ahead of the rest of the field. D. Waltz with 155, Drummond now with 154, so very close there, but it is still Aleman.
Devin Waltz.
Devin Waltz, yeah. Thank you. There with those points, and Aleman with 169, so very strong performance indeed. And there you can see the biggest mover inside the top 10 would be Isaac Sayer with a 9th-place gain. The biggest mover overall would be the 10th places gain for Ilya Berezkin, who finished that one in 12th place. But strong run there, and fair few retirements. This is your top 3 though: Kalijah, Drummond and Iskender Sulfakari. Great run for them. The rest of the field: Devin Waltz in 4th from Isaac Sayer, Dan Aleman from Vladimir Vanikov, Luke Kornder from Manuel Marquez, William Marshall, Drew Waltz in 11th, Ilya Berezkin in 12th, Evan Purcell, Armin Kari Osmond, Zach Green, Antonio Coccianella, Endo Arata from Nathan Cappin, Max Whelan from Eduardo Salomon, and then it is Louis Nunez, Zemo Yang, Yves Rees round out the 23 finishers through Milai Swami, De Silva, Pradir, Bassato and Pedrotti all retiring from that race.
Good race to round out our qualifying heats for this morning and early afternoon rotations. Then we've had 10 in total, 12 yesterday, 10 this morning, and now we head into this afternoon where we'll see another 12. After our lunch break, we'll go back to our Academy Trophy seniors, and then we'll be seeing the juniors, then the seniors again. But William Kalijah rounds out his early stage of today with a qualifying heat to win. A great job for himself and the Paralin factory team in conditions that are not easy for any driver whatsoever. Drummond, I think, would be happy with that result as well, and this is how that one unfolded then. At the early stages, Iskender Sulfakari, of course, started on that front row, did initially get into the race lead and held on to it for a little while. We had Waltz try and give it a go throughout that first corner. Aleman also, as this was the point where Ilya Berezkin really started to get into the order, as every driver in that midfield section actually did a really good job to avoid Zach Green, who did an equally just as good job to keep his foot in the power, keep the rev in the engine, not stall the thing, and managed to get back onto the track and actually ended up in not so bad spot, P15 overall. Drummond, wet conditions are his strong suit, got past the Ricky Flynn of Waltz, got past William Kalijah, who would actually follow him throughout a lot of these overtakes. Kalijah then, of course, was your qualifying heat winner, as moments in the background for drivers went wrong. That was one of the MPs through the final corner, skipping things, If Riz being that name. This was the stage halfway through where Iskender Sulfakari and Zach Drummond decided to give us a good show. Drummond got a bit of a boot, I would say, off the track momentarily. Lots of mud being kicked over that KR Fusion kart as he went down the inside. Iskender Sulfakari once more said, "No, you're not, I'll have it back." Again, they tagged ever so slightly on the exit of a couple of corners as Iskender held onto the race lead, and all that it really did was actually get William Kalijah quite excited and involved. Slid out of that corner did Iskender Sulfakari, tagged Drummond once more and said to William Kalijah, "Hang on a minute, here you go, this is a position for you potentially."
A position or two for Kalijah, because he would find himself not past only just one, but this nice up and under squeezing through would get up into the race lead despite the best efforts from the drivers in that moment there for Drummond. That kind of sealed his fate, really, that he wasn't going to win that race. He did recover, of course, back to second place, once again getting that move done on Iskender Sulfakari. Those two honestly having quite the battle out there for the majority of that race, but certainly did give us a very good show. Investigations came out left, right and centre for other drivers as more retirements came in. The last one of that race due to the Rumalai Swami, unfortunately not seeing the checker flag. But across the line, Kalijah would see it from Drummond. Iskender Sulfakari 1, 2, 3 across the line. Kalijah now second behind Aleman and Devin Waltz in the points. Zach Drummond fourth in the points as we head now into the lunch break. This is where it gets interesting because the rain's still falling quite heavy, but the track action comes to a stop now for about half an hour's time, where we'll be back for the second half of the day, where we'll see the second qualifying heats for Academy Senior, back with the final races for the juniors and seniors for the European Championship. We'll take a short break. Do not go anywhere. We'll see you in about 28 minutes' time. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the live coverage here of the MondoKart.com FIA Karting European Championships in 2026. Here for round 2 in Valencia. The Academy Senior qualifying heat A versus C is coming up next for their second race of the weekend. And, well, my goodness me, look at that view. The rain falling and all these drivers getting ready to go racing. That was a nice skip past the camera. But the driver starting it on pole position as the driver who did take a race win earlier on today in the morning, Alexis Janelay, finding himself back on the front row of the grid. The second race that we saw earlier on, it was a very different story. But we caught up with this man earlier on in the week to see what he had to say.
Alexis Janelay, great lap out there for you. First event for the FIA Academy Trophy Seniors this year. What's it like to be here in Valencia?
Je suis très reconnaissant d'être ici. Vraiment, j'adore la piste ici. Et puis, oui, c'est super.
And of course, session out there was good for you. You were at the top of the board for most of that qualifying. Can you tell us about the lap that you managed to string together?
Oui, dans la fin du tour, j'ai réussi à choper une petite aspiration sur des Arios. Mais sinon, j'ai réussi à faire des très bons secteurs. Puis je suis vraiment très fier de mon tour.
Well, like we said, in group pole position, Alexis, great job out there.
Thank you very much.
Well, good to hear there from Alexis Janelay starting this one on that P1 spot. There you can see the 1 minute board about to go up, and well, look at the level of rain that is still falling here. Quite the sight to see, and of course with no track action for about half an hour or so, means that that water has done one thing and one thing only, and that is fill up around the circuit. So quite the interesting one. The second race that we saw earlier on, of course, groups A and B, that saw Alexis Janelay take that win ahead of Albi Lappa and Oliver Kerg. The race 2 that we saw, C and D, Simon Matoda did take the win on track, can confirm 5-second time penalty for that nose cone that did come out. Means that Boaz Maximov did take the win and was by 0.041. He only just missed out, did Matoda, on getting away by 5 seconds, but crucially did only drop down to P2.
Yeah, only a P2 for Simba then. We'll see him again this time. He is, of course, within this grid. He's starting on that 4th row alongside Philip Planeta. So, you know, despite that 5-second time penalty, didn't really throw him off too much, and a very, very quick indeed in these wet conditions. Looking to maybe replicate what Yuzuki Sato achieved in 2025. Gonzalo Planta, of course, is your Academy race director for this weekend.
Oh, there's some shorts.
Sorry. Thanks.
Sorry, I just took that quite away from you then. We were talking about it earlier on.
Context.
Yeah,
context. We were saying that karting mechanics, quite famously, even if it's conditions like this, where it's absolutely chucking it down, raining cats and dogs, they refuse to put trousers on, they'll always wear a pair of shorts.
That is something I always forget about, is context of why I say certain things that come out of my mouth. Right, anyway, right, let's take you through this grid. It's the second half of the day, the second heat for the Academy Senior in 2026. Alexis Janelay starting alongside Konstantin Paps from Germany. Estonia's Oliver Kerg starting alongside Italy's Alex Desario and Poland's Michael Gion starting alongside Argentina's Jose Bautista Dilish. Row 4 will see Czech's Felipe Planeta. They will see Japan's Simon Matoda on row 4. Ivan Simonova and Flavio Caria going from row 5 with Sebastian Grundal Eels and Zhao Yongji on row number 6.
Row number 7 sees Lucas Konopka hoping for a good race after earlier on's moments of being put under investigation. He'll be starting alongside Consta Sipula. Row number 8 is Yanni Rodriguez alongside Constantin Carrillo, and from 9 we see Oliver Hjordrup and Louis Sifri. 10th row, top 20, Jesse Swart with Danish Chen, and from row number 11 is Leopold Jutsch with Daniel Schreier-Eiser. 12 rows in total, 23 seniors for this one, and Nicolas Malero is your last driver on your grid. good results so far for our Academy seniors. A good first race for many of these drivers, of course. It's their first taste of OKN racing. They have not competed with machinery like this before. Boaz Maximov, of course, in that second heat took the win. Like you said earlier on, Anthony, Alexis Genelay, our overall fastest driver in qualifying, also took a heat win. Konstantin Pabst was part of that first that first group earlier on. Maybe didn't have the result he would have wanted, but other names that did actually quite a good job. Yvonne Simonova, she had a P10. Yvonne then part of the more than equal Academy programme. She's out here this weekend flying the flag for the country, selected by the ASN, and is actually a driver that's been racing for quite a few years now. Has now joined the world of AKN racing for 2026.
Yes, indeed. So let's see how this one goes then. Of course, these conditions are a lot worse now than what these drivers faced this morning. The rain had only just started when they went racing, and we are racing immediately here in the Academy Senior here towards turn 1, 3 wide into turn 1. Incredible kart control then from our front runners, but it will be a good getaway for the rest of the field. But this is now where it really starts to get interesting. The pinch point here, turns 3 and 4. They all managed to squeeze through, but it is a solid getaway for the field here. The front runners, though, incredibly close and committed on the power, but everyone breaking away well. Believe it or not, the fastest driver in the first sector, though, is Nicolas Malero, but he's at the back of the grid. Alexis Genelay at the front, though, seemingly looking comfortable.
Moves being achieved then by Bautista Delic, the 4-1-3 out there for Argentina. Good stuff by him in the early stages of this one. Drivers, of course, completely equal machinery, the same chassis, an Esprit chassis, the same Vortex engine bolted onto the karts, same tyres, and of course, same graphics as well. So in the spray, these drivers are being trying to tell them apart, as we've already got a DNF. This is Daniel Schreier.
No, I believe that is Konsta Sippola in the 422, the driver from Finland. Yes, I thought it was the 442 for a while, but no, yes, indeed, that is a shame there for the driver from Finland. Genelay leads the way then. Desario in second place, only 0.2 of a second behind. Very close indeed on a 2-place gain. Looking very strong indeed. A lot of water still there through that chicane, but the driver's dealing with it pretty well. Change for third. Looks like Oliver Kurg passed Konstantin Pabst and still having a good run.
Yeah, absolutely. So Genelay out there in the front yet again. It's like what we saw from him in that previous race, so the deja vu moment. Desario P2, Konstantin Pabst P3, as we've got now an overtake going on, 2 in a row actually for the drivers in the sharper end of your field. So Konstantin Pabst now being hustled around, as currently that is the intermediate classification that you can see on your board, but we've still got our second heat for our second group coming up in a moment's time after we conclude this race. Into the final chicane, these drivers will go once more. Desario, now your race leader. We just saw that overtake through that second sector. Genelay now has to sit there comfortable in P2. Kurg into P3 where he started from, with Simba Matoda now starting to arrive into the fight. Alexis Genelay just rides himself off the road slightly, a bit of a self-inflicted moment there for the driver. Is this where the 4-1-1, the driver that polled it in quali, took the qualifying heat earlier on, now starts to become a bit vulnerable? Matoda in the fight, charged through the field earlier on today. Now 4 places gained for the driver of Japan, looking to potentially convert this one into a win as well, because pace-wise, lapping pretty similar to our fastest driver of Alex Desario.
Yeah, it certainly is. For these drivers here now, they've just got to make sure that they battle these conditions nicely. It's getting squeezed there slightly is Genelay trying to get back into the fray. And now Simon Matoda looking to the inside here through 13 and 14, trying to carry the speed on the inside, just cannot get the power down. Does try again though, side by side. Genelay squeezed off, hits the cone. Will someone please think of the cones out there, because once more it gets taken out by zealous drivers using all the track limits that they could. And there again, so it's right round the outside. Look at that lovely move there for Simon Matoda. That is nearly job done, because I thought there Alexis Ginelé was going back down the inside, but no. Thibaut Ramaekers up to third.
Well, your two drivers that have been your number one so far this weekend, not giving it up to each other. Just behind them, perhaps Zion's as well, still going for it. This is another change. This is the 402 battling it out with the 432. So that is Paps and Zion's. Like we said, these two drivers, good stuff from them so far, but have both actually lost positions in the early stage of this race. Desario out there, not dry but clean, 8 tenths to his name ahead of Kurg, who's now got Simba Matoda as the next driver to go for it. We'll watch a race replay then. This was the overtake where the cone got a bit of a beating there on the entrance towards that final corner.
It's just a simple cone. It's got one job, and that's to tell you where the red line is, and that's how they treat it. Terrible.
Yeah, terrible indeed. Out of the final corner though, another lap nice and completed. Desario, Kurg, Matoda, Ginelé and Zion. Zion's not finding a way past just yet, but new drivers now put under investigation. This time it's Lucas Konopka again. Two qualifying heats in a row that he's being looked at. You know, elbows out, we do like to see, but not too much. You know, drawn a lot of attention to himself out there.
No, indeed, but still showcasing the good speed here, and the gap down at the front starting to close down. Oh, that was a robust move there from Michael Zion, just pushing through and getting that position done now. There still is Planeta. Knopka just behind as they again go wheel to wheel. It's the braking zone at turn 11, but still no change for them at the front. However, Kurg is attacking, and the 402 of Zion up to third place now. Desario's down to fourth. So as quickly as the Italian was leading the way, he now has to think what he wants to do now for the remainder of this race. So Oliver Kurg now leads the way on lap number 5 of this race, out of Simba Matoda, who was looking for redemption after that drama earlier on today.
Well, Kurg there, 1.9 seconds clear, so the gap hasn't outdone what was achieved earlier on by Simba Matoda or Alexis Ginelé. Ginelé, I thought, looked really strong. I was actually thinking maybe he was going to be one of those drivers we would see come into a race like this and not be touched, but that's not the case within this race. Big sense down the inside. Ginelé actually returns the favour, gets back past Desario there for that P4, invites into the battle other drivers around them. Konstantin Paps is back in this one. Delic is back in it. Philip Planeta finds himself trying to get involved as well, as the drivers between P4, P8 have all lost overall, because your top three actually doing a really good job out there. Still more changes. This time it's still going on around Konstantin Paps, Delic and of course Desario.
Yes, indeed. So we'll keep an eye on the fight, and as they continue on, these drivers... The spray really kicking up there for the drivers into that final chicane. Little hit off the curb there for Ginelé as he tries to regain control. And someone's gone into a halt there. Grinding to a halt is Planeta. Planeta out of the race on the start-finish straight. Disaster. It just ground to a halt there. I'm not sure if that was the engine stopping or he just ran out of power. But that is disaster striking there. There is Desario trying to push forward. Here is Flavio Carter down the inside. And all round. Round is Konstantin Paps, Germany's entry, who started on the front row of the grid, has rotated. Of course, no clutch in this kart. He is out of the race. He cannot get that restarted. He has to leave it. He has to go to the marshal post, and that is disaster striking there. Big moves again. This is Danish Chen on a big charge here. 10 places gained, is on the middle of a sandwich right now, and now has been caught out by everyone else. Fabio Cara gets through. Grundle Eels also getting through now up to 9th place. Danish Chen holding on to 10th place on a 10th place gain from P20. Desario down the inside gets through now up into 5th place. Oh dear, completely misjudging the braking zone there. Into the chicane. And now who was that? Was that Karo? Was that... no, I think it was Grundle. No, it wasn't. Chen. It was Danish Chen. Danish Chen tumbling down to 13th. Not what we wanted at all. As it still kicks off here. Desario battling away. with the likes of Lucas Konopka.
Yeah, Lucas Konopka then just made the move stick on Desario. Desario now being fed to the pack behind, which includes Cairo Rodriguez, Grandal Eels being invited into this one as well. Side by side, big sends down the inside. This time it is Sebastian Grandal Eels that tries to make the move. We've got Young G trying to get involved in this one as well. So looking on at this pack, fighting ahead of him pretty eagerly. Oliver Kerg still out there. Really nice stuff as another driver now gets spun round. This time it's Leopold Judge that will go no further in a pretty similar spot to where we just lost Konstantin Paps. So both of those drivers will be sat inside of those Marshall posts, and both of those Esprit chassis now pulled off into the same points of the circuit. Final bit of this lap then to try and conclude between these four drivers. This is, of course, the battle for around about P7. Konopka, Desario, Rodriguez involved in this fight as the last lap board is now out. Was given first to Kerg, Matoda and Zions. Into the first corner, though, we're still undecided. For the driver of Batista, Delic as well, because things are not being given up for him at all just yet. Oliver Kerg, though, out there, 1.8 seconds clear from Simba Matoda. Great stuff from Matoda. Of course, this is not another on-track qualifying heat win, but it's looking like 2 out of 2 P2s. Good stuff for the driver of Japan. Still, though, we've got Rodriguez trying to battle it out to try and get ahead of Desario. Out of the turn number 14, though, Oliver Kerg pretty settled there for him. Tall driver in the kart. I think that's really benefiting him in this stage of the weekend. First appearance in the Academy Trophy for these drivers. 2026, new year, new opportunities, new drivers. Oliver Kerg in the third qualifying heat of the weekend for your Academy seniors takes the win ahead of Simba Matoda and Michael Zions.
Indeed, and for Oliver Kerg here, a great result indeed. What a drive that is to put himself up in P1 and into the lead of the intermediate classifications. The Estonian doing a superb job from the second row of the grid in that race. Matoda, as said, second place ahead of Michael Zion. In third, Alexis Janale from Jan Rodriguez and Alex Desario. Flavio Carrier from Sebastian Grandal Eels. Zhao Yongji finishing ahead of Lucas Konopka. Dennis Chen from Ivan Simonova, Oliver Kjordrup, Jesse Swart, Daniel Tra-Isa and Christian Carrillo. Louis Sifri from Nicolas Malero rounding out the top 18. The retirements, Delish from Jung, then it is Paps, Planeta and Sippala, unfortunately not making it to the end of the race. There is your top 3, Kerg, Matoda and Jean taking the 1, 2, 3 at the end of their second and final race of the day until we see them out for their third race tomorrow. No superheats for the Academy Trophy. They go from those 3 qualifying heats into those finals. So we look forward to seeing how they will go from there. But for these drivers, we wait to see what happens for the rest of the day. Because the Academy Senior qualifying Heat B versus D is coming up next. That will see the likes of Albert Lapper and Jonathan Landstrom on that front row of the grid. The rest of your results on your screen there, and you can see how many drivers just tried to push their way forward. In that one, unfortunately, many retirements in that race. Here's a look at some of the highlights from it, though, because from the word go, well, you can see how the spray from after the lunch break certainly played havoc with the drivers. Alexis Janale was able to push forward, would later lose out on a fair few of these. He would drop down to 4th place at the very end of it. Oliver Kerg would slowly but surely make his way up through the field. The same as Simon Matoda, a relatively decent start in that race, was able to push forward. 6 places gained, wasn't the overall win, of course. Unfortunately, that's 2 second places. Still very good. I say unfortunately, still very good results. 3rd in the points, 88 in total. There was the unfortunate cone that got struck in that race, but the racing continued on in that latter stage. Round the outside Sima Matoda here, brilliant little up and under, was able to push it back through the field, was able to gain those times in. A beautiful little drive there. Other drivers as well gaining those places, but later having dramas was Konstantin Paps, was fighting right up at the sharp end, then the German starting on the front row of the grid, to then later, unfortunately, retire from that race. A spin there was the unfortunate retirement, and definitely not an engine failure there. Well, evidently it was, but not the engine wasn't seizing up there, unfortunately, for Philippe Planeta. Unfortunately, him retiring and finishing in 22nd place. As well, the rest of the fighting that went on, we still saw the dramatic moments there for Konstantin Paps, unfortunately going no further in the race. Big moves still happening, though, in the middle phase. Alex Cesario, despite the fact that he did lead for a big chunk of that one early on in the race, did later fall down that order, but still a strong result nonetheless, and the fighting went all the way to the bitter end for that fight, as Jan Rodriguez would just squeeze through and would gain 10 places to finish in P5, as the checker flag would go out. Oliver Kerg would now look at a strong result, 91 points to his name. The Estonian leading the way with one more race to go today in the Academy Senior. Well, that group will be out next. Groups B versus D for their next race in this one. And certainly looking forward to seeing what they will be able to achieve in their 11-lap race in this one. And there you can see, front of the grid, Albi Lapper for Great Britain is primed and ready to go at the front of this field. And we caught up with him after time qualifying.
Albi Lapper, pole in group. Good to see you here in Valencia at the first event of the Academy Trophy. Good to see you in a bit of a different class for you as well. OKN, kart itself, big change. Tell us about it.
Yeah, it's a bit different. Bit less bottom, but way faster at the end of the straight. Loads of grip as well, so it's really fun to drive. It's a bit different to what I usually race in UK, but it's very good.
And of course, adjusting to the new kart, the new engine, the new tyres. How long has it taken you to jump into things and really pick it up? Because you look very quick out there.
It's been pretty quick, to be honest. We did a few tests in the UK with the kart, and after that I was really just learning how the tyre was. And this track, it's not the hardest, it is, but I mean, I think I picked it up quite quickly.
And of course, you've been selected by your ASN, you've been put forward by Motorsport UK to represent the UK here this weekend. What was that like when you got the call to say you're going to be the one flying the flag for the nation?
It was great. You know, we didn't really expect it, to be honest, but yeah, to drive for the UK again, it's great.
Well, Albi, like we said, in group pole position, great job.
Thank you.
Good to hear there from Albi Lapper. Like you say, starting this one on the front row of the grid for himself. A challenging race that we have seen over the course of this one. And in his first race, of course, he was out in that first one, a P2 in that one. So a win here would certainly look good on the old resume because, of course, he would beat Oliver Kerg to that top end of that board. So that is going to be a vital one here for Lapper as he starts it alongside Jonathan Landstrom, who once again goes to the front row of the grid. Leonier and Liam Carr go from row 4. They'll see Marcelo Assumpção and Derek Wago on row number 3. Row 4 sees Judy Yerkin. They'll be joined by Boaz Maximov, who also did take a race win earlier on, gifted that one after the 5-second time penalty from Sima Matoda. I'll be joined with Armin Hamilton and Adam Rybitz on row number 5. The first half of the field sees Vanessa Shilkaneta and Warapong Iambichan.
Row number 7 sees Saab Kale with Alvaro Parra, and from row number 8, Ori Goldberg will look at Petra Milicevic. Row number 9 is Rion Tutogio and Essa Al-Hamidi, and from your 10th row, your top 20 is Tiziano Antola with Rafael Volant. 11 rows in total, 22 drivers, Groups B versus D. Alex Maximiliano Gobbi versus Eric Bergsian on that final row. Last time we'll be seeing our Academy seniors today. We'll have one more qualifying heat left to go tomorrow before their finals. track conditions now, Anthony. You know, rain has started to hold off slightly. It's lifting. We're not seeing what we had earlier on in our last rotation of qualifying heat. So maybe track conditions are starting to get a bit better for our drivers. Maybe they'll be gifted some more visibility out there.
Hopefully so. Yeah, I mean, I will say that it is brightening up. However, that rain, technically was due to stop at around 4 o'clock. I know the clouds are coming in and out now. It is getting to the tail end of it, which is really good to know. And hopefully from this point, in fact, actually, with the races that we've got to go today here at Nicole, we might actually see some dry running by the end of the day, if that.
Very ambitious.
I like to be ambitious sometimes, and there we go. I think we will see some dry running at the end of the day. There we go. That is my prediction, Nicole.
Okay, I'm going to check the weather forecast.
Okay, good. Right. Okay, here we go then. Academy Senior. FIA Karting Academy Trophy round 2 here in Valencia. The second race of the day for Groups B and D. The fourth race of the day for the Academy Senior, and the last race of the day. Not the weekend, of course. Tomorrow they are out for their third rotation of heats before their finals tomorrow. And we will see who will take the first major championship points round 1 here in Valencia. Into the tram lines then. Awi Lapa and Jonathan Landstrom get the lights out as they go racing towards turn number 1. Lapa on the inside line there, holding off the likes of Leonier, who was slotted into second place now. We will have to fight it though, but I think manages to hold on to it. She does indeed. So it's a good start there from the lady representing France, Liam Carr from Australia, trying to get involved, who was on the outside line with Jonathan Landstrom. Those two, of course, will have had to carry the speed around. There is one kart that has gone off the road, possibly Eric Besergen, who is not clocking up on my screen anymore. No, that is Petra, unfortunately, Milosavljevic, off the road. And that is a disaster for her, and her last race of the day ends in a marshal post, unfortunately. Rest of the racing going on as they exit out of turn 13 and 14 onto the back straights, side by side. Goodness out there as Alvaro Parra tries to fight through round the outside, and already I'm seeing some potential nose cones out there for Boaz Maximov.
Jonathan Landstrom forcing his way through the field. Good start by Jonathan to try and get past the drivers behind. Not good stuff then by Boaz Maximov, of course, inherited that qualifying heat win earlier on from Simba Matoda. If it's the case that he has got a nose cone, could maybe be finding himself in the sort of position that we saw Simba on earlier on, where in an indirect race with himself to get 5 seconds ahead of the rest of the field. Side by side, action, and round he goes. That's Parra now that will tumble down the field. The 4:37 now pushing.
Don't restart it. Don't even attempt it. Does that fall under an attempt there, Nicole? Or will he try and defend and say, no, I was trying to clear that off the track? But that is quite the moment there. You have to, of course, only do that on the first opening lap, and we are past that point. Lapa leads the way, but yes, as you were pointing out there, for Boaz Maximov, that front nose definitely wobbling around, and you'll be able to see that as the race goes on. But he's closing in here on Lapa. Could he get into the front here and try and break away by 5 seconds, or will he sit there behind in second place? This is where it really starts to get interesting for these drivers. But Lapa, crucially, needs to win this race if he wants to be the points leader. If he allows Maximov to break ahead and break away by 5 seconds, he will find himself being the points leader going into tomorrow.
Well, Boaz Maximov and Albi Lapa actually quite equal in race experience throughout their careers so far, so it's a head-to-head battle for those two drivers. Carr, P3 with the fastest lap, and just behind we've got a nice little send down the inside for Jonathan Landstrom. Landstrom trying to get involved, Hamilton being one of those drivers to try and hustle the ones behind as in front as well. This is the change then. Albi Lapper still holding on to it for now as Carr now arrives on the scene. The driver of Sydney now gets past Boaz Maximov and makes himself the newest driver to try and test the UK's Albi Lapper. Lapper just wipes that spray off of that front visor as Liam Carr visibly really quick within this stage of the race. Oh, Boaz Maximov great on the brakes there into the final corner. Big send gets him back into P2, clips all 3 corners, curbs there out of the corner, holds onto it for now. This trio at the front, are they going to hold each other up? Are they going to make each other vulnerable to Argo, Kale and Hamilton as into the first corner? Moments for drivers, of course, not easy track conditions. Drivers not just tripping over the field around, but around themselves as well.
Yeah, indeed. Maximov very late on the brakes there. Actually still made the corner. Actually took the ultimate wet racing line right on the outside line. It seems to have worked out for him a little bit here because he's still on that rear bumper of Albi Lapper, not allowing him to get away. And if actually he's gone down the inside and he's got that move done. And that is Maximov into the race lead, says, come on, let's go. But Lapper wants nothing to do with that, sends it back down the inside. Reed takes that lead away. Does he run wide, though? Another driver walking away from an incident as we cut back to the race lead here. Maximov once again side by side with Lapper. Lapper needs to be careful here now because Liam Carr is right behind. Carr could have an advantage here on both of these drivers as they go side by side once more through that final chicane and back onto the start-finish line.
Well, Boaz Maximov leads the way. Now we've got Liam Carr trying to test Albi Lapper. Lapper, though, slams the door closed. Tighter line. They go side by side on the exit. But, of course, that wider entrance towards the corner by Boaz Maximov massively helps him on the setup. Oh, down the inside, Liam Carr looks to have a go and pips past Albi Lapper. Lapper now drops to P3. Boaz Maximov, Liam Carr, Albi Lapper now start to invite Kale Wago and Armin Hamilton into this fight as again we've got an attempted change by Albi Lapper as Liam Carr actually just signals to say, you're holding me up. Boaz Maximov is starting to push ahead, and if these drivers, continue to cause each other issues, big sends around the outside for drivers back in the field.
It was beautiful there for Albi Lapper, carrying the speed there around the outside of Liam Carr, but Carr was just able to get his nose back down the inside. They continue to fight through the lap on this one, and again side by side once more. This is allowing it now the likes of Kale to close in the 449 machine to the inside again. Lapper goes through up into second place. They do not want to allow Maximov to break away by over 5 seconds. Remember, if he has got that nose cone, that will drop him backwards again. The up and under for these drivers. Carr tries to get that move done, but he just cannot find the traction that he needs. And now everyone is closed in. And now has Liam Carr himself picked up a potential nose cone here. I'm going to try and see if it's wobbling around quite a bit. And it does look like it has gone, unfortunately. So is that now Lapper stuck between 2 drivers with potential nose cones? But now with the rest of the field, you've got Kyle there, you've got Hamilton, you've got Wago, you've got Yerk in there. Vanessa Shilkaneta is closing in also on a 3-place gain. This is all starting to kick off, but Lapper seems to have broken away now from the chasing pack, who are now fighting amongst themselves.
Liam Carr looks to have maybe been a bit unnerved there, drops a wheel off the corner, is just behind him. Sarp KO and Armin Hamilton just went wheel to wheel out of turn number 14. Hamilton actually disqualified from qualifying heat earlier on, so needs a good result in his final appearance today during racing. Side by side, Liam Carr still continuing to be hustled. Dropped that wheel, cost himself some time, and absolutely cost himself time to Boaz Maximov. Albi Lapper maybe a bit safe now there in P2. Race result earlier on was strong for Lapper. Oh, they take each other off. That's Liam Carr now spinning into the racing line. Will be parked completely in the fast part of the circuit. But the driver of Australia is now out of this race. At points, he was in P2. It's now a DNF.
Yeah, he'll have to wait until everyone passes, which they now do. And as a very risky place to be in. Yeah, you can see there the nose cone definitely had dropped. It was wobbling around quite significantly. That is such a shame then for Liam Carr, who was fighting for a potential race win in this race.
Yeah, absolutely so, but it doesn't put off the drivers behind. Judy Jurkan now up into the fight of things. Jurkan, though, has just lost a couple of positions. Derek Wago and Saab managing to get back past. Actually, Derek Wago has been at the Valencian circuit a couple of times. He's visited Lucas Guerrero, multiple times throughout kart career, and I think that's benefited him so far within the race. Hasn't lost or gained anything just yet, but strong nonetheless. And we've got one more qualifying heat left to go for these guys tomorrow. Into the first corner once more, Armand Hamilton. Whoa, trying to fend off and trying to fight around about that P4 spot. Tall driver, strong driver with plenty of experience, not just in his home country, but in the UK as well, where we know that it gets quite aggressive, quite elbows out for many of these, and maybe that's what we're seeing from him right now. This, of course, is your battle for P4 that Vanessa Schilkenater also finds herself ahead of. Schilkenater, absolute charge for Vanessa. P3 with 8 places gained. We've not seen her recently in international karting. She's been off testing Formula 4 and has absolutely deployed some of that going through this race.
Yeah, indeed, and did capitalise massively on those last couple of laps a few moments ago. Lapper and Maximov, that gap is 3.4 seconds. Maximov, of course, with that potential nose cone, now is in a chance of trying to hold on to second place. Lapper, though, with first, in second place at the moment, would still be on the charge right now. Over the line they go. Final lap board is out. Maximov lead Lapper by 3.7 seconds. Vanessa Schilkenater from Hamilton. Then it's Kale from Jurkin. Wago still holding on from Landstrom. And Al Hamadi rounding out the top 9, with Gubby rounding out the top 10 with an 11th place gained. The inside line there trying to carry the speed through, and squeezed there is Armand Hamilton. And Kyle gets through on that move. Saab looking very strong at this last lap of the race, but not as quick as what the front 2 runners are doing right now. Maximov in the lead. There he is, but look at the nose cone. Does it wobble down the start-finish straight? That is the question. Well, there it looked absolutely fine, but you'll see it when it hits the bumpers. I think it may have dropped on this point. He's been involved in quite a few battles in this one. But we'll have to wait and see when these drivers come in. Over the line, Maximov takes it. And if that is a good result, that is maximum points going into tomorrow for the driver who started on the 4th row of the grid. The driver representing the Netherlands at this moment leads the way. Lapper second from Vanessa Schilkenater. Kerl from Hamilton. Jurken from Landstrom. Wago from Gobi, and Leonier at the end of that one does finish inside that top 10. But they're your race winner, who certainly had a very challenging day for the Netherlands. Boaz Maximov delivering a solid result.
Well, we'll have to see, like you said then, Anthony, if he does manage to hold on to that one. But it's 2 out of 2 wins for Boaz. An on-track win with this one, and an inherited win from his previous heat, where Simbad Matoda, of course, had that nose cone penalty. Started, a little bit further down. Good places gained, 7 in total, but was not your biggest mover overall. That is rewarded to Maximiliano Gobi. 12 places for him to sit just inside of the top 10. Into Parc Fermé, these drivers will go, the first being Boaz Maximov ahead of Albert Lapper and Vanessa Schilkenater in P3. Good stuff by Vanessa. First top 3 appearance we've seen from her so far throughout the practice sessions, quali and initial qualifying heats. That is your top 3. Sark Kale and Armand Hamilton taking you to your top 5, with Judy Jurkan, Jonathan Landstrom, Derek Wago, Maximiliano Gobi, and Miano Her as your top 10. Marcella Assumpção, much better than what we saw from her this morning. She finishes in P11 ahead of Warapong Aimowishan, Adam Rybitz, Rian Tutugio, Ori Goldberg and Tiziana Antola as your 16 finishers. We lost quite a few there. Anthony Jordan, including Esa Al-Hamidi, Liam Carr, Rafael Volant, Alvaro Parra, Petra Milosavljevic and Eric Bergsian. Good stuff though from our Academy seniors. They are done and dusted for the day. We have to return to the tents, get everything prepped for tomorrow, and off they go for Sunday's heat and then finals that we'll see them.
I'm hearing reports that it was a nose cone for Boaz Maximov. However, I'm looking at my timing screen now, Nicole. Albi Lapper was 6.6 seconds further down the road. So if that is the case, Maximov, even with a nose cone, still gets 100 points and goes into tomorrow as points leader. And that will be a very strong start to the day for the driver from the Netherlands. Here's your highlights from that race. You can see how the conditions were dreadful right at the start of that one. Gotta say, Nicole, it's cleared up really quickly out there right now, and there is already a much drier line, of course, than the wet racing line that's out there, but significant stuff. Right at the start of that one, well, you can see how Boaz Maximov already had that nose cone really on the first opening lap, so a very dramatic start that he had, was able to push his way through. There was the spin, unfortunately, very earlier on. I think Eric Bergensanya caught out with that one. There was the 4-7. Petra Milosavljevic as well was caught out in those opening laps. She unfortunately wouldn't see the end of that race either. Alvaro Pereira also having a tough race on that one, also tumbled down to 20th place after retiring as well. Albi Lapper certainly had his hands full at the beginning of that race here, Nicole, not only dealing with the likes of Boaz Maximov, but also the rest of the drivers as well, who were trying to push their way forward, and the Italian there at the early stages trying to fend off the rest. In fact, actually that was the first race in that one, but everyone else trying to deliver good results, but this year was quite the fight.
Yeah, quite the fight indeed, and actually opened up the opportunity for Vanessa Sinead-Kaneta in the end, managing to make up 8 positions to sit inside of the top 3. Albi Lapper, though, went side by side quite a few times with Liam Carr. This was at the stage in the race where Liam was very much still involved with things. In through the final chicane, that's where Albi managed to get that P2 back, but the drivers really did just cost each other time to Boaz Maximov. Maximov was then allowed the opportunity to just drive away from the rest of the field. So Lapper, Saab Kale and Liam Carr went for it. This was the moment where Liam Carr was lost. Didn't hold the brake when that rear was went round, and then actually seemingly just rolled into the racing line of the rest of the field. Luckily managed to hold on to that one, however. Armin Hamilton was one of the drivers to really continue to test the drivers around. He did, however, drop a wheel in the late stages, still managed to end up in P5. So a good result for him to round out his day after that disqualification earlier on. That finishes off our Academy Seniors for today, though. This time we go back to our OK Juniors for Groups D versus F, which sees Daniel Miron and Joely Giridello on your front row.
It does indeed, and there is Daniel Miron on the front row of the grid. No switching of the sides as well, but plenty of action to come up as we caught up with Daniel Miron earlier on this weekend. Daniel Miron, welcome to Valencia. Second round of the FIA Karting European Championships, and your first full season in the juniors and in the FIA Karting Championships. How does it feel to compare it to your days as a mini driver?
Well, the mini towns are very, very good with team driver. I think 2024 was one of my best years. Very dominant, of course, and kind of winning everything.
Yeah. Strong performance out in round 1 in La Conca in that top 5. So again, good results there. And what are you hoping to see this weekend in Valencia?
So obviously we're looking for a win, and I think everyone is looking for it. That's why we're here, and yeah, we'll always try to do it.
Who do you think, or who do you look up to in the paddock here? Because obviously, young driver, first year. Who do you look up to here?
Especially, I focus on myself. It's very important. And, of course, Green is very fast. And yeah, but mainly I focus on myself, trying to improve myself.
And then, right at the very beginning, of course, you've been racing for many years now, but where did it all begin for you? What was your first time, do you remember looking back, seeing a kart and saying, I want to do this?
So, my grandpa used to do stock cars. I don't know if you guys know it, but he used to do that, and he had some friends. Their sons started racing karting in England, and he asked me if I wanted to go karting, and I said, of course I want to. And from then it never stopped.
Never stopped, always kept going, and you've been going forward since then. Daniel Miron, thank you very much for your time. We'll see you out there on track, and very best of luck.
Thank you.
Good catch up there with Daniel Miron as he started on pole position alongside Giulio Giovinazzo here on row 1. Julian Frasnelli and Revi Sanchez go from row 2 from Lucas Palacio and Miguel Manzano on row 3. Tony Cacciafera and Alex Malota on row 4 from Troy Ferguson and Austin Newsted on row 5. Leon Chilidze from Stan Rajaski on row 6. Lenny Mäkinen, Nilnek Mush, Jay Kostecki and Ati Kamir round out the first half of the field.
Row number 9 sees Avray Didkovsky alongside Alexander Legenki, and from row number 10, your top 20 is Alexandra Point. He had a DNF earlier on, needs a good race. He's starting alongside Denny Babacek. Row number 11, Matvey Derganov, also a DNF in previous qualifying heat. He needs to push his way through the field from that spot on the 11th row alongside Braden Wagner. 12th row, where wildcard entrant of Alba Cueva for DPK will be with Jeff Verbeek, and from row number 13, Jason Kosmopoulos of Greece should be alongside Roland Nagy, but Nagy is missing from your grid after injury yesterday. 14th and penultimate row sees Oliver Spencer and Marit Zvaric, and 15 rows in total. It's rounded out by Maxim Noapel, and a driver to watch within this one, Martin Bertolacini, therefore Ward on that final spot. The Argentinian driver, really quick round this circuit, but just not the qualifying result he would have wanted. Watch him push his way through this field.
Indeed. So, right then, weather clearing up. Blue sky, Nicole Sutherland. I've just looked out the window. My goodness, we're going to get dry running at the end of the day. Guarantee it. There we go. Oh, no one picked up that cone. That's a shame. Right. Field really bunched up there. A couple of drivers getting squeezed out of formation, and because of that, unfortunately, Danny Babacek and several others have stalled because they'd slowed down so much. This will be a false start. They will go round again. Multiple carts there did not come through. So Leon Chilidze is one of them. Lenny Mäkinen is stuck. Jay Kostecki is stuck. Xavier Didkovsky is. Babacek is. Derganov is. Then you've also got Albert Cueva is stuck there. They are all stuck on the run into that final chicane. Multiple drivers may fail to start this race, and I think even at this point they only get the one attempt. I'm not too sure because technically the race is the race hasn't started yet. So if they can get it restarted, then it's all good. But they're all struggling. The field's coming round, and there you can see Gonzalo Plantes telling them all, no, you've got to get off the circuit. We've got to clear the track. And now there's carts in the middle of the track with the field about to come round to start this race. So Marshall's working very hard there to clear the track. And, well, that's such a shame there for many drivers who will not be starting this race. And for the other drivers, so this means that for the drivers who are going to be starting this race, they've got to leave the space. They've got to leave the gaps. And there is so many drivers missing from this grid now. So this is going to be near impossible for them to know where on earth these gaps are supposed to be. We'll have to wait and see how this looks at the start, but certainly a very dramatic one here for the juniors in qualifying Heat D versus F. But it still has Daniel Miron and Giulio Giovinazzo on the front row of the grid. Are we racing this time? No, it's a false start. These drivers don't know where they need to be. There's too many carts missing.
Do you remember what happened at Le Conca in one of our senior qualifying heats round that final corner? Almost carbon copy, these drivers just slowing it down so much. They grind to a halt, they stall, and that's it for a number of them.
Well, actually, I remember it at Mulsen, Germany, in the Academy Trophy, when they went around the final couple of corners, the really tight hairpin, and they'd all slowed down, and I think we actually lost about 12 or 15 carts from that. They obviously did stop that one, and they reset it, but in this instance, with only a handful, you're missing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 carts that are missing from the start of that race, all because of going too slow.
Yeah, I don't know who the first driver was to necessarily be involved. I'm guessing it would have been around about Leon Shilidze's area. He is the highest up, one of those two, to not join us for this race. But of course, direct drive karting, if this happens in front of you, you're only going to slow up and stall yourself. There's not a lot for drivers to actually be able to do. So I guess a driver like Denny Babacek, Albert Quaver, would have been a bit of a victim in this situation. Where are they necessarily going to go? Well, within this race, we know that they'll go no further. They will not even see our green lights. That Daniel Miron and Joely Girardello are now taking our field round the final part of the track to try and take us to. And there are some of your drivers. That is Shilidze there that will have to stand on the sidelines and watch the rest of his competitors go for the race.
Indeed, right. Well, they tried to slow the field down. Again, multiple gaps in that order. Right then, are we going this time around? Let's see. Yes, indeed. Lights are out. We are now racing in DNF for the juniors. Good start for Miron on the inside line. Fresnelli will follow that inside line and will hold on to second place only just actually, because now down the inside goes one of the Forzas, possibly Remy Samchek or Palacio, that has managed to squeeze up there into second place. So there's the 2-1-1, so that confirms Palacio's not there up into second place. So that must mean that it's Samchek and the 2-1-3 that has managed to get that move done, and can confirm it is Samchek. There just behind as well is the Paralin of Joely Girardello holding on there. The wild card, the 6.95 Neil Nekmouche out of the race as it continues now in towards turn 11 and 12.
Alex Malotta trying to get stuck into this battle in the front. Good stuff by Lucas Palacio. Like you were just mentioning, Anthony had a qualifying heat win earlier on, his first of the year, but I'm saying not his last. Side by side, Malotta being hustled. Big send down the inside. That's by one of the Ricky Flynns that's trying to push his way through the crowd. Final corner, Daniel Miron, good lick at the curb out of that final chicane to really set himself up on the run down towards that first corner. Miron, P1 from Samchek. Fresnelli still sat there in P3 where he started this one from. Joely Girardello, not the start that he would have wanted. He's now in P4 ahead of Palacio, Ratajski, Alex Malotta and Miguel Manzano.
Indeed, here through turns 3 and 4 again, all the drivers clouting the curb there. You can see the Hagman Racing Machine, Alex Malotta, just having to fend off here. Many of the drivers just behind, and they continue to fight on here. Ratajski, Manzano, Alexandre Point there on a 10-place gain, still pushing through. Oliver Spencer as well, 14 places gain into 13th. Zaric and Bertolacini, 12 and 13 places gain. They're 16th and 17th place as well. Miron in the lead. The gap's only 0.3 of a second. Now to 4. Samchek trying to close in. Unfortunately, not able to do so. Here is your intermediate classification. There you see it on your screen. Will Green still leading that one with 194 points to his name. Girardello currently, who's in 5th place, sits second in the points with 177. If you can push forward, Nicole, in this race, might find himself closing that gap up.
Daniel Miron, from where he sat on the road, couldn't get any more points out of this one, and at the moment the best he could get is a P6. Looking at those intermediate classification points, I think that penalty that he had when he finished in P10 yesterday has maybe cost him a moment or two. Lucas Palacio again starts to impress us. That P1 earlier on, now his fastest driver on the track. P4 for the time being, as that's a nice little dive down the inside. Still more action going on in the background. Still the RFM boys getting stuck into these fights. As behind as well, we've got Newstead, Ferguson and Alexandra Point trying to claw their way up. One of the wards there is also making a good go of it. Max Braden Wagner trying to redeem himself after some not so great moments earlier on this weekend. Out in the front, Miron, half a second clear. This is still that battle between Austin Newstead and Manzano there out at the 14th corner. Let's watch what Manzano tries to do into the final chicane. Can he try and get past the driver from Great Britain, who's in, of course, his first year of OKJ racing?
Indeed, and all of them trying their level best here as the sun breaking through the clouds here now. They have cleared up very quickly here. Blue sky shining, and there we go. You can see the radar. We are in the clear now. Dry running, I think, for the rest.
You know, earlier on when I said I was going to check the weather forecast?
Yeah.
I didn't tell you what it said.
Did it say that it was completely clear and it was going to be a beautiful day for the rest of it and we were going to get dry running at the end of the day?
Yeah, I just didn't want to tell you because I didn't want to tell you that you were right.
Yeah, well, there you go. Right, lap number 4 of 7. We are on here, and still these drivers push forward. And, of course, now the trouble that they're going to have is they've all gone out, of course, on clear visors. Well, the majority have, because of the rain. Now the sun's shining down on the track. They're going to shine. And look, actually, I'm looking at the track from outside the window. It's steaming that it's clearing so quickly. Honestly, these drivers may need to get ready in the next 3 or 4 sessions or so. We could be on slicks.
Yeah, of course, with this many entrants, you've got 84 OKs, you've got 100 juniors, as well as all of our academies. The heat, the weight from these karts will be helping to clear some of that water off of the racing line, helping it to evaporate, helping it to disperse with the use of the Maxxis tyres as well. Could potentially be in for some dry running. We absolutely know that the racing line is starting to clear up. So how does the story unfold for the rest of today? For Julian Frasnelli, for the time being, he's got Lucas Palacio as the only cloud above him. Palacio really looking strong here for Forza, as is Remy Samchek. So both of the Forza boys inside of the top 4 for now, as Palacio could actually make it 2 Forzas inside of the top 3 very shortly. Alex Malotta has impressed me quite a lot so far today, Anthony. Good send for him. Actually wastes no time to try and go for overtakes. Speaking of overtakes, there's one for Lucas Palacio down the inside of the Tony kart of Frasnelli. Makes the move stick. Now gets inside of the top 3 for the second time in consecutive heats.
Yeah, that is very good indeed. And Palacio now, that pace that we were seeing earlier on starting to shine through now. Just like the sunshine here in Valencia. Samchek only a stone's throw further up the road. Could certainly take a chunk of time out of that one. Still the fight here, Ratajski and Newstead closing in. Austin Newstead massively closing in there through turn 1. Very quick drive indeed. This is still Alex Malotta trying to hunt down Giulio Di Rodello. That is back to the Newstead battle now. Just behind, you can see right on the rear bumper, and you can also see the multitude of retirements that we've had in this race. Unfortunately, all before the race even started. Newstead here, you were talking about him earlier on, trying to fight his way through the field, and he's on a 2-place gain now. Well, Ratajski's still on a 5-place gain. All these drivers looking very quick. But again, I'm going to turn your attention back to Martin Bertoncini and a 19-place gain. He's about to break into the top 10.
Yeah, it didn't go his way in qualifying. He's had to start everything right from the back. Dead last going into this qualifying heat was, of course, gifted lots of positions when we had that moment round the final corner with all of the drivers stalling. Shilidze, Makinen, Nekmush, Kostecki, Dudkovsky, Babachek, Durganov, Quaver and Roland Nagy were all starting ahead of Martin Bertoncini. So before we had even gone racing, he had made up quite a few positions. Last lap board is out, but racing moments are not over. This is still that battle between Ratajski and we've got Austin Newstead being the driver that he's trying to get past. Has now made that one stick. Newstead, however, needs a good result in this one. Just qualified earlier on in this weekend. Needs to try and maximise something out of what will be his final couple of moments today. Not too much running left to go for some of these drivers. Daniel Miron, however, out in the front. Started this one, of course, front row, pole position. Looks to convert it into a lights to flag win. As just behind, I think potentially a bit of a teammate battle is going on between Palacio and Remy Samchek. Palacio's actually found his way through. Lucas Palacio, qualifying heat win earlier on, now looks to make it a P2 for the 3-place gain. But Daniel Miron will exit out of the final chicane. Checkered flag is out and he takes it. Great stuff for himself, great stuff for Fusion. Makes it another qualifying heat win and promotes himself up in the intermediate classification order to a P6 with 155 points to his name. Palacio, though, you've got to give it to the driver of the USA. A team change to Forza is absolutely working in his favour after Leconca rounds out in P2 with Remy Samchek, his teammate, strong, sat there in third.
Indeed, a very committed drive there for the field and for Daniel Miron. A calm and controlled race there to push himself forward to P1 from the front row. And with that, will give himself 6th in the points as it stands. But that is still behind Green, Giudicello, Nuvolini, Palacio and Frasnelli. Julian Frasnelli in that race with that P4 does jump up to 5th in the points. So a very strong drive indeed. There is your top 3. Lorente from Palacio, Samcek at 1, 2, 3. Rest of the field, as mentioned then, Frasnelli 4th from Malota, Giudicello from Newstead, Rotowski from Bertolacini, who did get up into the top 10 in 9th with the 21 place game. Manzano running out the top 10. Alexandre Point from Troy Ferguson, Brendan Wagner from Alexander Legenki, Marek Zalic 13 gained from Jeff Beck, Oliver Spencer 10 gained in 17th from Cosmopolis, Atika Mir, Tony Cachaferro and Maxim Noapel, who rounds out the 21 finishers in that race. The retirements all before the lights went out. Leon Chalidze, Lenny Makinen, Neil Nekmush, Jay Kostecki, Severin Dudkovsky, Denny Babacek, Matvey Durganov and Albert Quaver, unfortunately, all involved in that before start moment. Several of the engines all stalled with the karts going very, very slow. Well, the field makes their way back in under the sunshine here now, Nicole. I'm just trying to think when we could see slicks going out there. I'm going to say probably maybe even 2 races time, I dare to say.
When the track's dry.
Thanks for that, Nicole. Here's your highlights. And, well, at the very start of it, this was just not good at all for these drivers. So unfortunate for them. Yeah, they get a one attempt to restart it, unfortunately, with it being so many. And then they're all thinking they can go for multiple restarts. Yeah, they were unfortunately all cleared off the track and weren't able to race. A couple of false start attempts after that then resulted in this race start, which saw Daniel Miron in control, Nicole, and in control for the rest of it.
Yeah, absolutely. Just bolted off from the rest of the field. That's when we lost the likes of Neil Nekmush. So he did actually make the race start, but would not finish things. Alex Malotta, good places gained for him to be in P5. It was the likes of Miguel Manzano that he battled it out with for the most part of the initial stages of the early laps. Off the road ever so slightly was one of the forces further in the background, as of course big battles went on. Martin Bertolacini being one of those major names, 21 places gained for Martin, the Ward driver, to sit quite comfortably in the end in a P9 spot. Still though, lots going on within this race. Joely Giudicello did in the end actually drop quite far back in the terms of where he's compared his results to earlier on. Results, of course, has had 2 heat wins, so I think for him, P6 at this stage probably wouldn't quite be good enough. Still, though, out in the front, Julian Frasnelli was one of those names that was in the top 3, but Lucas Palacio really did get things right within that race, just picked off positions time and time again, was patient, was confident with what he was doing, and made some moves down the inside. Remy Samcek was inside of the top 3 quite comfortably, got into P2 in the earlier stages, and just let everybody behind battle it out. Final lap was the moment between the 2 teammates of Samcek and Palacio. Palacio really confident, bravery on 4 wheels down the inside and take away that P2 from Samcek. But Miron takes it, takes a heat win in home soil, of course knows this circuit very well. It was only from an hour down the road, and that concludes your result for Groups D versus F for Junior. Now it's the same groups again, but this time back to our groups of seniors.
Yes, indeed, where we'll see qualifying heat D versus F make its way out onto the track for their race. And let's see how this one will transpire for them. So, Nicolo Caman then will be starting this one on pole position. They'll be joined by Nicolas Schaufler as well on that front row of the grid. Both of these drivers have looked very quick, but it is Schaufler who sits 6th in the points and could benefit the most here. David Ebitaro and Clovis Nougarade on row number 2. Gabriel Canal and Henry Domain will go from row number 3. Plenty of work ahead for them. Joe Turney back on track after that win earlier on. Will be starting alongside Tomasz Sikoraszki. Matthias van der Kerkhoff and Luke Tal on row number 5, Nicola Frigg and Mariano Lopez on row 6, with Aston Sharp and Filippo Sala running out the first half of the field.
Row number 8 sees James Anagnostiadis and Marco Gast, and from row number 9, Bruno Blanco will see Nicholas Stanley. Top 20, Michael McGoy with Valerio Villapiana, and from 11, Matteo Gallo will be with Zarif Raquel. 12th row, Svet Simonov with Emilia Vishmiska, and from row number 13, Kasper Reipold needs a good race after a DNF earlier on in his qualifying heat. Victor Staumak will be the driver to sit on row number 13, making it an all-Polish lockout. 14th and final row sees Daniel Picorni, another name that had a DNF in his previous qualifying heat. He'll be all alone on that 14th and final row. Nicolo Caman then leads us into turn number 1 on pole position. First pole position of the weekend for Caman, the Italian driver who, of course, has appeared at this circuit before in FIA racing. Now see what he can do side by side with Nicolas Schaufler, who, similar story, would have been here in 2024 and in 2023. They go head-to-head on that front row.
Groups D here, they will not have a lot of time to get a turnaround here because, of course, we'll have groups A and C out next, and then it's back to groups D versus E in a few races' time. So they could be the first ones that try the slick tyres. That is still a great job of drying out there, and I'm still seeing a lot of steam coming off the circuit, and it's quite a sight to see it actually out there. And look at that there, you can see it all just coming off the track from the heat from the sun, and the track really warming up now and making quite the beautiful phenomenon that we see here at the circuit. And for these drivers here, these drivers now just a few moments away from getting this started. Nicolo Caman, of course, on the pole position spot. Nicolas Schaufler will be the one to watch in this, of course, at 6th in the points and starting on the front row of the grid for this one. Right then, into the tram lines. Are we racing? Yes, is the answer towards turn 1. Come on the inside line. Schaufler, though, round the outside, able to get into the lead almost immediately. And there you can see as well Clovis Nougare slotting into 2nd place. And Nicolo Caman there tumbling down to 3rd, maybe even 4th, as the whole field negotiate their way through the chicane for the first time. Plenty of water still out there for the drivers to try and clear. There is Joe Turney up to 3rd place already as well, as he tries to push forward after that race win earlier on. There is Sala around the outside, Davide Wataro as well, also trying to fend off the VDK of Matthias van der Kerkhoff, who's trying to fight early on. Down the inside goes Joe Turney up into 2nd place. It's a strong start, but still it is Nicolas Schaufler who breaks away at the front.
I think the field have potentially caught Nicolo Caman half asleep at this race start. Has dropped all the way down into the hands of the drivers behind. Matthias van der Kerkhoff was the last driver to pass the Italian. Out of the final corner, great race start by Nicolas Schaufler. Really did jump the gun there at the start into that first corner. Really good stuff for him to get half a second ahead of Turney. Sala giving it a good go down the inside. P8 for now for the Italian, up by 6 places for Charles Leclerc and Birrell. Currently, Schaufler, where he sat on the road, gives himself some more points to be in that top spot of the intermediate classification, as you've still got Nicolo Caman now trying to get back into the sharp end of the field. James Anagnostiadis is one of the drivers you've just seen on the screen. The Australian hasn't had the weekend so far he would have wanted, but is starting to arrive back into the battles, back into the sharper end of the field. Sharp, also one of those drivers that maybe came into this weekend on a little bit of a back foot. Oh, big send down the inside. Change. That's an attempted change for your race lead. Turney is absolutely chased down Nicolas Schaufler. Gave it a go through that turn number 14. Schaufler gets the switchback and holds back onto it for the time being. But Joe Turney has absolutely arrived for this number 1 spot again. It was a qualifying heat earlier on today. Now looks to make it 2 in a row. Different lines being varied for these drivers. Into turn number 1. Turney doesn't look just yet, does he? Not just yet. Slightly different light. P2 for Turney for now.
Yes, indeed. But that is attempt 1 of, I am sure, many to see. Too many, though, and they might see these two close in. Henry Domain and Mateusz van der Kerkhoff, as van der Kerkhoff down the inside there, just had the traction, was able to carry that speed through. Beautifully done. Aston Sharp out of the race, and that is a shame for him. He will go no further, and understandably upset. There, though, Sala making the move now. He's just got through past the likes up to, I believe, 6th place there on maybe even Clovis Nougarade, actually. So we'll keep a close eye on what happens when they move through the next sector. As yes, it was past Nougarade. Bataro also getting through as they go up to 5th and 6th place. No second attempt just as of yet. Turney waiting to see where could be the best spot on Schaeffler.
Yeah, new race leader will be on the horizon for this one, I'm sure. And there you can see it. Turney just looks over his shoulder to see where van der Kerkhoff is. See, has he got the space to go for a bit of a riskier move with Schaeffler? Down through turns 2 and 3. Doesn't open up just yet. But opportunities do definitely open themselves up into this corner. Turney gets that second curb. Spot on. Change for that race lead. He pulls it off for KR, and for the second time in a row now leads this race. Van der Kerkhoff, I think, has read this one and edged ever so slightly closer, but Nicolas Schaeffler, despite that overtake typically costing drivers a bit of time, Schaeffler saw Turney's nose there, allowed him to have the space, and actually sits quite comfortable now once more in P2 as we've got another retirement out
Gabriel
there. Canal now out, makes himself a new name to join Aston Sharp.
Yeah, indeed. Shame there. Right, this one here, as Nicola Frigg under investigation for potentially cutting the track. That would be an interesting one. The same, I think, warning went out to the 150 as well, so very interesting to see that. Something that is also interesting are these drivers going off the racing line here, Nicole, to try and cool down some wet tyres.
Yeah, potentially so. So your typical racing line is absolutely being dispersed of water now. These drivers have got to be careful because they've got more qualifying heats left to go. They don't want to chew through the tyre too much. They want to manage things well. They want to be careful not to overheat things as well, because we've got a half race distance left to go. Turney and Schaeffler will be two of those drivers to absolutely know that. Plenty of experience, plenty of guidance for them both on the sidelines. They'll know how to read this one. Looking at Nicolo Coman then, pole sitter going into this one, now sat in P10, has just tumbled down the order and been fed to the wolves in this pack.
Yeah, that is such a shame on this one. Just holding on to the top 10 here. Reipold on the charge has just got up into 14th place. You can see him there just in the background of this one. There is one of the 164 machine. Just got Chikaraski just ahead of him. Close to Nougarade there as well. So he's not out of the fray just yet, because that lead group is still quite close. So there is still a good chance of getting through. Adding Nociadis there is behind Filippo Sala. Both of them are on an 8th place gain here, and 6th and 7th place.
Yeah, absolutely so. So Turney continues to go fastest. Of course, track is starting to progress, starting to get quicker and quicker. So you're going to start to see these times tumble down. And what's going to be really interesting as well is that regrid area. I think there's going to be a lot of conversations going on for these drivers, and those two karts really being decided upon cleverly for these drivers. What tyre do we go for? At what stage is the track going to be dry? Do we take a risk? Do we go with the crowd and the majority? James Anagnostiadis, P7 for the time being. Well, look at Sala. Is they swatch for position, but Sala still very much there for that P6.
I was just going to say, I know when the track will be dry, when it's dry.
There can't steal my line.
Well, I just did. Sue me. Right, here we go. Turney's lead still 1 second to the move down the inside there, and that is very closely done. And Reipold now on a 15th place gain is just walking through the field here now. Is Casper Reipold, and loving these conditions right now as Turney sets another fastest lap of the race. Despite that, Schaeffler closes the gap down to less than a second once again.
Yeah, absolutely does. Just trying to look at how much the track is progressing. Actually, 0.3 of a second.
We're seeing
Turney was
personal
faster
bests
compared to his previous lap. So at a rate of knots now, this track is starting to get faster and faster. No more rain coming down. You know, the clouds are starting to disperse. Track temperature is up by a degree as well. It was 15 earlier, now it's up to 16, and even you know, the graphics on your timing screens will say that it's drying as well. So these drivers having to manage these battles, having to manage the tyre. Reipold down the inside. Reipold, one of those drivers that had a DNF earlier on, not been his weekend so far. James Anagnostiadis now back inside of the top 5, 10 places gained, makes himself your biggest mover inside of the top 5, but not inside of the top 10, because Reipold does make himself that name. 15 places for the Polish driver, backed by Orlin, of course, to really be on a charge.
Davide Bettaro has now split these two up as well. They're on the Lenovo Cali kart machine. With, of course, it drying out. This kart's been very quick in the dry conditions, so hopefully will we see at the end of the day Bettaro maybe start to fight back in this latter half of the day as well. That could be quite an interesting factor. Nearing the end of this race as well, we're on lap 8 of 9 here, and Schaufler once again going purple out there. The gap down to 0.8 of a second. But the last lap board will be out here to these drivers, and this will certainly be a very interesting scenario. But despite that, very slow sector 2 for Schaufler there, as Joe Turney opens the gap back up to 1.1 seconds. So just showcasing that the conditions out there are still very, very challenging for the drivers, and significantly coming off the racing line there to try and cool these tyres down, I think.
Yeah, these drivers go into management phase now of this one. Last lap board is out. Turney, 2 races in a row, would have seen that last lap board as the first driver. P1 earlier on after all of that commotion for teammate Noah Baglin. Now, after a quite settled race, actually getting into P3 straight away at the race start. Looks to convert the start that he had a bit further down on the grid compared to where we would have expected to see him on that 4th row into another qualifying heat win. We wouldn't expect anything less from Turney. Has come back into the field. 4KR to assist probably the rest of the drivers in the team, be a bit of a reference point, help with the setup, help with the track knowledge, help with the racecraft as well for the rest of the drivers in that tent. Out of the final couple of corners, though, Turney will go, looks over his shoulder, sees that he's got a nice sizable Valencian gap to himself and the DPK of Nicolas Schaufler. 2 more curbs left for Turney to go. Checkered flag is out. Checkered flag has been waved. Joe Turney, on his return to OK FIA Racing, makes it another qualifying heat win. Schaufler, however, though, you've got to give it to him. Great job there to end up in P2. Consistent results across the board. Gives him an intermediate classification standing of 2nd as well. Mateusz van der Kerkhoff, under the radar in qualifying. Didn't expect to see him doing what he has done so far. But you've got to give credit where credit is due. 6 places gained to round out your top 3.
Indeed. Well, a very strong result for these drivers out there on circuit. They, I'm sure, will be delighted with the results that we have seen for them. And, of course, the pace getting so much quicker out there. And that will be a very interesting day that we will see for Joe Turney, who once again comes away with another race win. Schaufler 2nd will drop to 2nd in the points, because Joe Turney now takes the lead of that intermediate classification then ahead of Schaufler. But it is Mateusz van der Kerkhoff 3rd. Then ahead of Henry Domain, James Anagnostiadis from Davide Bettaro, Filippo Sala from Thomas Chikarovsky, Kasper Reipold and Clovis Nougared round out the top 10. Marco Gars from Michael McGoy, Nicola Command from Luke Tal, Victor Stalmack from Mariano Lopez, Nicola Frigg from Bruno Blanco, Valerio Villapiana from Matteo Gallo, Zarif Racal, Danny Picorni, Thret Simonov and Nicholas Stanley. Emilia Vishaminska rounds out the top 25. The 2 retirements, Gabriel Canal and Aston Sharp, unfortunately going no further in that race. Quite the shame for them. But for Joe Turney, that is a job done, and I think he knows it on that one. Smile on the face for Joe Turney. And yeah, really putting in the points now, putting in the effort after, well, what seemed yesterday, Nicole, as quite a calm start for him.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm sure he's coming into this weekend and thinking currently, you know, still got it, still got the skill to try and pull something out of the hat. Into the first corner then, Turney instantly into the sharper end of the field. You could just see him take that wider line, stay settled, stay patient, and pulled out a P3. Extends down the inside. That was a switch between him and one of the CRGs out there. And just time after time, corner after corner, absolutely perfected things. If you threw a pound coin on the track, you'd probably hit it every single time. Still, though, the race raged on. Matthijs van der Kerkhoff, again, like he did in his previous qualifying heat, managed to push his way through. 6 places gained, and this was the stage that Nicolas Schaeffler and Turney did switch positions. Of course, Schaeffler took the initial race lead back. Turney did find his way back through, as in the background Davide Bottaro was battling it out. Filippo Sala managed to gain himself 7 positions and had a good battle out there with Thomas Cikaraszki. That was the moment, though, that Turney set things up. It was a nice little send down the inside that Schaeffler, I would say, read pretty well, gave him the position and said, I'll allow you to have that one. Happy with what I've actually achieved today, consistent top 3s for Schaeffler.
Yeah, indeed, very strong result, and of course he still sits there second in the points as well in that intermediate classification, so cannot be disheartened by that at all going into the super heats. But still, of course, these drivers will still have one more full rotation to go. Obviously, we have groups A and C coming up next, and then into that final rotation, which sees groups D and E, A and F, and then B and C to round out our day. Joe Turney over the line. Great results. Leads the intermediate classification. Then with, for groups D, one more race to go, which actually isn't in a lot of time. Junior now back out onto circuit, qualifying heat A versus C. They'll be heading out, and I think we're going to get some interesting reports from the pre-grid on this one, Nicole. I think we've got some drivers already potentially deploying slick tyres. I'll have to wait and see whether or not that is the case. But a lot of drivers on the wet tyres still, and actually I believe it could be 3 drivers on slick tyres. Now, is that too soon, or is that the right call to make? Well, Julia Anglard here might know something about it, because we caught up with her at the start of this weekend. Here's what she had to say. Julia Anglard, welcome to Valencia, round 2 of the MondoKart.com FIA Karting European Championships. What a start of the year it has been. But tell us, what have you been up to since round 1 in La Conca to here in Valencia?
We were testing quite a lot to improve as much as I can, and also some other camps from Mordenico. So, yeah.
So, a lot to go with. Let's talk about, because there are so many academies out there and things. You're part of course, the Richard Mille Young Talent Academy, F1 Academy to Discover Your Drive, the All-In Team, More Than Equal. So many. How do you keep up with it all?
It's hard because whenever there's an interview, you have to thank everyone. Yeah. So that's not the easiest part, but it's okay.
Your first season in FIA Karting. How much work have you been putting in to get ready for this?
My whole life, especially last year, because we did a lot of different championships and a lot of racing in general, to just prepare as much as I can to this year. And this year also we've been racing quite a lot. So it's the whole life.
Yeah, you can be as prepared as you can be. But let's start at the beginning. I've asked this question to every driver. Tell me where the racing journey for you began. Where did you fall in love with the engines and the racing and all of that?
When I was 4 years old, my older brother was racing, and sometimes we would go to watch him. And then I just asked my parents, can I also try? They let me try, and I fell in love with it.
And what was your first time in a kart?
It was in Poland with just a little small team, so just to drive around.
Yeah, well, excellent stuff. But from there, it's
evolved into this, and now we see you out here in FIA Karting. Julia Anglard, thank you so much. Best of luck this weekend, and best of luck this season.
Thank you.
Good catch up there with Julia Anglard, and yeah, like to point out, all those academies who involved in so much to think about. Right then, here's your grid. Can report it's 4 drivers on the slicks out there. We'll get you to know who they are in a moment. Antoine Venot and Albert Tam on the front row of the grid. Oscar Nivoli and Maxim Bobajov on row number 2. Leonardo Gorski and Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio go from row number 3. Henry Constant Kumpin, Antonio Petronia on row 4 from Theo Pelfrain, and Mason Robertson on row 5. Row 6, Mark Potapenko. Dry, slick tyres. Starts alongside Navarro Morales. Row 7, Harry Williams and Felipe Sanchez. Row 8 sees Olivier Adesini and Santiago Diaz de la Vega.
Row number 9, part 2 of your field. Sevelodo Sachi Soslovsky and Antonio Yanni, who's the second driver on your grid, to deploy some slick tyres. Row number 10, Nicholas Guth and G. Halfway. And from 11, we see Julia Anglard from Poland alongside Max Feld of Italy. Row number 12 sees more new tyres, not for Rocco Simone, but for Jean Pujol. And the same again on row number 13, Dira Islami. No new tyre, but for Christian Rost, he has decided to put on some slicks. 14th row, Akil Ray, Aurelien Lemaire. And row number 15, we'll look at Lissandro Carabulo and Rinjay Kim. 16 rows in total, Libor Vlasak being the final driver, as we have, of course, 4 drivers out there on slicks. Quite crucially, all 4 of those, Mark Pilipenko, Antonio Yanni, Jean Pujol and Christian Rost, are drivers that have had DNFs earlier on in the weekend. So I'd say the decision for those drivers to try and give this a go is because they thought, right, we need to make up some serious places within this race. Let's see if we can go for a bit of a different decision. And talking of decisions, talking of tactics, we've also got that swap of the sides of the grid at the front between Anton Venant and Albert Tam.
Indeed. So Venant will be on that, drier line now going in towards turn 1, but of course on wet tyres. Everyone else here will have to see what happens with everyone fighting through. Crucially, usually if we get these moments now where drivers go for those slick tyres, we usually see them, if it's not worked out, they'll be circling around quite slowly at the back of the grid and doing all this. That's not been the case here. They're in position. They are ready to go, which means, was it the right call to go in this race? Well, that is the answer we're about to... that's the question, the answer we're about to find out. Here we go into the tram lines. Are we racing? Answer is yes. And Antoine Venant and Albert Tam go wheel to wheel towards turn number 1. Venant slams across the front door as they go in towards turn number 1. They all go a little wide there, but who's going slowly? But crucially, you can't really tell who's on slicks at the moment when they go through, because they're all managing to get through. A lot of standing water, though, still at turns 3 and 4. That could spell disaster for them. We'll have to wait and see where our slick tyre drivers get through at the end of this lap. But crucially at the front of this field, it's Antoine Venant that leads the way and has already opened up quite a significant gap. I can already see a Fusion car going very slowly at the back of the grid. I suspect that may be Christian Alexanderus, yes, from Norway.
Yeah, I think our 4 on slicks have actually dropped to the back. I can see a Forza, a Fusion and 2 Tony karts as spills in the background through the entrance towards the 3rd sector. Names will tumble down. One, of course, being one of the RFM drivers who will not go any further. Leonardo Gorski, who started right at the front. Henry Constant Kumpen as well. 2 drivers now out of this one, both trying to attempt to restart things. One looks to maybe get it fired back into life, of course. Only 1 lap, but they're both out. That's it, done and dusted for this race. Out in the front, though, Anton Venant leads the way from Albert Tan and Oskari Volley. No changes, no promotions just yet from your drivers inside of the top 3, but we've now got a change for P4. Maxim Bobashov now overtaking Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio for that 4th spot.
Right, so yes, our slick tyres are currently sitting in 26th, 27th, 28th and 29th. That is right at the back of the grid. They are in their own separate race right now, and you can see them quite visibly out there in their own separate race. The biggest question is, though, Nicole, they're not off the back of the pack.
No, you know, they don't look like, they're not tumbling all over the place. They're not having any spills. They're not spinning. It's dry enough for them to use the tyre. It's just when they get forced offline, where the wet still exists out there, that makes it difficult work. But you can see them, like, they're still looking at the backpack of runners that includes Alessandro Carabola, Libov Vlasak, Min-Jae Kim as well. They're not a million miles off.
Oh, and a spin on the start-finish straight.
On the start-finish straight. That's the 2:43 that will spin round and go no further. That is one of the Prema drivers. Tough stuff. We've seen that time and time again. And one of the MPs
That's
at the
Min-Jae
back
Kim there.
also not part of this race anymore. So Min-Jae Kim done and dusted for this race. Tough stuff to round out our day, as Santiago Diaz de la Vega was that Prema to have the spill down the start finish.
Yeah, that is a shame there. Right, now, where are our slick tyres that are going through in this race? Well, there's Tam now in the lead, actually, so that's a change for the overall lead of this race. Beautiful stuff there. Ascari Brolly still there in third place as well, trying to close in. So that's still the close fight. What's the pace looking like for the drivers behind? Well, they're still just off it, but only by a small amount in that first sector, Nicole.
Yeah, I think what this is actually going to start doing, Anthony, is showing the next groups, our senior group that's set to go out later on, that the track is definitely drying, especially through turns 2 and 3. You know, these drivers using the curb to turn the corner into a really straight line is actually forming quite a dry line out there. You can now see several shades of grip just starting to adjust and starting to develop, as now I think this is the stage in the race where, you know, the wet tyre is going to begin to reverse and have the opposite effect. Slicks are going to speed up, the wets are going to slow down. Offline it becomes difficult for these drivers, but I can visibly see Jonas Pujol starting to push his way back through the crowd.
Purple sectors coming in for the 4 drivers in the background. That is how Min-Jae Kim unfortunately was taken out of the race, and then this was the aftermath there of Santiago Diaz de la Vega, and again another driver out in the very close proximity. Yeah, purple laps and purple sectors coming in for the drivers in the background here. Christian Alexander Rust is leading, well no, he's not leading those, so it'll be Mark Pilipenko that is leading those slick tyres. They're bouncing through the field now. Antonio Ianni and all that, they're up now into 20th place and 21st. They're pushing through now, Nicole, but have they got enough time to do this? If I was the next group, I'd really be considering a slick tyre now.
Yeah, absolutely. Mark Pilipenko now up into P18, made that P17, has just got past Akil Rail. Christian Ross now P19, Antonio Ianni P20. They're starting to arrive onto the doors of these drivers. I think the ones at the front, Albert Tam, Anton Venant and Ascari Volley, those 3 drivers who have now switched positions because Tam has found his way past Venant there, could be pretty safe, as there is a notification. Antonio Ianni, fastest driver out on the track. The Tony Kart driver that, of course, was one of these drivers to start on that 9th row with the slick tyre, is now the fastest one to get through the field. Henry Constant Kumper, under investigation for causing a collision, is no longer in this race, was one of those drivers to park it on the first lap, but it's being looked at to potentially be his fault. So, 2 Paralins out there in the front. We've then got the VDK that was your fastest overall in time qualifying, as the 2 teammates of Ascari Volley and Albert Tam no go side by side. Tam allows Volley to have it. Volley now leads this race through that first corner and invites Anton Venant back into things. Carabollo now under investigation, as we'll turn our attention to those slick tyres. Mark Pilipenko, where is he? P12. Christian Alexander Ross, P14. Antonio Ianni, P15. With Jonas Pujol, P17. All of them on a charge, as Mark Pilipenko again picks off a position, now gets himself into P11.
Jean Pujol now the fastest driver out there, 103.069. Very quick pace indeed, is there in 15th place. But yeah, Christian Alexander Rus in 13th. Mark Pilipenko just outside the top 10 here now, Nicole. Still with a couple of laps to go. The last lap board will be out this time to the field. Still a very good call. They've gained places now, but for Mark Pilipenko, he's put it back into square one. But this is really good showing that did they make the right call? Was it one race too soon for the drivers, or was it bang on the money?
Well, I think for, Christian Ross, Jonas Pujol and Antonio Ianni, bang on the money. They've made the right decision. They've made up positions. Mark Pilipenko, maybe not so much, started on that 6th row and has only actually made up a position compared to where he started from. for him, potentially the wrong call, but I'd say for the rest of them, it's actually quite a smart decision. Now then, Oscari Volley out in the front. This is still the battle for P2. Albert Tam still has got Anton Venot on his tail, defends it going in towards turn number 12. Tam holds on to it for now. Oscari Volley, his teammate, I think, has bolted off. He's not a problem anymore within this race. Bobrishov still looking to maybe get involved and turn it into a scrap, but only a short way of a race distance left to go. Final lap of things, final 3 corners these drivers will approach. Oscari Volley being the leader of it.
Yeah, they certainly will be. Great run here indeed for then Oscari Volley across the line out of Albert Tam, Antoine Venot at the end of that one. Great little run there, and Oscari Volley will jump up to second in the intermediate classification with that win. Another win to the name. Thibaut Ramaekers P5 out of Olivier Ricini in P4. Olivier Ricini in P5 with a 10th place gain. Maxim Bobrishov from Mark Pilipenko, who at the end of that did finish 7th place on those slick tyres. From when at the start of the race he was down in 29th place. That is quite the drive there. Samuel Sachdowski, 9 places gained into P8. Out of Mason Robertson, Lorenzo Di Pietro Antonio and Jean Peugeot at 13 places gained. Christian Alexander Ust, 14 places gained, both of those on slick tyres. Antonio Ianni, 5 places gained in 13th, also on slick tyres. Yi Haofei finishing 14th out of Pitsonia. Good from Dinir Islami, Aurelien Lemaire, Max Veld, Harry Williams, Felipe Sanchez, Libor Vlasak and Navola Morales. Achille Ray, Rocco Simone and Julia Angelard. Alessandro Caraballo would round out the 27 finishers in that race. With the retirements as well, Santiago Diaz de la Vega, Kieran J, Leonardo Gorski and Henrik Kunsten-Kumpen, unfortunately, all not making it to the end of that race. Well, a big shame for them, but still, the results to come with one more rotation for groups A and C. Of course, groups A will be out with groups F, group C will be out with group B at the end of the day. Of course, now the field will be switching over, you can imagine, to those slick tyres. And for these drivers here, that pressure now starting to go with who makes that full leap. There, Oscari Volley. He didn't leap for those slick tyres, elected to go for the wets, and that worked out for him in that race. I can imagine in the races to come will not be the same story. Those slick tyres will be seen out there on track. So here's a look at the highlights then. Well, your slick tyres run at the start here would tumble to the back of the grid. Your front runners in the form of Antoine Venot would hold on to the race lead for the start of that one. It ran a little wide at the very beginning, so did really everyone there as the slicks went down to the back of the grid. They would circulate in 29th, 28th, 27th and 26th to then push their way right up to the field to then actually break inside the top 10. The first retirements came in quite quickly. Henrik Kunsten-Kumpen and Leonardo Gorski. Later then, the spin there for the MP Motorsport driver of Kim and Jay, and then, of course, Santiago Diaz de la Vega on the start-finish straight. Unsure what had occurred there, maybe mechanical in nature, but the kart just sliding off the road. Then lead changes. Tam would find his way up into the race lead. He would push his way forward in quite a nice show. Then later, the second of the two power lines would close in. Oscari Volley would push his way forward, and across the line he would take the win and clear by 1.2 seconds from the rest, and with that would emulate himself up to second in the intermediate classifications now with 185 points to his name out of Gianni Di Morello's 175 points. Well, there you have it for groups A and C for the juniors. We will see groups A out the middle of the day. Group C will be out right at the end of the day. One more senior race to go before we turn our attention over to the final rotation of qualifying heats to determine who will be starting where for the superheats tomorrow. Still very close in those points. Still unsure who could be starting on pole position for those races. We will, like you say, wait to see. And of course, in this next race, we will wait to see who will be on those slick tyres. Because, of course, with the success that we have just seen them do out there, despite the clear, wet parts of the track, despite the standing water still at turn number 3, and despite all of the wet patches out there, clearly the slick tyre now is the correct one to choose, with the fastest lap in that race being nearly sub 1 minute. And the fastest lap of the driver who won that race was some 3 seconds a lap slower in that race. So if that's not the right call, I can only imagine what we will see in that next one. Very soon, hopefully we'll be heading down to Parc Fermé. Nicole Sutherland, I'm hopefully sure, is trying to find a driver to have a chat with, possibly Oscar Nivoli. And a very strong result in that race, of course, with those 2 places gained. Livio Edicini, though, was certainly a good driver to watch in that one. The KR Motorsport driver, 10 places gained to finish in P5. Of course, then the slick tyre, Jean Peugeot and Christian Alexander Rust. Let's head down, though, to Parc Fermé and over to Nicole Sutherland.
Well then, what an interesting race to go into this rotation of qualifying heats. Oskari, another qualifying heat win for you. Good stuff around this circuit. You look like you know it well. But in those track conditions where the track was developing, can you tell us where the wet and dry points of the circuit existed?
In the first sector, the first corner was kind of slippy, but then it was dry, and some corners, like the entry was like dry, but the exit was like wet, but it was like for the slick tires now.
And of course, you know, halfway through that race, we saw the drivers that went on the slick tyres really start to push their way through and promote themselves. As a driver at all, were you aware of that going on? Did you start to think, you know, maybe the drivers behind were going to catch up?
Like, I know that the drivers who put the slick tires were far away, like in the start, so I knew there is like no problem with that, and I know what I do is good.
Well, Oskari, very good indeed. Congratulations. A really good job today, but not final moments. We'll head back up, though, because plenty of more races coming up. Anthony, over to you.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland. Yes, indeed, plenty of races to come up, and this next one will be a doozy with the tyre choices, but we'll tell you a bit more about that in a few moments' time. We're going to take a short ad break. Don't go anywhere. Well, the sun now, trying to break through the clouds. The track in a state of drying. And we've just had a junior race where 4 drivers went on slick tyres and the whole rest of the grid was on wet. This next race, senior qualifying heat A versus C, I can report that the entire grid has gone for slick tyres, apart from one driver who has still stayed on the wet tyres, and that will be a driver who I will tell you in a few moments' time. Right, here's your grid. They have swapped sides on the front of the grid. Noah Baglin choosing to go for the outside line. Bosco Arias now on the inside line, and they start it on row number 1. Jindra Peschel and Aaron Garcia go from row 2. They'll see Benjamin Magnac and Asher Osteen on row 3. Emiliano Hernandez and Sebastian Mins go from row 4. Oliver Kinmark on row 5 will be joined by the one driver who has elected to go on wet tyres for this race, Eli Christian of Canada, and they will start on row 5. Row 6, Victor Gustafsson and Pietro Bagutti. They will see Dean Hugendorn and Lev Krutilov on row number 7.
Row number 8 sees Angelina Simmons with Archie Owen, and from 9, Yuri Levar looks at Ludovico Mazzola. Keep an eye on Levar, good race for him earlier on. Row number 10, Clara Kowalczyk with Juan Mateo Rousseau, and from 11, Daniel Macia will be looking directly at Tony Kart, Gilles Herman. 12th row is Gavin Adam with Anya Levar, and from 13, Max Lacroix will be seeing Solomon Zanfari on his return to FIA Karting. Of course, all of these drivers are now on those slick tyre options, with your 14th and final row being Rafael Boulard and Nefeli Cosmopoulos. Of course, this final rotations of qualifying heats today sets these drivers up when going into super heats tomorrow. Overall, in our senior category, 84 entrants. We can only put in 72 best into those 2 super heats, so we will be saying goodbye to a number of those. That's why you're going to see things sort of develop in the later stages of today, where drivers start to more deploy some high-risk, high-reward overtaking opportunities. Keep an eye then on Ili Christian, like you said there, Anthony, the Canadian driver, on that 5th row, deciding to go on the wet tyre option. Oscar Volley, though, said it to me a minute ago in the post-race moments of the junior. Definitely be going to slicks.
Indeed. Hearing many things, but I'm seeing one thing, and that is still blue sky above us. So that is good to see. Right. Drivers making their way down the back straight. Like we say, all of them on the slick tyres, bar Christian on the wets. Apparently they couldn't find the slicks, according to my ears. So there we go. Wait and see what happens. There is the 107 on the wet tyres. Well, this could actually still work out. Wet tyre won the first race, so we'll have to wait and see. Right then, into the final corner then, towards the tram lines. This should be interesting. Half that track is still wet. Going in towards turn 1 could be quite shaky. Hold your breath here as we go green and racing towards turn 1. Everyone avoiding that inside. Someone's got to go on it, though, as they enter in towards turn 1. They all do find the grip. Wait, though, until they find the standing water at turn 3 for the first time. This is where it gets interesting, because they're all going to hit it. And, yes, many of them go straight off the track and over the curb. But crucially, they all still keep it going on the lap.
Ili Christian then in the fight for the time being, but I don't think for too much longer. Can visibly see him start to hold up the drivers behind. I think he's slightly in the way. Out the front, though, change for P2. I think Bosco Arias has now got himself back into that position as Klara Kowalczyk looks to be the newest driver to get past the Canadian on that wet tyre. Christian is going to tumble down the order here, is just ahead. We've got Hugendorn trying to fight his way through the drivers as well. There he is, Ili Christian of Tony Kart. You can just visibly see him struggling out there. Is big nick at the curb there, big cut of the corner for one of the CRGs. Baglin out the front with Bosco Arias. Arias there P2, but is around about 8 tenths behind us. Aaron Garcia was the driver that switched positions with Arias just a moment ago. Then we've got Osteen Peschel, Mins Hernandez and Benjamin Magnac involved in this one. Sebastian Mins lucky to get away with that one unscathed. Big moments for our drivers. Magnac almost caught out in that one as well, but nobody looking completely off of the road in that one. No, nobody off onto the grass, everybody back onto the track.
Yes, that was quite something. Pietro Bagutti was the one driver that did go on the grass, but managed to bring it back onto the circuit. And now Emiliano Hernandez has got a bit of damage to that front NASA panel and has tumbled down to 19th place now in this race. Here, though, the fight at the front end of the field. Oh dear, drivers still haven't fully got the traction. They're all going off left, right and centre. Did someone bring water from that exit curb or entry curb onto the track? No one actually made that final chicane then.
what's making this race really interesting, of course, is when you go offline to try and dive for an overtake, still, it's not gripping. There's a wet line laying down on the surface, so these drivers are trying to go for it. Maybe some of them actually forgetting that it's not completely dry, and that's why you're seeing these moments where the drivers are side by side and then sliding around. Overtake being attempted this time on one of the Birrells. So we've got the likes of Juan Mateo Russo now in a spot of bother, as Lev Krutulov also looks to fight up the order. It's him and Kinmark that are going for it, as again the Birrell drivers of Ludovico Mazzola and Juan Mateo Russo just swapping and changing for position. Kinmark under some pressure now. Krutulov looks to try and suss him out. He's being careful, he's being steady. Driver of Ukraine, of course, that would have appeared here in 2024, knows the track very well indeed. Good pace and good racecraft as well. And talking of racecraft, Victor Gustafsson back in the field. Gustafsson currently sat in P7. Bosco Arias hasn't managed to shake off Aaron Garcia just yet. Garcia, of course, let's not forget, recruited for DPK for this weekend. Track knowledge for Garcia is second to none. Absolutely knows it like the back of his hand, and that's going to help him, I would say, in a surface like this where it's not wet, not dry, where it's that sort of 50-50 mark.
Yeah, indeed. And but definitely, I think the slicks being the one to go for in this one. And right now, for Baglin continuing to break away. 1.1 seconds clear now from Arias and Garcia, which is the fight that we see here on your screen. Asher Osteen, Benjamin Magnac, Sebastian Mins, Peschel, Gustafsson and Kinmark just finish out the top 9. Krutulov still holding on to P10 on a 4-place gain. A lot of drivers moving forward. This is the Peschel and Gustafsson battle. And crucially now, all these drivers seemingly not having any drama at that final chicane, as they still avoid that battle of water there, as Gustafsson getting slightly nerfed out wide there. Krutulov going through and Jean-Matel also going through. Change for second. Garcia up to P2. Yeah,
Garcia then just deploying some Valencian knowledge, I would say, to get past fellow countryman of Bosco Arias. Arias still on the tail, as you've got Asher Osteen looking on at this fight. Osteen, part of Camp CRG, of course, for 2026, has rejoined the team after a short spout at a different team in the paddock. Now is back with his CRG family, back in the sharp end of the field. Had a P3 earlier on this weekend, his best result so far of the year. Now looks to outdo himself and maybe get back inside of the top 3 here in what will be one of the final heats for him today. Aaron Garcia now looking to bolt off slightly from Bosco Arias, but I don't think he's got it in him within this race to catch up from Baglin. Baglin is looking to redeem himself after that DNF earlier on, and so far is managing to do that. Of course, P8 in the intermediate classification points so far, so despite not finishing previous qualifying heat, it's actually not dropped him down the order.
No, not at all. For drivers here, they've got 5 qualifying heats. One race can be a bit disastrous, but not the end of the world. It's only when you get to maybe 2 or 3 races that's when it can get a little bit troublesome. But only one bad race can't really stress your weekend out too much. There, though, Lev Krutulov still ahead of Jean-Matel Rousseau. Not for much longer. Down the inside goes Jean-Matel Rousseau. Takes that lead away. Krutulov squeezed off the racing line. Rejoins, though, behind. Now under pressure from Gustafsson, who will now have an attempt here to retake that position that he lost going into turn 3 a few laps ago, but this time around not able to do anything of the sorts. And Jean-Matel Rousseau really benefiting on these slick tyres in these tricky conditions on an 11-place gain and now in the top 10.
You know, karting's karting, and you can't necessarily give sympathy out for drivers, but Eli Christian, you know, you've got to maybe be looking at him and thinking that's tough for him to deal with in this race. He's lapping around at around about a 1:04. Baglin's doing a 56. He's 8 seconds off the pace on a tyre that he's not supposed to be on. That was not a tactical decision. He didn't do it because he thought, I want to try and see if I can get past the drivers ahead. I think that the wet's going to be faster. Something has gone on for Ili pre-race, and it's cost him to drop all the way down to P28 behind Emiliano Hernandez. Now, in this battle, though, we've still got Victor Gustafsson and Krutulov going for it. These two drivers now really experienced in the senior field. taller drivers with a bit more weight to throw around that's maybe benefiting them in the more slidey conditions of this race and the more slidey conditions of the points in the circuit. They still exist. It's not completely dry just yet. Under investigation now goes Hernandez, Emiliano Hernandez there. Of course, he is the driver that's one of the last drivers on the track, currently P26, as something's gone wrong for Dean Hugendorn. Dean Hugendorn has now pulled in, was right in the sharp end, now dropped 14 positions in total. There you can see the Paralympic carts parked off into the circuit, and there you can see him in the marshal post. Something's absolutely gone wrong for Hugendorn.
Yeah, that is not a good thing at all, of course. Came into this weekend very strong, and now there you can see that is Ili Christian. I can imagine might be seeing a blue flag. Yeah, so that is a disaster then. There are the blue flags, yeah, to just get him out of the way. In this one, it's crucially, it's not a blue flag with the red cross through it. You only see those in the finals. And there was a race last year that I remember where we saw absolutely loads of them, i.e. a former Rodby race. And that one there. Right, final lap board is out. Drivers heading to the finish line. Former Baglin, 1.1 seconds clear from Garcia Arias. From Osteen, Magnac, Peschel and Mins. That was the Mins-Kinmark-Rousseau battle. Cross the line. Baglin will see that checkered flag. Will recover back to 8th in the intermediate classification after the DSQ earlier on. And he's back into the fight now. And looks very strong here to see what can happen going into his last race. Course, and not only that, but going into tomorrow. So great run there for Baglin. Garcia, 2 places gained into second place from Bosco Arias. Asher Osteen from Benjamin Magnac. Indra Peschel from Sebastian Mins. Oliver Kinmark, 8th from Jean-Mathieu Rousseau in 9th with 11 places gained. Victor Gustafsson rounds out the top 10. A very strong performance there for our top runners, but it's Garcia who jumps up to 4th in the points and now has 164 points to his name. Just a handful behind Aleman, Schaufler, and of course Joe Turney, who will be out in the in the next groups really, because he's out in Groups D, and we will see Groups D versus E in a couple of races time. So we'll see them out on the slick tyres, I am sure. There is your top 3. There is your full results. Lev Kruzilov finishing in 11th place from Ludovico Mazzola. Daniel Macia from Clara Kowalczyk, Jill Herman from Archie Owen, Yuri Levar from Adam Gabin, who rounds out the top 18. 19th place is Angelina Simmons, this time with her front nose cone affixed to the kart, which is good to see. Her finishing that one in P19. Anya Levar finishing with a good result there, 4 places gained to round out the top 20. Pietro Baguti finishes that one in 21st place out of Suleiman Zamfari. Rafael Ballard from Nefeli Cosmopoulos. Max Lacroix from Emiliano Hernandez. And Ili Christian, who rounds out the 27 finishes. Dean Hugendorn, the only retirement from that race. And a bit of a shame there as Baglin comfortable with that win there. No real drama. Here's your highlights from that race. Well, as you can see, everyone trying to hug to the outside line there. No one wanting to take that inside line. Then we came into the chicane for the first time, and CRG's going left, right and centre. Asher Osteen able to bring it back onto the track. There was Sebastian Mins going for a half spin. Emiliano Hernandez lost out, and so did Pietro Baguti, who managed to bring it back onto the track. But crucially lost out on a lot of places there. Then Mins going off again at the chicane, left, right and centre. We have Peschel going off as well. Drivers completely missing the chicane. There was the moment for Victor Gustafsson as well, a sideways moment into turns 3 and 4, just on those slick tyres. There was a change to second place, and there was the unfortunate retirement for Dean Hugendorn. Mechanical failure clearly plaguing the Paralympic Motorsport driver. While his former teammate from last year and championship rival, Noah Baglin, crosses the line in first place and moves up to 8th in that intermediate classification. Well, sun shining, air temp 16 degrees C and a dry line has now formed. There is still standing water at turn 3. There is still wet patches all the way around the circuit. It looks like we are dry running now here in Valencia, which is quite incredible despite the torrid conditions we saw this morning. Let's head down, though, to Parc Ferme and over to Nicole Sutherland.
Well then, down here with race winner of Noah Baglin. Noah, track conditions, dry now but not completely dry. You're the first driver to be a bit of a guinea pig for the rest of the field out there. How do you manage the circuit when it's sort of that 50-50 spot?
To be honest, it was dry, except from maybe the first corner and a little wet patch, and the last corner was a bit slippery, but I think major I could just do the normal line, so yeah.
And maybe not to bring up too much what happened earlier on, not the best race for you earlier. DNF comes into it, but you've bounced back really well. You're still in the sharp end of the order when it comes to intermediate classification points. No, it's still looking really good, Noah, right?
Yeah, it's looking good. 3 heat wins is good, but the wet heat, obviously, at the end actually got a disqualification. So it wasn't great, but no, we bounced back, and obviously 3 heat wins, and hopefully we can carry that on to the next heat.
Well, predict with the pace that you've got, we'll be seeing that again. Noah, thank you very much. We're going to take a short break and then we'll go back to plenty more racing.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the live coverage here of the MondoKart.com FIA Karting European Championships here live in Valencia. Next race coming up, Junior qualifying Heat D versus E. And, well, lots to report for the start of this next one. We've had a change of sides. We've got everyone on slick tyres. We've got a lot of drivers who have now deployed new tyres as well. So a little bit of everything for us in this next race. So should be quite an exciting one, which will see Daniel Lorente on that optimal outside line going in towards turn number 1 for the start of this one. And there you can see from coats and wellies and umbrellas and all of that to now T-shirts and hats and sunglasses on. It's quite the significant change to the weather conditions that we are seeing here. But everyone fully focused on the job in hand, and that will be Daniel Lorente there, ready to go, slick tyres on board, and starting ahead of Alessandro Truchot for this one, as Zach Zhu has been put to the inside line to start ahead of Julian Frasnelli. Well, there you can see that. Well, this is an interesting shot here. You see that yellow tube there, that gravel trap. Yesterday, or the other day, that was a lake. It was absolutely filled with water up to your shins, and now it's completely empty. Quite the significant change of conditions that we have seen here, Nicole. But great to finally see the sun is out. And honestly, I did not expect to see slick tyres on the karts today.
No, I thought from all of the weather forecasts that everybody had been talking about, we were going to have completely wet running, but for now it's dry. Like Baglin said, you know, every corner is dry. It's only really turn number 1 where there's a bit of it that exists, but I don't think it's going to be too much of a problem for our runners for the rest of the day. So we have got this switch of the sides of the grid. That will be because there's a slight more optimum racing line. Like Backlid said, there's a bit of water out there at that first corner, but nothing too untoward. Miron then switches sides, but of course it still starts on that pole spot.
It certainly does, as that grid there is from a previous race. There we go. Daniel Lorente then on the front row of the grid, joined by Zach Zhu, but yes, indeed, they have switched sides. Julian Frasnelli and Alessandro Truchot will be going from row number 2. Lucas Palacio and Benjamin Westwood on row 3. From Tony Cacciafero all on his own on row 4. Row 5, we'll see Troy Ferguson and Emerson McAndrew at Uren. Row 6, we'll see Leon Chilidze with a brand new set of tyres on the left-hand side. Oyvind Venturata also on row 6, no tyres there. Row 7, we'll see Lenny Mackinnon and Juan Garciase, also brand new tyres on the left-hand side, with row 8 both having new tyres with Jay Kostecki and Gio Bassato.
Row number 9, we've got new tyres on the left-hand side for Zavray Didkovsky, no new tyres for Xavier Lazaro. All new tyres on the left for both Alexandra Point and Liam Nachuate on that 10th row. Row number 11 sees Energy's Matvey Durganov alongside Mark Lumitz, who has gone new on the left. 12th row, new on the left for Alba Quaver alongside Jan Garjelik, and from row number 13, Jason Kosmopoulos sees Savile Kage, who's also deployed some new boots, again, left-hand side. 14th row, Oliver Spencer and Daniel Ferraria, and from row number 15, it's all new tyres on the left-hand side for both Maxim Noapel and Christian Kobe, who round out your 15-row grid. Of course, big grids for our juniors in total. Driver entrant number is 100. So many joining us this weekend to try and battle out for this championship. Of course, European Championships will be crowned at the 4th and final round. This weekend will, at the end of it, mark that halfway stage.
Nearly, yes, yeah, 5 rounds that they've got for this one, so near that halfway stage. But that's quite an interesting one that we said. Or maybe it is only 4. I don't know. I need to count them. I know there's 5 for us and another one. Maths, it's not my forefront. Right, anyway, these drivers here, though, focusing on this. I'm curious to see how the fresh tyres will do. Oh, no, I'm thinking of the Worlds. That's why I'm thinking 5. There you go. That's why I'm thinking 5. For these drivers here, this is an important one, though. Their last race of the qualifying heats phase for Groups D and E. And, of course, these drivers were only out a few moments ago, really, on the wet tyres. So this will still be an interesting one. How about some onboard action as well? Alessandro Truchot's got the live onboard camera. We'll be looking backwards and seeing Benjamin Westwood in his rear view for the start of this race. And there you can really see what the clouds look like around here. Still a lot of clouds looming around, but a lot of blue sky starting to go through. And look at that, even Gonzalez still in wellies, but he's got a shirt on. That's quite the look that we've got there. Right then, this is a false start. They're going to go round again. But clearly these drivers want to get some more temperature into these tyres.
Yeah, absolutely do, especially with those drivers that have gone new on the left-hand side of their kart. Typical setup for these drivers, of course, so that is the side of the kart that takes the most beating on what is quite an open asphalt for these drivers. So you see the tyre wear actually more extreme than other circuits that we will visit, more extreme than La Conca that hosted our first round. So Miron from Zach Zhu, of course, both have had qualifying heat wins, but Zhu fell short in his previous one with a poor result. Miron, looking to really stay in the front of the order. Currently P7 when it comes to intermediate classification points, 155 to his name for the time being. Green is the leader of it, though, of course, overall with 194 ahead of Oscari Volley and Giueli Girardello. Names in this field that have impressed today. Lucas Palacio, starting on the 3rd row, has had consistent results. Heat win, a P2 earlier on. The young Williams junior driver, really good job so far today in the Forza.
Yes, indeed. Many of them have had very good results, but just a reminder of that. It is still Green that leads those points with 194 going into his last race. But yes, this is going to be the fight that they need to do. That's the most important thing. He's in the best possible position here. And when he goes into that last race, this will be quite the fight he will have. Right then, here we go for these drivers on board there with Truchot looking backwards at Westwood. There will be a gap behind him with the missing Samu Hugon. As the karts enter the tram lines, it is lights out and fights on then towards turn 1. All slick tyres now, many on the new ones as they go through. Zach Zhu being squeezed out there. Daniel Miron sweeping into the lead around the outside. Good start there for the field. Still some standing water and some wet lines through turns 3. A lot of those drivers hit that. But crucially, they get away. One kart grinding to a halt in the background. It's the Lenovo Cali kart that won't go any further, possibly Marc-Martin Lumitz.
Notification on the screen. Daniel Moron, 203, under investigation. Your driver out in the front that started on pole position. Not sure what that's for. Obviously something at the race start, I would predict. But he is being looked at already within this race. Not even a lap completed, but big sends down the inside. Miron leads the way from Zach Zhu, so no change between those two. Alessandro Truchot, though, in P3 for the time being, needs a good result. Oh, around and out and catches out a number of drivers out towards the chicane. Of course, these drivers are going to have this opportunity to try and get things fired back into life. But that is drama for one of the Forzas. We've got Lucas Palacio, the driver that we predicted to be right up in the sharp end. Palacio will tumble down. Tony Cacciaferro being one of those. And on the board as well, Oiver Venturata and Mark Lumitz not having good starts either.
No, that is just that those curbs there going into the final chicane is still full of water as well. They're kind of like the rumble strip curbs that carry the water there. And they've just clipped that, and unfortunately in the braking zone have gone around and have then spilled it onto the circuit, and then a lot more drivers got caught out there. These drivers don't want to have to deal with that any more than what they already have, and there it is. Yeah, you just see the spray come up, and then everyone else hits it, and they all go round, and kind of like a panic brake there, and yeah, it's such an important one. So here is my top tip then for the drivers in this race. Do not hit that curb.
You've got to give it to Emerson McAndrew-Uren. Reaction times to read that was directly behind Palacio there. Has now been given this position, but, you know, read it really well to try and avoid. Luckily, Palacio didn't roll backwards into that racing line, but is out of this race, is done. Joins Cacciaferro, Venturata and Mark Lumitz. Samuel Hugon, of course, did not start. We will not be seeing Hugon for the rest of the weekend. Out in the front, Daniel Moron has not actually pushed away. Zach Zhu is on his tail, is shadowing him around now. Frasnelli and Westwood are the next duo out there. They've got quite a way to try and catch up, but if Zhu decides to try and pull the pin and give it a go, he tries to stretch and let go of that elastic band to go for this race lead, could invite the Tony Kart and the Forza closer into things. Moron knows that Zach Zhu is there, head over the shoulder. He's aware, but he's managing the gap. 0.2 of a second. Saw more drama. This time it's for one of the RFNs. And one of the marshals there. That's down towards the chicane. Again, I would predict it is probably exactly what just happened to Lucas Palacio.
Yeah, that was Liam Nashawati, and I think Jan Garzialik may have also had a moment, but he's still in the race, so crossing the line 24th place. So Liam Nashawati now the latest driver to fall victim to that entry rumble strip into that final chicane.
Of course, before they get to the chicane, they've got a slight kink in the track where the drivers are running a lot of speed. They drop a wheel as we've got a switch now for P3, so Frasnelli's lost out to Benjamin Westwood. The drivers just naturally run some of that rumble strip with the pace that they've got. You know, it is quite natural that the car just widens up. But now, you know, you see it there. You see Westwood's just rear end was lost. Frasnelli's just done it as well. He's now had to cut over the circuit at that final chicane. It's natural that these drivers do it when they're on the limit, but they really need to try and manage it well, because drop of the wheel on that water, you're going to do what Palacio and what Liam Nashawati just did. And again, 3 in a row. This time it's one of the parallels. Juan Garciase. It's turning into a kart park out there.
Yeah, it certainly is. All falling victim to that curb, and if I'm one of the mechanics, how do you signal to a driver with hand signals to not hit that
they've
curb?
Probably got some sort of thing
yeah,
that they
probably
can
do.
say.
Can only imagine what it is. Probably look like they're doing the YMCA.
But the Macarena.
The Macarena. Right, this one though still close, though. Zach Zhu not dropped off the back. In fact, was actually faster than Daniel Miron for many laps in this one. The next fastest driver is actually Emerson McAndrew. And there you can see, I can imagine that camera should probably stay there for the entirety of this race to see who could potentially fall victim. You can still see the massive puddle there that is just feeding the water into that curb as well. And yeah, luckily, every time the drivers went past this time, they all managed to get through it. Big hit of the curb there for both Miron and Zhu. But the gap now starting to open up. Daniel Miron looking a little bit more comfortable now.
Yeah, I'm thinking maybe Zhu is just trying to play this one and actually thinking he's happy enough in P2. Troy Ferguson, the Malaysian Arrive and Drive champion that we saw out in the first edition of that competition. He took the win. It's now his second FIA race with us and is doing a really good job so far. He's currently P7, just behind Emerson McAndrew-Uren, as now Jay Kostecki actually does manage to get past. So Ferguson, for now, is sat in P8. Going back to the battle between Zach Zhu and Miron, it's not really a battle for now, it's just more a duo at the front. I would maybe say here, Anthony, Zach Zhu's just happy enough to be in P2. One of his first appearances at the sharper end of the field, and I would say it is just more than likely going to sit there for now. He's not going to test a driver of Miron's calibre as we head on to this final lap.
Well, remember, he did take that win earlier on, so he knows how to pedal it around here this weekend. As down the inside there, the changes happening for Troy Ferguson with taking a nice little fight that we are seeing from that fight. But here is Miron pushing his way through as Leon Chilidze now sets the fastest lap of the race, all the way down in 20th place, showcasing the speed that is there. Daniel Miron then, in his last race, will put himself to the lead of the intermediate classification, but will only have a small advantage from Will Green, who is yet to race over the line. Miron takes the final win of the day for Groups D and E and puts himself to the top. Zach Zhu will put him 5th overall in the points. It's a great place to be. But, of course, 2 races to go as, oh dear, right at the end there. Very slowly, the 278 of Daniel Ferreira there of Portugal. The KR Motorsport driver finishing in 22nd place. But for Julian Frasnelli, that P4 jumps him to 2nd in the points, but only sits 4 points ahead of Will Green, who, as we were mentioning, will be out later on. Alessandro Truchot, P5 from Emerson McAndrew-Uren, who doesn't sit inside that top 10 for the moment, but I'm sure is not far off the back of that. Jay Kostecki, Troy Ferguson, Xavier Lazaro, Alexandre Point, Lenny Mackinnon has had a great day as well. The MP Motorsport driver who rounds that out here in P11 as the field pushes their way through. The biggest mover in the race, though, sits just next to Lenny Mackinnon. Yes, in Cosmopolis, 13 places gained. The driver from Greece for CRG Racing, also a fantastic day today, pushing through the field. There, though, in towards Parc Ferme and over onto the weighbridge, of course. Daniel Miron gets checked over, and I believe that is all good for him. That is job done. And, well, he can go in tomorrow knowing that he will be in a really good spot then. Currently P1, but 2 more races to go for the juniors. Groups A and F, and Groups B versus C. There's your top 3. And the top, 12 we've been over, with the biggest mover being there in 12th place of Yes and Cosmopolis. Guillaume Bassato and Savalek again, a very good race as well. And that is puts him up 12 places. Maxim Noapel is the biggest mover, though, with 14 places gained. He rounds out the top 15. Slavoj Dukovsky from Leon Chilidze, 17th place from Oliver Spencer. Albert Quaver from Matfred Duganov. Christian Kobe, 9 places gained from Daniel Pereira, finishing that one in 22nd place. And Jan Godzielek rounding out the 23 drivers finished that race. Retirements: Garcia, Sain, Nashawati, Palacio, Cachaferro, Venturata, and Lumets, all out of the race. Here is your highlights. All of these drivers on slick tyres, many on new, fresh slick tyres out there, which certainly did help them out. For Leon Chilidze, well, it didn't help him out too much. tumbled backwards, but did set the fastest lap of the race. There was the first few drivers that unfortunately got caught out by that puddle on the exit of the chicane, or the entry of the chicane. Then, of course, Liam Nashawati was the next one. Very lucky for that marshal there to avoid that one, and obviously very keen to assist, but just need to look out for himself as well. Final lap, and plenty of action did ensue there, but it was all calm at the front. Daniel Miron clear by half a second from Zak Zhu at the very end of that race, and puts himself in the lead of the intermediate classifications with 205 points. But of course, for Will Green, Ascari Volley, Gianni Giardello, Manu Nuvolini, Antoine Venant, Albert Town, they've all got another race to go and could find themselves overtaking the likes of Daniel Miron. Right, let's head down to Parc Fermé and over to Nicole Sutherland.
Well then, we've got Daniel Miron down with us. Daniel, another win there. It's now a hat-trick of wins for you. But you're under investigation in that race. We're not quite sure just yet what for. Any ideas?
No, not sure yet. We'll see in the stewards.
And of course, that race, final chicane. On the entrance, you've got that rumble strip. We saw 3 or 4 drivers drop a wheel, go off of the circuit. So, not completely dry for you drivers just yet. For you being out there in the front, how did you manage the track? Is there anywhere on the track specifically that you really had to be careful?
So, especially on the rumble strips, I didn't touch any one of them, because I know on this track they always get some water in there, and it takes a long time to dry.
Well, Daniel, thank you very much. Like we said, another qualifying heat win. You're setting yourself up very nicely going into tomorrow. So there we've heard it. Still challenges out there for our drivers, and we'll see more of that, but this time going into our seniors.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland. Yes, indeed, we will see that coming up very soon. Lots of tyres have been deployed, some interesting ways as well. But probably be easy to tell you who hasn't deployed them. And, of course, we have seen a swap of sides. So this next race, qualifying Heat D versus E for the Senior OK category. That'll be heading out with Nicolas Coman and Dan Aleman on that front row of the grid. And we will go over those tyres. Well, put it this way. Everyone has gone for new tyres in this one, barring 5 drivers who haven't gone for new tyres. One of those drivers being the man who starts on the front row of the grid now on the inside line, Dan Aleman, as he's been put there by now pole sitter Nicolas Coman in this race, who starts it on the outside line. And everyone has deployed them on the left-hand side, bar one driver. Nicola Frigg has gone for a front right and a rear left, has the Swiss driver on the 6th row of the grid. So that will be quite an interesting one to keep an eye on throughout this race. Gustavo Marquez de Silva is missing from this grid as well, which is a shame, and hopefully all is okay there. Marshall's taking a well-needed rest just ahead of this next race, as it looks like they are joined by Gonzalo Planta, who was chosen to take a small break as well. Understandable. He's been on his feet all day as gets himself ready for this next race, as the sun still shines here, and the temperature is slowly creeping up now at the end of the day, up to 17 degrees out there, as Dan Aleman and Nicolas Coman have elected to switch sides, and you can see that there from that graphic. So, plenty of action is ahead of us. There is a little overview of the circuit itself. Dramatically different to how we saw it only a few hours ago when we arrived this morning. You can see the clouds all over the place. The atmosphere was a bit bleak and down, knowing that, it's going to be a very wet day. And but as soon as it started raining, we thought, right, let's just get on with it. And they did. But now that the sun's come out, everyone's perked up a little bit here. And like we were saying, everyone, bar 5 drivers, have gone for new tyres in this one. So This could be quite an interesting one with, of course, everyone waiting to see what happens tomorrow. There is one man and his ladder there on the back straight, ready to watch this race. That's a prime viewing spot there, because it looks like there's a lot of other people. And, of course, the grandstand filling out nicely. And there we go, plenty of shorts to be seen.
Well, it's not often that I take my jumper off, Anthony. It's warm out there. I've just had to take my coat off.
It is getting warm. I've put on the old trusty air conditioning unit for a bit. I mean, it's really difficult to warm this commentary box up because cool this commentary box down, I should say.
It's either really hot or really cold.
It will go Baltic in here, and then it goes boiling in here for a moment. So there it is. And, Nicole, you went outside. You've let her fly in. There we go. Don't worry. Give me a second. Sorted. Right. Anyway, I'm really good at that.
Did you actually
I got it. Right then. Let's take you through this grid then. Seniors, the last race of the day then for groups D versus E to get the points on the board. Nicolo Kaman and Dan Alaman on the front row of the grid. They have switched sides. No tyres for Alaman. Nicolo Kaman has deployed them. Davide Batara and Devon Waltz, both tyres on the second row of the grid. Gabriel Canal and Zach Green also fresh tyres. Joe Turney and Zach Drummond fresh tyres on row 4. Row 5, Van der Kerkhoff, no tyres. Luke Cornder, fresh tyres. Row 6, Nicola Frigg, new front right and new rear left on board that kart. The only driver to do that, Vladimir Ivanikov, new tyres, left-hand side. Row 7, Aston Sharp and Isaac Sayer, both of them new tyres.
Left-hand side, new tyres for both James Anagnostiadis and Yves Riz on row number 8. New tyres on the left for Bruno Blanco, but Aminkara Osman thinking against it on row number 9. Row number 10, your top 20, both new on the left-hand side for Michael Magoya and Louis Nunez. And from row number 11, we've got Matteo Gallo and Ilya Berezkin, both drivers deciding to go new on the left. New on the left for Svet Simonov starting on the 12th row alongside Gustavo da Silva. Gustavo da Silva, however, missing from your grid. 13th row, Kasper Reipold with Jude Thirumalai Swami. New on the left for Jude. 14 rows in total. New on the left for Daniel Picorni, but no new tyres for Eduardo Salavant.
No, indeed. So elected to not deploy them. Remember, a lot of drivers did deploy them earlier on in the weekend as well, so it may be the fact that they have already used them on the first day of racing. We saw at least, I think, 3 or 4 drivers deploy fresh tyres there, knowing that today would have been a very wet day. There you can see the juniors for groups A and F. That will be the next group out in circuit. They're watching from the mechanics stand, so good to see that they've left space for the mechanics to help the drivers in this one. And there is your grid heading down the back straight. Still very damp in a lot of those parts of the track there, Nicole. A lot of wet patches still to be seen out there on the track. The drivers have been avoiding that one. It's definitely the slick tyre as we have seen. All the drivers going for it. Hopefully, they all avoid that curb on the entry into that final corner. It caught a lot of the juniors out. Hopefully, the seniors survive this one. Let's see. As we enter into the tram lines, Nicola Kaman and Dan Alaman into the tram lines. It's lights out, fights on towards turn 1. Great start for Kaman on the inside line then. He's got the run into it. Some drivers going very wide. The rest of them all pushing their way through. It's a good start, though, still for Dan Alaman. He's holding on to second place. But, of course, remember, he has got no fresh slick tyres. Everyone else on this grid has got slick tyres. And I can imagine they'll put forward it. Despite that, though, he's taken the lead of the race away from Nicolo Kaman. So fresh tyres or not, he's driving away as he tries to push forward in this race. Aston Sharp there just in the background has got the likes of James Ananosiadis for company. Nicolo Kaman trying to fight through. Here's Davide Bataro. That Lenovo Cali kart was rapid in qualifying in the dry. It's rapid once again in the dry as he pushes forward as drama has struck for 2 drivers. Unfortunately, possibly the likes of Matteo Gallo's been caught out and Isaac Sayer.
Isaac Sayer then was one of the drivers who has been pushing their way through nicely so far this weekend. Down towards turn number 1, Zach Drummond gets the move done on Waltz as another driver will now retire.
No, it's Kasper Reipold.
It's Kasper Reipold. Reipold's nightmare weekend goes from bad to worse. The Polish driver out of his final qualifying heat of the day. Out in the front though, Dan Alleman holds on to the race lead. We've got P2 as now Davide Bataro as Zach Drummond also gets involved in the top 3 spots. Drummond lighting things up in the late stages of this weekend, as there you said, you predicted it. Davide Bataro lighting things up rapid in dry conditions on that Calais kart. Now uses it to his advantage and for the second time this weekend leads a race.
Indeed, very, very quick. But look at this now for these drivers. Alleman, Drummond and now Devin Waltz in that one. But wide goes Alleman onto that runoff curve there. Lost a lot of time and now has got Gabriel Canal and Zach Green for company. There is Joe Turney with Nicolo Caman. The Polsilic just not had these starts as Nicolo Caman on this one. It's really had a tough day as Van der Kerkhoff now goes under investigation for potentially cutting the track. Down the inside goes Green. Nice run there. And that is him. Now, where is Green at the moment? He's there in 6th place. That was him on Canal. That's him up down to P5.
James Anagnostiadis there, P13 for now, looking at Michael McGoy, looking to punch a hole through the barrier that is in front of him. Of course, did not have the qualifying that he would have wanted. Now attempts a bit of an around the outside moment, but makes himself vulnerable, allows the gap to Aston Sharp there as well. Sharp needs a good race after a DNF earlier on. It actually wasn't that long ago that we saw these groups out a quick turnaround for many of the drivers in this senior field. Bataro, 3/10 clear from Zach Drummond, from Waltz. We then have Alleman there in P4, but at which stage, do these drivers start to maybe fall black slightly? We've not seen Drummond be as quick in dry conditions as he is in the wet. He's currently the fastest driver out there on the track, however, so we'll see how it unfolds. Down the inside, Zach Green now converts P5 into a P4, so Dan Alleman, despite starting on that front row, this stage of the race is seemingly, pulling the handbrake a little bit and falling into the pack.
Yeah, it certainly is. This is not a good place that you want to be, but this here, Green on the charge now, past Alleman up to 4th place. Turney past Gabriel Canal as well. He's up into P6 now. This is still Nicolo Camani's fighting back though. Despite this, he gets through past Gabriel Canal. Now he's going to lose out massively here. Through goes Luke Corner. Beautifully done. Vladimir Ivanikov gaining as well.
Yeah, good stuff for Corner then, using that tyre that he's deployed to his advantage. Alleman, of course, within this race, one of those drivers on that left-hand side did not put on that new Maxxis rubber. That will be causing him a bit of time. That's probably why Green, Waltz, Drummond and Bataro have got that extra pace ahead of him. But Alleman, points-wise, he still sits relatively far up. He's still P3 with 205 in the intermediate classification. So I don't think he's going to be too nervous about where he's currently sat on the road. It's only Davide Bataro and Joe Turney that sits ahead of him points-wise for the time being. Turney, however, sits behind him on the track. The driver returning to FIA Karting this weekend here in Valencia now approaches into the final corner. Definitely looks to get the better run out of it. Down towards turn number 1. Will the Brits make the move on Alleman? We'll have to try and find out. Drummond looking strong again here in P2. Looks to start to edge up to Davide Bataro. Previous lap, Bataro was slightly quicker, but only 3/10 now splits up the drivers as there is that change between Alleman and Turney.
Indeed. We are at this moment on lap 6 of 9. Apologies for that not being displayed on your screen. But these drivers here still with a couple of laps to go in this race. Plenty of time left for these front runners. Points at this moment. This is where it gets interesting. For Joe Turney, he currently still leads those points, 218 to his name as it currently stands. Every position he gains now is more of a points advantage that he will have over the likes of Nicholas Schaufler, Aaron Garcia, William Kluger and Benjamin Magnac. Bataro at this moment sits second in the points at 209. He cannot gain any more than that because he's currently in the race lead. So this still in a very interesting phase. Zach Drummond with 198 could take a few more points away here. If he can get past Davide Bataro, that would help him out nicely as we're now lap 7 of 9.
It's groups D versus E that you're currently watching on your screens. These drivers will not appear again today throughout these qualifying heats. We will see a lot of these drivers tomorrow in super heats, but for today they've got to leave everything they've got in the bag out on the track. They've had the whole kitchen sink thrown through every single bit of rain, dry racing, drivers having to make difficult setup decisions on the kart, then having to decide which tyre to go on. So these are the final moments for these drivers to try and make good work of it. That's why you're seeing Zach Drummond push as hard as he currently is. Turns 3 and 4, Drummond edges ever closer to Davide Bottaro. Is he going to look to try and open something up in the second sector, the infield part where an overtaking opportunity does sometimes open at turn number 8 for these drivers? They'll go and head down a bit of a mini straight down towards turn number 11. Is Drummond going to try and have a look? Actually falls off the back there of Bottaro. Bottaro looking like he's got a little bit more bottom in that infield bit to really open things up. 135 metres for Drummond to try and now stare at the 119 ahead of him. Looks over his shoulder, sees that Waltz is quite a way back. Into the chicane they will go. He will close up on the brake. He's got Bottaro there as a bit of a reference point. Uses it really, really well. Opens things up. Turn number 1. We're going to have Bottaro try and close it slightly, but he allows Drummond that racing room. Zach Drummond, now your race leader.
Very good indeed. On to the last lap of this race. They did get a bit wobbly there down the start-finish straight with the speeds and how close they were. The turbulent air that these karts do produce, they do produce quite a bit, and just managed to squeeze their way through. So Bottaro down to second place. That does change things around. Drummond would now be second in the points with 204, but Bottaro's going to fight it back here around the outside. Very close indeed. Not over yet. He blocked past him, but Bottaro's got the inside line now through 14. Wheel to wheel here for the race lead. Drummond on the outside. Keep an eye on Waltz now. Devon Waltz could close in, but Bottaro retakes the lead. Is on the inside line. Can Drummond get the run and to the line? I don't think he will. Bottaro fights it back. Beautifully done. Bottaro retakes those points away from Zach Drummond. Davide Bottaro takes 209 points then, ahead of Drummond's 198. Oh, that was close as you'd like. But Turney will have 220 points going into tomorrow. Can that be beaten? Schaufler at this moment has got 176 points. Add 50 to that, gives him 226. He can most certainly beat him by 6 points if Schaufler wins that next race. For Garcia, he has 164. Give him 50 is 214. He may be able to get pole position for Superheat 2, but he can't get pole position for Superheat 1. The only driver who could take that away from Joe Turney will be Nicholas Schaufler, but he races on the front row of the grid with Noah Baglin in that next senior race. Here's your top 3 though. Bottaro from Drummond, from Devon Waltz, 1, 2, 3. Joe Turney finishing in P4 ahead of Zach Green and Dan Alaman. Nicolo Caman did recover a small amount back to 7th place. Driver start on pole position still. I'm sure won't be too thrilled with the results there. Luke Corner from Vladimir Ivanikov. James Anagnostiadis all gaining places, same as Michael McGoy, who ran out the top 11 with an 8th place gain. Gabriel Canal from Louis Nunez. Isris from Aston Sharp. Armin Khalid Osman from Jude Thirumalai Swami. And I think his best race result of the day so far, a 9th place gain to finish in P17. So great work there for the Victory Lane karting driver from the USA. Bruno Blanco from Daniel Picorni. Ilya Berezkin from Svet Simonov. Mateusz Vanderkerkhoff at the end of that one finishes in 22nd place. The retirements for Say, Gallo, Reipold and Salomon. Here's your highlights from that race. Well, Nicolo Caman, a good start for him. Dan Alaman with no fresh tyres did take an early race lead, and you can see how he managed to fight his way back through that position. Then Davide Bottaro started to get involved. Bottaro up to second. This is how Nicolo Caman then suddenly started to fall down the order. Drama then ensued. We lost a few. Matteo Gallo, Casper Reipold caught out in a moment. More marshals running. It's always a highlight. And there was Bottaro taking the lead of the race. down the inside through turn 11. That would start the chain reaction for the field behind as Anagnosiadis would trying to fight his way through the field, which he did, of course. 5 places gained, finishing ahead of Michael McCoy, who was joined him in there on the Koski Motorsport machine. Other drivers stepping through past that one, and then we started to see the fight for Zach Drummond here on the final lap of the race. He would push himself up into the race lead. Then later at turns 11 and 12, the two would go wheel to wheel. And this here, beautiful bit of track positioning from Davide Bottaro, got it to the inside line. Drummond would defend it, he would carry it around the outside. Good respect between the two, left the racing room. And the inside line there for Bottaro just secured that victory, secured the 50 points, and secured a currently provisional pole for Superheat 2 tomorrow. Joe Turney, provisional pole for Superheat 1. Only Schaufler mathematically possible to beat Joe Turney if he wins that next race. But he'll be racing with Noah Baglin. We'll have to wait and see. Let's head down, though, to Parc Ferme. Over to Nicole Sutherland.
Well, in Parc Ferme, we have Davide Bottaro. Davide, this weekend we've gone dry, wet, back to dry conditions, which you look really strong in. Those dry conditions out there, you know, for you, suiting the car and suiting your driving style as well?
Yeah, for me, in the dry, we are really fast. We need to a better setup in the wet, but yeah, tomorrow will be, I hope, dry, so yeah, we'll see tomorrow.
And of course you'll be starting in the sharper end of the field when we're going into Superheats, and we're just going to swap you over with Joe Turney, who could potentially be on for a good starting position going into that. We're just going to get Joe to come over very quickly. He's just stuck in a traffic jam with the cart. Joe, good to have you back. Decision to come back into the grid, you know, helping the team out. What's the idea?
I just had a free weekend, so thought that we've gone well here in the past, so thought we'd have another go at it. And yeah, no, not a bad quality to start off the weekend. Like, obviously limited run in the first day, and then since then we've been picking away. Obviously good in the wet with the results we've had. So dry good as well. Just like difficult there from where I started, but yeah, no, happy overall.
And we've got to, of course, watch a couple more groups go out to see the setup for Superheats. You look like you could be on the course to start at the front for those. You know, good stuff for you. We wouldn't expect anything less than really. But track itself compared to, you know, 2024 and 2023, where you had a really strong race as well, it suits the kart, would you say?
Yeah, I think so, yeah. Like, we're all of us with the package near the front. So obviously the stuff's working well here. In terms of the track, similar like always, like same like it's always been. So yeah, obviously done quite a few laps here in the past, so didn't test, but we were able to come here and race at the front.
Well, Joe, good to have you back. Thank you very much. And we'll go back to Anthony Jordan in the commentary box to see the last couple of races.
Yes, thank you very much, Nicole. Indeed, the juniors will be coming up very soon, but between now and then, we will take a short break. Do not go anywhere. We'll be back in a few moments' time. Only a few more races to go then in the day as we now step over to groups A versus F out onto the circuit. The last 4 races of the day, where again all slick tyres can be confirmed. But we have got some drivers, a lot on no fresh tyres, a lot all on the left-hand side, and actually 3 drivers this time who have gone for a front right and a rear left. So 3 drivers this time choosing to go for that one. We don't often see it, but we do now, as there you can see your grid lined up ready to go. No switch of sides this time around. As you can see, Antoine Vinant on the left-hand side of your screen for the VDK outfit. Starts alongside Giulio Di Rodello. No switch of sides there, and now you can see engines firing up and drivers making their way out onto the track. Let's quickly fire you through the full starting lineup then for this one, as Antoine Vinant and Giulio Di Rodello start this one for the front row of the grid. No fresh tyres for them, with row 2 being Oscar Di Broglie and Remy Samchek. Only Samchek with fresh tyres on the left-hand side. Leo Gorski and Miguel Manzano, I should say, from Mexico, starting this one on the 3rd row of the grid. Both of them fresh tyres left-hand side. Henrik Constant Kumpin and Alex Malota, fresh tyres left-hand side. Row 5, Theo Parfrain, no tyres for him. Austin Newstead has got fresh tyres on the left-hand side. Mark Pilopenko and Stan Rajaski, both new tyres. Harry Williams and Nilnet Mouche, row 7, they've both got fresh tyres, with row 8 being Olivier Rossini with no tyres. Well, he has got tyres, but they're not new. And Atika Mir with new tyres on the left-hand side.
Row number 9 sees new on the left-hand side of Sevolodo Sanchez-Soslowski. And then we've got new on the left rear for Alexander Legenki, and front right sees new for him. Row number 10, we've got Nicholas Goth. He's gone new tyres on the left-hand side. Denny Babacek, no tyres for Denny. 11th row, same as Alexander Legenki for Julia Aguilard, and she's starting alongside Braden Wagner, who's gone left, new tyre. Row number 12, all new on the left-hand side for both Rocco Simone and Jeff Verbeek. And on row number 13, Dia Islami will be all alone, and he's gone new on that left-hand side. Akil Ray has gone for the Julia Aguilard and Alexander Legenki setup with that tyre decision. Tyres on the left-hand side for Marit Zvaric will be starting alongside him on that 14th row. 15th and penultimate row, Lissandro Carabullo and Martin Bertolacini, they've both gone for the same setup tyre-wise, like the rest of the field, with that left-hand side. And of course, Liba Vlasak is all alone on that P31 spot, 16 rows in total, new for Liba on that left. So all of these drivers know going into that phase where tyre is coming into play, they're trying to get these points on the board to set themselves up for the intermediate classification points. Superheats tomorrow. Before we even go into those, we're going to say goodbye to 28 drivers in total. 100 drivers joined us this weekend. We're not going to see many of those even meet us on Sunday. And then, of course, we'll halve things again, looking at the finals later on tomorrow during the afternoon.
Indeed. Well, going for the next lap on this one, taking their time on this one, Nicole, to help clear that track up. Got to say, it's done a great job of clearing this now at 17 degrees and a completely dry circuit here now. And you doubted me when I said we'll be dry track before the end of the day. You doubted me.
I didn't want to say you were right.
You didn't want to say I was right?
No.
Oh, there it is. There it goes. No. Do you know what? I actually believe you when you say that. So
we are secretly great friends.
Yeah, I mean, secretly. You've just announced it to the world. There you go. You're great at keeping secrets, Nicole. Right. Right, this one, not far ago. Why? I'm going to ask you this question, Nicole.
Go for it.
Why do you think we're seeing more and more drivers going for the front right and the rear left?
It will be the tyre wear. This circuit has got quite an open asphalt. It means that what the track is made out of, the parts of the circuit is more open. It goes through the tread a little bit more. So it'll be the setup that the drivers are probably just going through those tyres a little bit more. And it also probably depends on a bit of driving style. Can possibly find that out from our sources around the paddock. So
ketchup and mustard?
Okay, yeah, they're our sources, thank you very much. But, I wouldn't want to say too much. We'll definitely have to ask the question to the drivers because it could be all sorts of reasons.
Yeah. Right then, here we go. Field into the final corner now, instructed to get into their rows by Gonzalo Planta. And they've passed the red line now, so no overtaking beyond this point. And hopefully we will get going for this racing. Grandstand filled out nicely here for the last few races of the day. Into the tram lines then. Juniors are racing towards turn 1. Good start for Venant on the inside line. Keep an eye, though, on Gianni Giardello trying to carry the speed around the outside. Oscar Volley on the other parallel on the inside line. Both these drivers looking to try and take the lead of that intermediate classification away from the rest of the field here as they negotiate their way through. It's currently Daniel Miron who leads that intermediate classification with 205 points to his name. Can he hold on to it as drama striking in the background? One of the Ricky Flynn's going skywards with one of the Kart Republics there as well. That possibly could be Stan Rajaski, who's out of this race. I'm trying to think who was the Ricky Flynn that went upwards. Potentially could have been Miguel Manzano. He's not come through Sector 2.
Well, Miguel Manzano did a good job on, of course, wet grass to keep his foot on the power, to keep the rev in the engine, not stall the thing, and actually does now rejoin and continues to go round. So then, out the front, we've got this challenge going on for your race lead. Down towards turn of 1, Ascari Volley snatches it away from Anton Venant. Anton Venant not just loses 1 position, he loses 2, 3, 4, maybe even 5 coming up very shortly. Venant out in the front. Sorry, it's actually... okay. So on the screen, you're going to see that Manzano is the driver that currently says P1. That, of course, will be because a moment ago he cut over the grass over the circuit. It's Oscari Volley that is your actual race leader. So I think the driver's going to find himself in a bit of hot water in a couple of moments' time, potentially, but might not throw off the field too much. Oscari Volley from Leo Gorski, Joël Girardello, Remy Samchuk. Anton Venant has just dropped to P6 now. Still in this fight as Austin Newstead and Henry Constant Kumpin gets invited as well out of the final corner. These drivers will go as Anton Venant is just visibly being hustled now out there, started at the front, now looks to try and take a position back away from the Forza and ahead of him, but actually thinks against it and sits still for now.
That was Mark Pilapenko going over that final chicane at the end of that last lap, and hopefully he is all okay. He was looking down at his card a little bit at the end of that lap as well. Still, though, Oscar Volley leading the way with that lead. Has taken the lead of the intermediate classification with 235 points to his name. Girardello second with 216. It's a very good position for Ascari Volley to be in right now, and I'll have to wait and see what happens with the points with that last race later on. This is that fight. Leo Gorski is not going to allow Ascari Volley to break away. He's going to take the lead away through that final chicane. Now it's going to be under pressure from Girardello. And now here comes Samchek down the inside. And Ascari Volley there tumbles down to 4th place.
Samchek now finds himself sandwiched between the two parallels then, Oscari Volley and Joël Girardello, both drivers having a number of qualifying heat wins. But Remy Samchek has actually been right within the fight throughout the entire heats today. Austin Newstead, fastest driver on the track, makes it the second Forza to be inside of the top 5, so joins teammate of Samchek, who's now under some threat, this time by Ascari Volley, who gets back into P3, and now we'll look at teammate of Joël Girardello once more. Leonardo Gorski then, we've not seen him lead a race so far today. Had a bit of a difficult heat earlier on, not where he would have wanted to finish. That one was caught out in a bit of an incident, but now finds himself at the front of things. Joël Girardello, though, will continue to chase. Was quick at La Conca, is quick here in Spain as the two Forza teammates go side by side. This time it's Austin Newstead is the one to make a move. Samchek now drops to P5.
Indeed, so race already nearing its conclusion. We're lap 5 of 7 here. Gorski setting the fastest laps of the race now in the lead of it, and trying to break away by 0.3 of a second. Newstead on a really good run right now, has gained 6 places as the fight further behind starting to rage on. Henry Constant Kumpin, Antoine Venant and Alex Malota just in position there. That's 6th, 7th and 8th right now. Mark Pilapenko, who did miss that chicane earlier on, starting to close in now, and has got up into 8th place at the expense of Henrik Hansen-Kumpin, so that is a good change there. Several such as Zablowski on a 7th-place gain, pushing forward the same as everyone else. There's been some big gains through this field, of course, that could benefit by the fact there's a lot of drivers out there, Nicole, with brand new tyres on board. Down the inside here comes the Hardman Racing Machine. Is it the Hardman Racing Machine? It looked like one as it goes through. It is indeed Alex Malota on the charge.
Yeah, Alex Malota has been quite good today, actually. You know, we've consistently seen him inside of the top 10. Big lick of the curb for these drivers as Malota continues to try and get involved in this fight. Out in the front then, Gorski, Girardello, Newstead, no change for them just now, as Newstead's actually managed to get himself past Oskari Volley then. His teammate, his Forza teammate, the McLaren young junior driver of Harry Williams, is currently fastest out there, but you know, Williams having a bit of an average day so far this weekend. Not the performance we saw from him in Le Conca, where he was very much in the high end of the order. Today, a bit under the radar, but for now is looking to try and break inside of the top 10. Malota still trying to get past Oskari. Volley looking a bit vulnerable in this stage of the race. As under the start-finish gantry, these drivers will go. Last lap board will be out. Gorski settled there with this race lead. This will be a good achievement for him to round out his day. This will be some good points on the board for him to try and salvage a good starting position for the Superheats tomorrow morning. Newstead continues to light things up. Currently P3 trying to get past Joeli Girardello. There they are on your screen. Still some moments left for these drivers to go. So Gorski, Girardello from Newstead, Oskari Volu and Alex Malota. Alex Malota hasn't eaten a chunk just yet out of that Paralin, but half a race distance left for them to go. Newstead continues to try and close up on the brakes. Don't think, however, he's going to have the legs within this race then, Anthony, to get past and get into a P2.
Indeed. This one, though, all falling down, though, to Gorski here. Really good position, but Oskari Volley, who sits there in 4th place, will benefit the most here and will lead the intermediate classifications, but Gorski takes the win. Across the line, Girardello 2nd from Newstead, Oskari Volley, Alex Malota, P5 from Samchek, Venon from Pilapenko, Kumpin and Williams rounds out the top 10. But in the intermediate classification now, Oskari Volley with one more junior race to go does lead with 223 points to his name from Girardello's 219. However, Will Green, who is 5th in the points, 194, has got to race, and 50 points there would put him well in the lead and would look like a pole position. So we'll have to see whether or not Oskari Volley will do enough to maybe even come away with a pole position for Superheat 2. We have to wait and see what the results say at the end of the next race, but certainly put himself in a good position for Leo Gorski there. Those points could have meant the difference of him getting through into tomorrow's final, and that could be a job well done. Girardello in 2nd, Newstead in 3rd at the end of their final race of the day. Top 10, we have gone over in 11th place on a 6th place gain. Vsevolod Zablowski, joined by Neil Nekmush in 12th. Alexander Legenki from Denny Babacek in 14th place. Atika Mir finishes that one in P15. It's a great run for her. Finishing alongside Olivia Adesini, Julia Angelard from Braden Wagner, Martin Bertolacini, another strong drive there after a tough qualifying. 11 places gained to finish in P19. Marek Zavic from Nicholas Good, Libor Vlasak from Lisandro Cabello. Then it is Akili Ray, Dini Izumi, Tepal Frame, Jeff Verbeek, Miguel Manzano and Rocco Simone finishing in 29th place. Dan Rajaski not finishing, and the non-starter of Roland Nagy. There, though, your race winner, Leonardo Gorski. A great run there to round out the day. Here is your highlights from that one. Well, Antoine Venon, the VDK, relatively decent start with the end of that race tumbled to 7th place, but still not the end of the world for him. He still sits there 6th in the points, so still is in a really good position. There was the first dramas right at the beginning, which did see Miguel Manzano lose out a lot of time, but would be Stan Rajaski, who'd be the one and only retirement from that race. The rest of the racing continuing on. Well, it'll be a close one right to the very end as Gorski would slowly close in to the front runners as be drama for Antoine Venard, just slowly tumbling down the order. Then we saw the demise of Oscar Rolli, looking very strong with those points, but of course still does lead those points with 223, but it's still got a lot of hopes to have the outright pole at the end of today. Of course, Will Green going out in the later race today. That could change that story. He would fight back, though, in that midway point of the race, and we would see the two Forzas then going wheel to wheel, with Newstead pushing his way up through the field on a 7th-place gain. That's the best performance we've seen for him today. Great result indeed. I'm sure he'll be delighted with that one, nearly coming away with a 2nd place. Gorski across the line, though, would take the win, would not put himself up in the top 10 of the intermediate classifications, which at the moment is still led by Oscar Rolli with one more junior race to go. That will be after the next senior race. Let's head down to Parc Ferme and over to Nicole Sutherland.
Well then, great results for Paralin once more. Joely Girardello, really good results across the board for you and Oscar Rolli, your teammate, of course. Looking at tomorrow, you could be on the course to maybe have a pole position. You'll definitely at least be at the front. Today, with the wet and dry races, happy with how you've performed?
Thursday we had 2 wins, and it was my first time winning it in the FIA European Championship, and I was really happy. But today I had some issue in the races because I wasn't really fast. But I mean, it's always a race, and there are a lot of manches and it's so yeah, I'm quite happy.
And of course, between you and Oscar Rolli, when it comes to teammate setup, you give each other a bit of room throughout the heats. You've been at certain stages, working together. The setup for that, though, I'm sure is going to change tomorrow. But have you actually bounced off of each other at all when it comes to setup and in the awning? Have you worked together, would you say?
Yeah, it's always great to have a teammate that is really fast, like Oscar. And yeah, I'm really happy having him in the tent because yeah, we help each other with chassis, even development of the engines. So yeah, it's always a great thing having a really good teammate.
Well, Joely, thank you very much. We're going to, of course, see how the other groups unfold to see the setup for our superheats, and we'll go back up to take a look at that now.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland. Yes, indeed, plenty of races coming up, which sees, everyone in the next race on brand new tyres. But we will take a short break. Do not go anywhere. Senior qualifying A versus F coming up next. Well, bang on time, and the end of that advert. We're back with the live racing, and it's the Senior OK qualifying heat A versus F that is heading out onto the track now, with the last two races coming up for groups B versus C. It's the last chance to see whether or not anyone can beat Joe Turney to that pole position spot for those superheats tomorrow. Let's find out, because on the front row of this grid, one driver could, and one driver could take that away. It's Noah Baglin and Nicholas Schaeffler on the front row of the grid for this one. Oh, and I will stress, everyone, new tyres on this one. It's a full bingo, full house, no one on old tyres. Baglin and Schaeffler on the front row of the grid. Peschel and Clovis Nougarade on row number 2. Benjamin Magnac and Henry Domain on row 3 from Emiliano Hernandez and Thomas Chikaraschke on row 4. Oliver Kinmark and Luke Tell on row 5. Victor Gustafsson and Mariano Lopez go from row 6, with Dean Hugendorn and Filippo Sala in the first half of the field on row number 7.
Row number 8 sees Angelina Simmons alongside Marco Garston. From row 9, it's Yuri Levar alongside Nicholas Stanley. From row number 10, Klara Kowalczyk is the only driver to go new on the rear left and new on the front right. She'll be starting alongside Valerio Villapiana. 11th row is Daniel Macier with Zarif Raquel, and from row number 12, Gavin Adam will look at Emilia Wiszymirska. 13th and penultimate row of your field is Max Lacroix with Victor Stalmack, and from your 14th and final row for groups A versus F, Raphael Boulard will be all alone.
Yes, right, okay. Let's see how this race will progress. And like we were mentioning, Joe Turney at this moment, 220 points. That's all he could score. But that's still a good job, but nonetheless. Davide Bottaro, 209. He has already raced. Dan Aleman, 203. He has already raced. So is Zach Drummond and others. Nicholas Schaeffler, currently 6th in the points, 176. 50 points here would put him above Joe Turney, only by 6. And now it's his chance to see what he can do. Baglin, of course, on the front row of this grid, he's looking for a Leicester flag. He does not care about those points. He just wants to earn as many as he possibly can, as he sits outside the top 10 as it stands. Him taking a win here would help him out, but it wouldn't put him on a pole position spot. Now, for Schaeffler, now it's a 6-point deficit if you finish in second place. So, actually, he could still get pole position even in a P2 here, I believe, because he outqualified Joe Turney, if I'm right in saying. Right then, here we go. They've switched sides of the grid. They enter the tram lines. We are racing. It's the graphics not gone off on the screen, but we are racing, and it's a good start from Baglin on that inside line. Schaeffler, he's gone down to 3rd place now, as it looks like Clovis Nougarade on the CRG has gone through the chicane they go. Sun shining, beautiful blue sky above us now here in Valencia. A crazy difference to what we saw this morning with the rain. But here now, karts shining their way through, and absolutely flat out here with all of them on brand new sets of tyres, heading down in towards turn 11 for the first time. It's a change for 2nd place. Schaeffler has taken that away from Clovis Nougarade.
Well, Baglin found himself in trouble with Jindřich Peschel a couple of races ago on his schedule. This time gives himself plenty of distance between himself and the Tony car. It's not going to be a problem for him anymore. Big Sens down the inside. That's on the entrance towards the chicane. That's one of the Forza, the Fusion drivers, now being overtaken as Filippo Sala, already up by 7 positions. Henry Domain within this one getting pushed back slightly. Peschel and Benjamin Magnac keen to stay ahead. Out the front, Baglin already almost 8/10 clear from Schaeffler, who leads this big chain, this big snake of karts heading through that second sector. So Schaeffler, Nougarade, Peschel, Benjamin Magnac, Henry Domain and Filippo Sala trying to get involved as well. There is Filippo Sala, who has got past Magnac then. Sala really starting to light things up in the late stages, where it really counts. A driver that would have been here in 2024 as a junior. Now, though, as a senior, you know, didn't have the qualifying he would have wanted, has had to start everything from a lot further down than Sala would have expected. 7th row start alongside Hugendorn going into this one, but is converted time and time again into some good race results. Cutting the corners time and time again are these drivers. Of course, that chicane is a hot spot for these drivers to do that. So Lopez is the newest driver, and of course If it's deemed to be a bit of an advantage for these drivers, penalties are not shy to be handed out.
Ward Racing getting very close and comfortable there, as that was Thomas Czikoraski going through, as Luke Towers had a bit of a stinker in this one. Live on board, left-hand side of your screen, live outside feed on the right-hand side of your screen with a big move down the inside. That is Benjamin Magnac looking down the inside of Clovis Nougarade, and has done that. There is now Henry Domain and the MP Motorsport machine right to the rear bumper as they head down the back straight then for this third time in the race, and for all these drivers here just trying to push forward, and again over that chicane. You can see that the Ward Racing again doing that. That's is that Thomas Czikoraski doing that? If that was him, he did gain a position there on Filippo Sala, as there
Daniel
Macia out of the race. The CRG Racing Team driver going no further.
Yeah, Daniel Macia then, the driver that's wildcard entrant into this field. The two wildcards, him and Emilia Wiszomirska, DNFs out of this race. Still, these sends going on. Filippo Sala, just ever so slightly drops the wheel onto that rumble strip. These drivers being careful with how they're balancing that. Of course, they want to maximise everything out of the run around the circuit. They want to be on the limit. They do want to be pushing and widening up everything, but they don't want to be dropping wheels and ending up onto that water, because we saw from the junior heats earlier on, it still exists in the divots of those curbs, of those exit curbs. You drop a wheel, you're going to find yourself in trouble. Dean Hugendorn now trying to get back on the chase. Hugendorn, good results for him in Le Conca, consistent across the board, didn't end up where he maybe would have expected. In this weekend, it's been qualifying that's been the back foot for Hugendorn. He's just not gone on to these heats in a relatively good starting position. He's made it hard work for himself, I would say, so far. Now he's got some hard work to do to try and get past both Filippo Sala and Marco Gast, but a driver, of course, that is a European champion in the junior field through 2025. You would expect that he'll give it a go. Is this where he tries to set it up on the Charles Leclerc driver? Absolutely is. The Williams gets past the Ferrari.
Yes, indeed. And that's a nice little up and under there for them as they continue on in this fight down the back straight. And I'm sure now after that overtake we might see Czikoraski and Kinmark try to get involved in the fight. But for the time being, they sit behind as they enter into that chicane then. To end lap number 5 as we go on to lap 6. Sala on the defensive posture here now, seemingly not feeling like the pace is fully there with him. But for the rest of the field, they are ready to go. There is Peschel, currently still defending from Benjamin Magnac, who we saw earlier on with a big dive down the inside of Clovis Nougarade. Are we going to see an overtake of him on Peschel? Well, we'll wait to find out. Schaufler, I was right in saying even in second place, would he have enough points to beat Joe Turner? The answer, yes. They are joint on 220, but I was right when he said he did out-qualify Joe Turner, which means he does take the pole position away from Joe Turner. But they're clear by only 0.6 of a second. Peschel might have something to say about that in the time that we've got left.
Nicolas Schaufler is going to be there, sat in P2, hoping that Benjamin Magnac overtakes Peschel, costs him some time, that they don't work together to try and chase up to the back of him. So there they are on the screen, the Ward and the Tony karts. They're actually not within distance of Schaufler just yet. They've got a bit of a way to go, but I'm sure he's probably hoping, battle it out, try and cost each other some time. The gap between Nicolas Schaufler and Noah Baglin now less than half a second. So out there on the same machinery, both are in Kart Republics, but one for the factory team and for Prema, one for DPK. Again, Schaufler edges closer and closer to Noah Baglin. What's half a second? Now it's under 2.5 tenths. So Baglin on the road, and in your intermediate classification points, 205 to his name, currently sat P4. That would set him up, of course, for a front row start alongside teammate of Joe Turney in that second superheat. Maybe it is the case that he wants it to unfold like this. So for the time being, Schaufler and Davide Bottaro would be in the same superheat. But of course, we've got another group left to go, so it might not stay as it stands. But for now, you could say that both Noah Baglin and Schaufler are in quite a favourable spots, points-wise and on the track. Baglin responds on the charge, actually opens the gap back up now, so it's now just under half a second once more, as we've got Henry Domain still trying to make some moves out there. This time it's on Clovis Nougarad, gets down the inside, pulls off the decision around turn 14.
Yeah, indeed. Nicely done. I was just looking at that next race there, Nicole, and the points. I don't think there's anyone to affect our top runners in that last race of the day. There is your point. Schaufler there in second place, would lead but joint with Joe Turney. Baglin in the lead here can only best fourth, and that is what that will mean. Of course, Schaufler, he did catch up, but I don't think he wanted to risk a pole position for the Superheats with just gaining a couple more points that, in theory, aren't actually needed. Baglin, though, will look at another victory here and does return to front-running order once more here in the European Championships. A tough run earlier today in the wet conditions, but now the last two races have returned good net results with 2 race wins. Out of the final turn, Baglin will take it once again in the qualifying heats phase, but it's Nicolas Schaufler in second place who will take pole position for the Superheats tomorrow, as no one can beat him in the next race. Schaufler has done enough here to put himself on pole position. Turney, I believe he's done his part as well. He will be on pole position for Superheat 2 tomorrow. Bataro, as it stands, does start alongside Schaufler. That could change. Baglin as well could start alongside Joe Turney for Superheat 2. That will be a race to watch, I can tell you now. I would definitely set your alarm for that one if that is the case, of course, because again, it could still change with that last senior race that is coming up. But Baglin takes the win then ahead of Schaufler. Jindra Peschel finishes in third place then ahead of Benjamin Magnac. Henry Domain from Clovis Nougarade, Marco Gas, Dean Hugendorn, Filippo Sala, Oliver Kinmark round out the top 10. Mariana Lopez, Nicola Stanley, Thomas Chigurashki from Valeria Viapiana, Clara Kowalczyk, Angelina Simmons, Victor Gustafsson, Adam Gavin from Victor Stalmack, Yuri Levar from Max Lacroix. Then it is Rafael Ballard and Zarif Racal. Luke Tal rounds out the 24 finishers in that one. Emiliano Hernandez, Daniel Macia and Emilia Veshemirska, fortunately, all retirements from that race. And that will be maybe not an end to their race weekend, but certainly could be a bit of a challenge to get into those Superheats or possibly into those finals with some tough results. We'll have to wait and see. Of course, top 72 from this class go through into those Superheats tomorrow. And of course, when it gets to those finals, only the 36 go through into the final. 2 races to go after that one. Here's your highlights from that race. Well, Baglin, no real drama for him. Had the start, had the track positioning, was able to just drive away from the rest of the field there. Schaufler doing a good job to get up into second place, and with that would secure pole position for Superheat 1 tomorrow, with Turney securing Superheat 2. Overtakes coming in thick and fast. Mariana Lopez there, one driver getting caught out in that chicane. This is Peschel on the move past Clovis Nougarade. Nougarade there would have to deal with many other drivers with track positioning. There was Benjamin Magnac going through. He would later finish up into P4. Filippo Sala battling away with Dean Hugendorn. Hugendorn this time around off the retirement earlier on, claiming 5 places to finish in P8. So still a very strong drive. But across the line, Noah Baglin would see the checker flag first, ahead of Nicolas Schaufler and Jindra Peschel. But with Schaufler, with that second place, secures P1 and pole position for Superheat 1 tomorrow. Great work then from the seniors. But like we say, 2 more races to go. Let's head down to Parc Ferme and over to Nicole Sutherland.
Well, we're looking like we're getting closer to the super heat start front rows being confirmed. Nicholas, you could be looking at pole position going into tomorrow's super heats. We have, of course, got to watch the final OK race unfold, but you've done an incredible job so far today.
Of course, it would be great to start P1 tomorrow in the super heat A. But of course, everything can happen tomorrow as well. And as you also said, in the final heat, lots of things can happen. But I'm happy to be there at the front. I think the team has done a really good job, and I hope that we can keep it up for tomorrow.
And of course, with this many seniors in the field, all the groups are racing each other. For you, Nicholas, you're experienced in the grid, but is there anybody that you've actually seen, anybody you've gone head-to-head with this weekend that you're then really thinking about going into tomorrow? I think there's maybe one name that a lot of drivers are thinking about.
To be honest, I think there are a lot of possibilities because there are a lot of fast drivers here. So I can't really name any driver, but I think all of them will be hard to beat. And yeah.
Well, Nicholas, thank you very much. Potentially looking at a front row start going into tomorrow. Then 2 more races left to go, but we're going to take a short break.
Well, thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland down there. We've got a bit of time between now and then, so we'll take a short break and we'll listen to the many words that are said by the FIA President, Mohammed Ben Sulayem. We'll see you in a few.
Dear members, dear drivers, dear motorsport enthusiasts, this year marks the beginning of a new era for FIA Karting and the next phase of our FIA Global Karting Plan. This 2026 season is defined by ambition and growth, an expanded calendar, new championships, increased investment, and the introduction of new events around the world. We are also proud to welcome new countries in the FIA Academy Trophy, represented by drivers from around the whole world. Our sport is evolving, but our commitment remains constant. We are here to break down barriers and make karting more accessible than ever before. Karting is often the first step in a driver's journey, where they learn discipline, focus, and courage. It lies the foundation for not only success in motorsport, but success in life. Supporting the next generation of racing talent is at the heart of our plan. We are creating development pathways and opportunities that are truly global, opening doors for drivers across the world. I wish all the drivers, teams, volunteers, and officials the very best for the season ahead. I look forward to following your journeys. Thank you and good luck.
Well, we'll be back with just 2 races to go. B and C for junior and senior will be the next ones out onto the circuit. Many tyres to report in this one, lots of new ones, but many drivers also not deploying any tyres at all for qualifying heat B versus C. This one can affect the intermediate classification for the juniors. Will Green has a very real possibility of taking that pole position for Superheat 1 tomorrow away. But Albert Tam, I can imagine, would like to make that a little bit more challenging for him in this one as he gets lined up ready to go. There you can see is the grid for the last race of the day. They will get themselves sorted out, and there you can see Bosco Arias there getting ready ahead of the last race as well. He'll be going from the front row of the grid, but as we mentioned, probably not enough to affect the top running point scores. But like you say, we have to wait and see. Nicole Sutherland back in the commentary box. It's actually turned out to be a lovely day, and I'm jealous now that you're doing interviews.
You know, it actually feels like we're in Spain now. It doesn't feel like I'm back in England. That's what I was, thought earlier on.
Yes, indeed. And I saw I was tagged in a Facebook post earlier today by Chris Simpson, who's on the cameras out there with Tanya and Sergi as well, with Oleg as well on the cameras. And Chris did say that he's packed weather for Spain, and it looks like he's got weather for, I can't remember where in the UK he said, but somewhere up north, I think he said, probably Sunderland. And he told me to do something about it. Well, there you go, Chris. I did something about it. It's sunny. You're welcome. I don't know what I did, but yes. Right, here we go. Engines fire up. Drivers make their way out onto the track. Lots of tyres in this one, so we'll take you through this grid and tell you who's got what. Will Green and Albert Tam don't have tyres, but they start on the front row of the grid. They've got Stepan Mazepin and Maxim Bobachov on row 2. They also don't have tyres. Manu Nuvolini and Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio, no tyres to them, because I think these all deployed them earlier on. Giacomo Justo and Antonio Pizzonia have not got fresh tyres. They go from row 4. Row 5, both fresh tyres, left-hand side for Alexander Lazarus and Mason Robertson. Row 6 is Jarlath Say with no tyres, and Naval Morales, who has got a front right and a rear left on that cut. Row 7 sees Mohamed El Bazaki and Felipe Sanchez with Augustin Felignoli and Santiago Diaz de la Vega, who has got new tyres on the left-hand side.
Row number 9 sees Priam Bruno alongside Antonio Ianni, who's gone new on the left-hand side. New on the left for row number 10, which includes Ludwig Granquist and Ji Haofwei. 11th row, no new tyres for Elton Hedvers, because we can confirm he did deploy them really early on this weekend. Max Veld, new on the left-hand side. New on the left-hand side for row number 12, which is Jonas Pandis and Jean Pujol. Row number 13, new on the left for both Francisco Roca and Christian Rost. And from 14, Michelle Orlando starts alongside Aurelien Lemaire, who has got new on the left. 15th and penultimate row for the following drivers, all having new tyres deployed. It includes Yubo Wen and Min Jae Kim, and then Ava Lawrence all alone on that 16th and final spot. So many of the drivers then inside of your top 4 rows, in fact, all drivers inside of your top 8 are on old rubber. Those drivers are ones who have had really successful weekends so far, qualifying straight into those super heats in the high ends of your field as well. I would say potentially tactical, those drivers deciding to actually hold on to that fresher rubber to give themselves the best advantage going into those super heats.
Possibly. Maybe. Who knows? We'll have to wait until tomorrow to find that out. Until then, just this last 2 races to go then. For Will Green, this is an important one. Pole position could be up for grabs, but anything can happen. I don't believe they switched sides of the grid for this one, and that's probably right in saying that, yeah, it's completely dry now out there, so no need to do such a thing, have that optimal inside line as they head past the red line now. Someone has put the cone back now, which is good to see. There we go. Grid ready to go then. Will Green, the inside line. Albert Tam on the outside. They'll have Stepan Mazepin and Maxim Bobachov for close company on that second row. But let's see how this will transpire then as they enter into the tram lines. Are the lights out? The answer is yes. Towards turn number 1, it's a good start then for the field. Down towards turn number 1, Will Green on the inside. Stepan Mazepin will slot into second place. The whole field goes through, but 3 cars spat out at the exit of turn 1. And disaster striking for a Fusion and Victory lane there. And I'll try and figure out who that is. I believe possibly could be, well, no, not Mason Robertson, but he has had drama. I think that was Priam Bruno, one of them, maybe even Jonas Pundis and Alexander Christian Rust.
Well, one of the Tony Karts also finds themselves out, so you were right. Mason Robertson wasn't involved directly within that one, but makes it another DNF so far this weekend. It's going to be in a spot of bother when it comes to qualifying heats standings after this one and looking at those all-important super heats. Out in the front then, Will Green is leading the way, of course, as we would expect. Stepan Mazepin, currently P2 for now, is out of the chicane. Challenges are absolutely on. Albert Tam being pushed around slightly now, side by side. Just the rear end being switched away from him slightly, having to control this one now on the entrance towards the first corner. So we've got Green from Mazepin from Bobachov, Tam. Di Pietrantonio there in P5 with Manny Nuvolini now in P6 as he now actually switches out position with his KR teammate and gets back into one of the leading spots of this big train of karts now heads through the second sector.
Indeed, big train only still at the start of this race as look to the inside there, the energy course of Jarlath Sayer once again trying to push his way forward in the field. Right then, as I was saying earlier on, Will Green has topped the intermediate classification, 244. That was to be expected if he wins this race. If he falls back into the field, he's still got a nice buffer. I mean, he'd have to tumble down to like 20th place to even consider losing out on pole position. But he's still got Stepan Mazepin, who's looking at, well, at this moment, they're in second place and looking for the lead. The first time I think he's going to take the lead this weekend so far. Stepan Mazepin leads the way in the last race of the day for the Tony Kart Racing team. It brings Maxim Bobashov for close company, and that's Will Green down to P2.
Stepan Mazepin then leading a race for the first time this weekend, and of course the first time this year, because at La Conca he wasn't really anywhere when it came to the racing. Bobashov currently the fastest driver on the track and is looking at both Will Green and Mazepin. Those two drivers line astern on towards the entrance of the third sector. As down the inside now Bobashov goes. So Will Green in these late stages of qualifying heats now looking to be shuffled into the pack. But of course, Green doesn't need to panic. He's still the leader of the intermediate classification with 235 points. Quite some way ahead of Oskari Volley, who's on 223. So he's got a bit of room to try and play with things. Oh, big drama out there. That's one of the MPs going absolutely backwards down the start-finish straight. That's the 697 of Ludwig Granquist, who is now out of this race. Halfway race distance, but Ludwig out of this one, knows it as well, will exit, will join the marshal post, will go no further. So another name joins the likes of Mason Robertson, Augustin Fignoli, Jonas Pundis and Christian Ross to not finish.
That is a very unusual place for that kart to end up with an incident out of that final chicane, and curious to see how that actually happened for Ludwig Granquist, because yeah, that is quite an interesting one. Here, though, Stepan Mazepin and Will Green. Well, Green's back up to second place now. With that fighting is bringing Nuvolini, Di Pietrantonio, Tam, Justo, Sayer into the fight. Green now retaking the lead. Now, this is something he didn't really need to do, and now he's brought in the danger zone of the drivers behind. Nuvolini now down the inside, gets past Stepan Mazepin, sends him down to fourth place. Now Green could be under pressure from this field once again if they decide they want to close in and retake that position.
Elton Headfirst now out of this race, pulls things into into Parc Fermé and will not go any further. So Headfirst may be involved with that moment with Ludwig Granquist. Potentially will look to have a look at that later on. Down the inside, that's a swap between Stepan Mazepin and Lolo now out there. That is the change for P4. Green didn't necessarily need to go for that race lead again, but from what we know from the driver of the UK, he's absolutely going to go for it when the opportunity opens up. And he's actually indirectly managed to, over the curve, the two Paralympians go for it. The two teammates there, both managing to get out of that one nicely, as down the inside, Jarlath Sayer gets two for the price of one. He'll say thank you very much to both Stepan Mazepin and Albert Tam. Going back to the green battle, well, the green lead, should we say. Didn't need to do it, didn't probably intentionally do it, but it's actually helped his teammate of Manny Nuvolini get higher up in the point standings. There's a big boot, a big domino effect there for our drivers. Stepan Mazepin now going to lose out on that one on the exits of corner number 7. Mazepin, of course, was a race leader, now starting to be demoted into the pack.
Yes, indeed, a very tough run there. Ava Lawrence, though, I just saw her very briefly. She's on a good charge here. 21 places gained for Ava Lawrence in this race, and the Aston Martin liveried DPK machine. So she's having a very good run on this one, as we still see Mazepin here trying to fend off the chasing pack.
Last lap board is out. The last lap board has been given to Will Green, so 6/10 for him to play with. He's not going to do that, though. He's just going to keep charging forward through all 19 of these turns ahead of Maxim Bobashov and Manny Nuvolini. Nuvolini then has jumped up the order points-wise, has now got himself into a P4 spot and would be starting alongside Oskari Volley in that second superheat tomorrow morning. Green holds on to things, 244 to his name, and would be looking directly at Joeli Giradello tomorrow morning. Good stuff for Green time and time again throughout these qualifying heats, and is now on the path to get in another qualifying heat to round out his day.
To round out his day and to, well, nearly round out his weekend, as he's looking at a solid pole position for tomorrow's superheat here. He'll start alongside Joeli Giradello. It's job done for Will Green. The Williams Junior driver secures pole position here in Valencia for the superheats. And if that momentum can be continued tomorrow, he's looking at a pole position for the final as well. A superb drive with near maximum points. That's 4 wins and a second for Will Green, seemingly unstoppable here in Valencia. Bobrajov finishes in P2 ahead of Manny Nuvolini, steps him up to 4th, and will start alongside Oskari Volley on the front row for Superheat 2 tomorrow. Will Manny Nuvolini, Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio 4th overall ahead of Charles Sayer, Albert Tam from Giacomo Justo, who would finish that one in P7, Alexander Lazarus from the Volo Morales, Ava Lawrence, 21 places gained, finishes in P10. They're your top 3. The top 10, we've been over Mohamed El Bazaki finishing in 11th from Santiago Diaz de la Vega, Antonio Ianni in 13th from Stepan Mazepin, Jean Peugeot with 9 places gained finishes and rounds out the top 15 ahead of Antonio Pizzonia. Felipe Sanchez from Gialfue and Michelle Orlando Maxfeld from Aurelien Lemaire, Kim and Jay from Francisco Roja, and Priam Bruno, who rounds out the 24 finishers, the last junior race of the day. The retirements: Ludwig Granqvist, Elton Hertfords, Wenya Bu, Mason Robertson, Augustin Felignoli, Jonas Pundis, and Christian Alexander Rust. That clean-up operation now underway after qualifying Heat B versus C. And there is your race winner and now pole sitter for the Superheats tomorrow. Will Green, very strong drive indeed. Heading in tomorrow as the top point scorer. Here is that last race and the highlights from it, and Green in control for nearly the majority of it. Stepan Mazepin having his most successful start to the race. There are other drivers getting caught out at the start of that one. Christian Alexander Rust caught out with Jonas Pundis, Augustin Felignoli and Mason Robertson were later on that same lap around the next corner. They had come together in an unfortunate turn of events. Stepan Mazepin very briefly in the lead of this race with a great start to it, was in control later, though. We saw the attack from Maxim Bobrajov that put Green down to 3rd, and I think this flicked a switch in Green's mind here that turned him up to 11. And oh my, okay, that's how we lost the MP of Ludwig Granqvist. Squeezed onto the inside and went through an absolute torrent of water through that final chicane, rolled backwards and into the gravel trap and the exit of the final corner, and clearly wasn't happy about being squeezed off the circuit, but a shame for that to happen. Over the finish line, another change for the lead. This is that was Will Green getting back past the likes of both Bobrajov and Stepan Mazepin. Manny Nuvolini then squeezing through. That was Mazepin down to 4th place. Later then got passed by Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio and then started the long train, unfortunately for him, and he would end up falling down to 14th place after leading for quite some way. Tam tried to squeeze his way through as well. It would bring Jarlath Sayer alongside. They went 3 wide. It was later when they got round into the exit of like 6 and 7, the 8 and 9 part of the lap. That's where it really went backwards for him, because you can see here he was on the outside line and the whole train just sweeped their way through, and Such a shame at that point of the race. Novella Morales started to gain the positions. 3 places gained as Ava Lawrence in the background gained 21 places to finish in P10. But across the line, it would be Will Green securing pole position for tomorrow's Superheats. 244 points to his name with the clean-up operation underway out on track. One more race to go. I'll be over to the seniors now for groups B and C. From my understanding, I don't believe anyone in this next race can affect the pole sitters. However, I will keep that in reserve because I'll have to wait and see what happens in the points. Great work from the marshalling team once again, just to make sure the track is in good condition for the final race of the day. Let's head down to Parc Fermé, though, and over to Nicole Sutherland.
Well, Juniors is concluded then, and we have found out that Will Green will be on pole looking at our Super Heats tomorrow. Will, great stuff for you. You know, quali went your way. Now you've had heat win after heat win. Out there just then, midpoint of the race, started to back off slightly. You fell into the hands of the drivers behind, but got back into things. You know, was it the tyre hadn't quite come to you yet? What actually went on?
Yeah, I think somebody must have gone off the laps before because there was lots of dust on the track, and I was obviously one of the first drivers to get it, so I was kind of clearing the track for everyone, and then once I got back to the lead after that, it was fine, so yeah, I'm happy.
And of course, Le Conca set you up well going into this weekend. You're one of the favourites this year. You look to try and achieve what Noah Baglin achieved last year throughout many of the races. Feeling that tomorrow, Super Heats wise, any strategy, or are you taking it as it comes?
Yeah, you could never really plan too many races. Good points already, so yeah, just see how it plans and see what happens.
Well, Will, thank you very much. Great job today, of course. One more heat left to go today, but before we see that one, we're going to take a short break.
One more race to go. Myself, Anthony Jordan, Nicole Sutherland, back in the box. The sun is shining. Lots of new tyres going on board, Nicole, for this next race. Some rather interesting choices on this one. We've got some drivers with a brand new front right. We've got some drivers with a brand new rear left. We've got some drivers with both a brand new front right and both a brand new rear left. And everyone else with brand new lefts.
Some drivers also deciding not to go new as well. Some have already deployed those earlier on in the day. So interesting final heat I think we're going to see. Of course, we are started off by Bosco Arias and Iskender Zulfikari, and we're in for a treat because Iskender Zulfikari is going to give us a couple of onboard laps, I believe.
Yes, probably so. Here we go then. Engines fire up then. Drivers to make their way out onto the circuit with this last race of the day. If I'm right in saying, I do believe no one here can really affect the top point scorers in that intermediate classification of Schalfer and Turney, but we'll have to wait and see. Iskender Zulfikari and Bosco Arias then on the front row of the grid. William Kalija and Aaron Garcia on row number 2. They are joined by Manuel Miguez and Asher Osteen on row 3. Thomas Pradier and Sebastian Mins, all of these drivers have deployed fresh tyres, by the way, will be on row 4. William Marshall on his own row 5, just one rear left tyre for him. Row 6, we'll see Drew Waltz and Pietro Beguti, both left-hand side. Row 7, the first half of the grid, Evan Purcell and Lev Krutilov, both new tyres, left-hand side.
New tyres on the left-hand side for both Arata Endo and Archie Owen on row number 8, and from row number 9, it's the same setup for Rafael Bussato and Ludovico Mazzola. Row number 10, top 20, is Antonio Coccianella. He's got new on board that left. He's starting alongside Juan Mateo Russo. 11th row, new on the left for both Max Wayland and Jill Herman. Different story, however, on row number 12, which sees no new boots for Yvonne Pedrotti. Anya Lavar, however, has got that advantage. It is on the left for her. 13th and penultimate row, Nathan Kappen, new boots on that left for him. Solomon Zanfari, same story. 14th and final row then for your final qualifying heats of the day and of the weekend. It's Zemo Yang for Energy and Opheli Cosmopoulos. Both of those drivers have deployed some new tyres earlier on in the weekend, so no fresh rubber for those drivers to have. So, no Illy Christian within this race. The Alpine Tony Kart will not join us. Canadian is out of this one. Everybody else, however, is out there on the track. Intermediate classification as it stands. Nicholas Schaufler is the leader. He'll be starting potentially on pole position for that first superheat tomorrow. 220 points to his name ahead of Joe Turney, Davide Buttaro and Noah Baglin as your top 4. Alleman, Magnac, Drummond, Waltz and Domain take you to 9th. Then Aaron Garcia rounds up the top 10 for now. But Iskender Zulfikari, Bosco Arias, William Kalija could potentially change that order. Aaron Garcia is, of course, starting on that second row, also has a really good opportunity to push his way through that top 10 now.
Yes, certainly does. Right then, into the sunshine here. Are we racing? We are indeed racing towards turn 1. Whoa. Good start for Zulfikari. They sweep across the nose of each other around the outside. Goes Aaron Garcia. Aaron Garcia might have something to say in these points, actually, thinking about it. Let's wait and see what happens, though, as they enter through turn 3 and 4 for the first time. Everyone makes it through. 1 or 2 going on that exit curb. But crucially at the front of this one, it's a good getaway, but it's Iskender Zulfikari trying to break away here. But he's going to be under close pressure from the field behind.
One ball ahead of Aaron Garcia then for these points, and it's in the form of Iskender Zulfikari. William Kalija had that race start. You probably heard us wince ever so slightly. Just the rear got dropped off the track on that start-finish straight. Unbothered by it, however, and is still sat there comfortable in P3 as the challenge, the battle ahead of him is on. We're on board now with Iskender Zulfikari. Big lick of the curb throughout the chicane section. 3 big curves for these drivers to try and dance around. Down towards turn number 1, you now see that Aaron Garcia is giving it a go. We're looking at William Kalija now. That tells us something. That tells us probably that the DPK has made it stick. Kalija looks to have made it stick as well, because the parallel, you can no longer see Kalija. That only means one thing. That means that he's got past Iskender Zulfikari as well. Absolutely has. And now Zulfikari has been made vulnerable to the CRG as well. So it's going a little bit wrong now for Iskender. Osteen is through. Bosco Arias is now looking to try and give it a go on that Trident branded RFM, but Arias now is overtaken by the drivers behind. Manuel Miguez, Lev Krutulov and Sebastian Mins trying to punch their way through the crowd. Krutulov, P7 at the time, being biggest mover inside the top 10 almost. Actually, Gilles Herman is the driver with that crown. 13 places gained already as you're out the final corner. This is where things light up. Last race of the day, last opportunity for our drivers as Lev Krutulov, 3 wide on the entrance towards the first corner. Mins was one of those drivers, as well as Bosco Arias. Close as you like, and Isken Sulfkari now finds himself getting shuffled.
Literally all three of them tried to go for exactly the same piece of tarmac at the same time, and that was very lucky that they did not collide there through that part of the lap. So very close there indeed. Garcia then in the lead. He could make a difference in the points. Not enough, though, as I thought, to catch up to Schaufler and Turney. But he would be starting alongside his teammate if he was to finish in this race lead of Nicholas Schaufler. So that would be very interesting for that first superheat. Here on board with Isken Sulfkari has got an almighty big rear bumper full of drivers behind him, because look at this now. Look at the train starting to form behind him. This is how close you can get for the fighting. It's not worked out at all, though, for them, because now we're starting to see the likes of Drew Waltz push his way through. Drew Waltz looking very comfortable indeed.
Look at this on your screen. Iskender Sulfkari. It's going from bad to worse with a driver that started right at the front, now is just being handed to the rest of the field, as is that Thomas Pradir now pulling off the Tony Kart driver that started this one a lot higher up than this, of course. A DNF for Pradir, not the way he would have rounded out his day ideally, as still battles going on thick and fast. Nicholas Schaufler, 222 from Turney. Garen Garcia with this race lead now gets into P3, so we'll be starting alongside Schaufler, who quite crucially is his DPK teammate.
Certainly is, and here now over that start-finish line, we're still starting to see the battles rage in. Pietro Bagutti here on the rear of the driver ahead here now as they go through. It's Endo Arata he's got for company. This is Asher Osteen and Manuel Miguez fighting for third place. Those two now start to switch places, but this is a good fight still nonetheless. Well, like you say, the front two here breaking away and not looking like they're under any pressure from anyone behind here.
No, not at all. So laps going in for these drivers. Fastest lap goes to Manuel Miguez, who now gets into P3. So he has popped the position on Asher Osteen. Osteen, though, really in the sharp end of the field this weekend. The CRGs really do light up around Valencia in dry conditions, and Osteen has remained inside of the top 10 pretty consistently out there. Krutulov out the final corner, still under some threat by Bosco Arias and Ludovico Mazzola into the first corner, where just a couple of laps those drivers were all trying to enter side by side. 3 into 1 doesn't typically work, but those drivers actually managed to get through it unscathed. This trio is the battle for P6. Krutulov, Arias, Mazzola. Mazzola looking fiery there in that P8 for now with 10 places gained, all helped by him, of course, deploying those new tyres on that left-hand side.
Indeed, and all of these drivers now trying to fight through, and there's a nice change down the inside for Bosco Arias, and back up now into 6th place. That brings Krutulov down into the arms of Ludovico Mazzola and his 10th place gain here. Can he make it an 11th place gain into that final chicane? The answer no at the moment, as now Sebastian Mins breaks away even more. Look at them, they're so much further up the road. This trio in their own little fight right now, but Arias at the lead of it can now focus on these last couple of laps to try and break away from the rest of the field. Big hit at the curve there. I thought that was nearly all 4 wheels up in the sky there for Ludovico Mazzola. Change up ahead. Sebastian Mins through past Asher Osteen. That's now up into 4th place. A nice change there as they continue on in this race. For William Kalij, who sits there in 2nd place, he's now stepped up to 5th in the points. If he was to take the lead away from Aaron Garcia, that would put him up ahead of David Abitaran, who would be starting on the front row of the grid alongside Joe Turney. Obviously, for these drivers, they have demoted Backlund to P6, so no real threat of him there with that one. But this fight here, though, far from over, because, Manuel Miguez is piling on the pressure now to William Kalesia. The fight for P2 is on.
Yeah, Miguez looking really strong in this late stage of this race. Miguez not inside of your top 10, but could potentially look to cost Kalesia a couple of points going into this one. Points-wise as we stand, so Schaufler, Garcia, Kalesia, Alaman and Drummond would all be in your first superheat. We then have Turney, Mataro, Backlund and Benjamin Magnac in the other. That is your change for P2. So William Kalesia trying to fight it back, trying to get the run down towards turn number 14. Oh, side by side uses a bit of the curb, but of course Manuel Miguez just keeps his foot hooked on that power, holds on to it, and now goes defensive into the final corner. Chicane is ticked off almost for these drivers. William Kalesia is going to get a good run out of the corner, tries to have a look, but actually gets back onto that racing line. Will have the more optimal run out of the corner. The Paralympic driver, points-wise, has now still sat in P6. Backlund back up to P5 there, so he's only lost out at a point there as they go wheel to wheel, side by side, and Kalesia snatches it back. Yeah, finds a gap for this race, but let's see what happens in this one, because they've still got half a lap to go, but Garcia comfortable in the lead here, clear by 1.4 seconds. But again, Kalesia tries to defend it, but defends too hard. Now Sebastian Mins gets the move down the inside, but it is Manuel Miguez who slots into second place here. Can Seb Mins take it away into that final chicane? I don't think he's close enough, as Aaron Garcia is going to head round that final chicane and will win this last race of the day, and will start alongside his teammate Nicolas Schaufler for Superheat A tomorrow, but he will not see a pole position. Garcia wins then ahead of Miguez, Mins, Kalesia from Ostin, Bosco Arias from Ludovico Mazzola, Lev Krutilov, Drew Waltz, Evan Purcell will round out the top 10. But in the intermediate classification, it is confirmed Nicolas Schaufler will start on pole position for Superheat A. Joe Turney will start on pole position for Superheat 2 tomorrow. Garcia will start alongside Schaufler, Pataro alongside Turney. Kalesia cost some points with that last lap battle between himself, Manuel Miguez and Sebastian Mins. He was looking for a top 5 points-wise in the intermediate classification, now drops to P7, so will be in that first superheat with Nicolas Schaufler. Good day of racing for our drivers. Recovery will be out for Thomas Pradir, Max Wayland and Juan Mateo Russo, who were your DNF drivers. Illy Christian, of course, did not manage to start that one, but hoping to see Illy back out tomorrow morning in our super heats. Concluded then today over 20 qualifying heats for our OK Seniors, OK Juniors and our OK Academy Trophy. Those are your 3 drivers that take the top 3 in your last qualifying heat of the day and of the weekend. Aaron Garcia and Manuel Miguez making it a Spain 1 and 2, with Sebastian Mins rounding out to the top 3. After Mins then, Kalesia, Ostin, Bosco, Arias, Ludovico Mazzola, Lev Krutilov, Drew Waltz and Evan Purcell take you to your top 10, with Antonio Coccianella, William Marshall, Iskender Sulfakari, Gilles Herman and Pietro Pagutti rounding out their days inside the top 15. Archie Owen, Nathan Kappen, Solomon Zanfari, Arata Endo and Rafael Bussato take you to your top 20, with Egon Pedrotti, Nefeli Cosmopoulos, Anya Lavar and Zemo Yang being your last 24 finishers. Qualifying heats B versus C concluded. Day concluded for all of our drivers in total. It certainly was quite the action-packed day, and fraught with all sorts of conditions. Rain, heavy rain, damp track, super wet track, then drying track, then dry track, and everything. It certainly was an up and down roller coaster for the field, but there you can see Aaron Garcia, I'm sure, happy with the result, and knowing that he's starting on the front row of Superheat 1 tomorrow, not only alongside a friend, but a teammate as well, I'm sure, in the form of Nicolas Schaufler. So looking forward to seeing how that one will go. Great thanks and great work from the marshalling team here
at the Lucas Guerrero circuit and from the officials as well. Great work from them all, and the camera ops are providing you these pictures who suffered during that rain out there. We do thank them for their hard work as well. But let's, before we end the stream, let's have a look at some of those highlights as well from that last race, because there were quite a few, including the likes of that very sketchy moment right on the start-finish line, Nicole.
Yeah, William Kalijah just being caught out ever so slightly there. Didn't throw him off too much, though, but it did help Iskender Zulfikari and Aaron Garcia in the early stages. Iskender was in the fight. He was actually one of the protagonists in the early stages, as Lev Krutulov was one of the drivers to push their way through the field, as this was the moment we went side by side with Iskender, Seb Mins and Bosco Arias. We went on board for a couple of laps with your pole sitter of Iskender Zulfikari, where we actually just watched him lose position after position, cost him pretty much this race, really, because he tumbled down all the way to P13. Lots of overtakes happening in the background, William Marshall being one of those to get involved, but Marshall would actually lose 3 positions in total and would finish just ahead of Iskender there in that P12. We lost Thomas Pradir as one of our drivers. The Tony Kart technical gremlins out for him. He would park it out by one of the Marshall posts, but it didn't stop the overtakes. Bosco Arias continued to get involved. It was him and Lev Krutulov that were battling it out in the midway stage of the race. We also had Ludovico Mazzola being one of the drivers to be in this fight. Mins came to life in the late stages of today. It was him and the CRG of Ashar Oshtein, and quite interestingly, of course, Mins knows the CRG quite well, was part of that camp in the early stages of 2025, but now back with the Fusion family, looks to light things up maybe tomorrow throughout our super heats. William Kalijah then was hustled in the last couple of laps. That was the battle between him and Manuel Miguez, as Sebastian Mins also took the opportunity to say, you know what, I'm going to have a try and get inside of the top 3 here, and did absolutely just that. But it was Aaron Garcia, your wild card, your driver that's been recruited by DPK to join us on home soil, that finished off the race as a leader and sets himself up for a DPK lockout in your first superheat that we will be seeing for your seniors tomorrow morning.
Indeed, it'll be quite the day tomorrow, with once again unpredictable weather ahead for the last remaining qualifying heats of the Academy Senior. Then the super heats, 4 of those for junior and the OK classes, and then of course the 3 finals that'll be starting at 10 to 2 in the afternoon, and the last race starting at 10 to 4 in the afternoon with that senior OK final. It's going to be a packed day of racing. Make sure you do not miss it. From myself, Anthony Jordan and Nicole Sutherland. Oh, wait one moment. There was a fly on your head, Nicole. Sorry, got it. Right, let's see you tomorrow then. Thank you so much for watching. Bye for now. We'll see you on Sunday.